Chapter 2202. Junior Brother Xiao. Just as Xiang Yang was about to earnestly advise him, Xiao Hua raised his head and said, "Master has already gone back. Eldest senior brother should also hurry back. See if Master has anything else to say. Little brother is also vexed right now and wants some peace and quiet." Alas, all right. Xiang Yang looked at his little junior brother who had always been obedient in front of him. He didn't know why Xiao Hua lost his obedience when Cui Hongshan was mentioned. With a sigh, he solemnly placed the 2 jade boxes on the jade table and left with his head lowered. Big! Xiao Hua raised his hand to stop Xiang Yang, but when he saw Xiang Yang's frown, he retracted his hand. Looking at Xiang Yang's back gradually disappearing, he also frowned. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua still flicked his sleeves and kept the 2 jade boxes in his space. Immediately after, he sent out the 2 messaging talismans. However, just as the 2 messaging talismans flew out, another messaging talisman came. Xiao Hua took the messaging talisman and looked at it. It was from Sun Shu, asking if he was selected to be sent to fight with sword cultivators. A trace of hesitation appeared in Xiao Hua's eyes. After thinking for a moment, he honestly said it and sent out the other messaging talisman. In less than half a day, Sun Shu and Qian Diheng once again rushed over. As soon as Qian Diheng saw Xiao Hua, he shouted, "Junior Martial Brother Xiao, this is really unreasonable. Your myriad Thunder Valley only has 3 disciples, how could you be chosen? Besides, you just built your foundation." "Humph, not only me." Xiao Hua sneered, "Cui Hongshan was also selected." "Damn it." Qian Diheng laughed and slapped his forehead, "I'm afraid someone is scheming against your myriad Thunder Valley." That's right." Xiao Hua nodded, "Fortunately, eldest senior brother wasn't selected." "That's very fortunate. It's impossible for senior brother Xiang to be selected." Qian Diheng shook his head, "I heard that senior brother Xiang's son is very talented. Senior brother Xiang's husband is noble because of his son. He definitely won't be sent out." "Both of you weren't selected?" Xiao Hua asked curiously. "Alas, junior brother Xiao knows." Sun Shu sighed, "None of Master's disciples were selected. Junior sister Shui is in seclusion and won't be selected. Don't worry. It's really unfair." Xiao Hua shook his head again. "Fair?" Qian Diheng sneered, "Where is the fairness in this world? If there was fairness, Kun Fian's matter would have been exposed long ago." "Humph, of course." Sun Shu also sneered, "There are only 3 disciples in the myriad Thunder Valley. Now, 2 disciples who have just built their foundation have been kicked out. Where is the fairness? Junior brother Xiao." Qian Diheng once again spoke in a sincere and heartfelt manner, "This father had allowed you to enter my heavenly thunder palace in the past, but look at you now. I can't stop you even if I want to. It is said that Thunder Meng Daoist has already sealed himself in his palace and will not meet anyone. You have to go. It's not just Reverend Lei Meng, all the palace masters are in seclusion, and even the sect masters are not showing their faces." Sun Shu said with a wry smile, "It seems that all the seniors have their own difficulties. I don't have anything good to give you." Qian Diheng passes a storage pouch to Xiao Hua, "Take these first. There's still half a year left. This elder brother will help you take a look, to see if there's anything else." "Half a year?" Xiao Hua was slightly startled, "Why is there still half a year left? We're only selecting disciples now. There's still half a year before we head to the border with Han country. Our Dao sect has already started a war with Han country's sword cultivators, but Meng country, Lian country and other countries are also participating. They and the sects in the north of Shi country have already sent their disciples over. Our Imperial Thunder sect can join the war after half a year." Sun Shu explained and also handed over a storage pouch, smiling apologetically, this concubine can't compare to junior brother Qian. This is also concubine's daily accumulation. Junior brother, please keep it. In another half a year, this concubine will also have these. Xiaohua hesitated for a moment before accepting it. This is Sun Shu's kind intention, he can't reject it no matter what. Xiaohua looked at Qian Diheng again and didn't accept it. Instead, he said, "You'd better help me find those pills. The things in this storage pouch, I don't think this little brother will be interested in them." You. Qian Diheng's eyes rolled, somewhat astonished, but he tactfully shut his mouth and nodded. This elder brother understands. This elder brother will go and collect them. There's still half a year left. At that time, I'll give you some more things. Xiaohua nodded. Good. Qian Diheng turned around and left without hesitation. Sun Shu listened to the two of them talking about things she didn't understand, but she didn't seem to be angry. Her pair of beautiful eyes only looked at Xiaohua. After Qian Diheng left, Sun Shu said in a soft voice, "Xiaohua, actually, there are some words this concubine shouldn't say. But, if I don't say it, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to say it." Xiaohua acted as if he didn't hear it and said, "By the way, senior sister Sun, when will Xue Xue come out of seclusion?" Hearing this, Sun Shu secretly sighed in her heart. Knowing that Xiaohua didn't give her a chance to speak, she could only say, "At least 1 year, at most 4 years." Good. Xiaohua nodded and said word by word, "This Xiao won't leave her any message talisman, but I ask senior sister Sun to tell her that this Xiao will definitely return safely." Sun Shu nodded sadly and said, "Okay, junior brother Xiao trusts this concubine so much, how can this concubine dare not to obey? Since that's the case, this Xiao also needs to make some preparations." Xiaohua stood up and said. Sun Shu knew that Xiaohua wanted to see them off, so she also said with a smile, "This concubine will go back now. When you leave the Imperial Thunder sect, this concubine will come to see you off." Good. Xiaohua smiled and nodded. After a day, he helplessly called Xiaohua and Cui Hongshan to his cave residence and handed them 2 storage pouches. He said with a forced smile, "This is what Master can give you. You can keep it. I'm afraid that the Thunder Palace's reward will only be given when you go to war." "Many thanks, Master." At this time, Cui Hongshan seemed to have thought it through and calmly received it. Xiaohua took the storage pouch and tied it to his waist without even looking at it. He asked, "Master, there's still more than half a year before we go to Huan country. Can we leave the Imperial Thunder sect? What do you want to do?" Xiaohua frowned helplessly. This disciple knows that this trip is dangerous and wants to take advantage of the time before we leave the Imperial Thunder sect to go somewhere else to do some things. In addition, I also want to make some preparations and go to the auction to find some medicinal pills. Xiaohua said without hiding anything. "You want to use this as an excuse to escape." Cui Hongshan didn't hold back his disdain and said coldly, "Loose cultivators are loose cultivators. Junior brother Cui." Xiangyang was shocked. Without waiting for Xiaohua to speak, he immediately scolded, "Xiaohua is your senior brother from the same sect. How can you say that to him?" "Humph, he clearly knows that all the selected disciples are grounded and can't even go into seclusion, but he still wants to leave the Imperial Thunder sect. If he's not running away, what else can he do?" Cui Hongshan didn't understand why Xiangyang suddenly scolded him and defended himself. "You shut up." Xiangyang said anxiously, "How can I not know what kind of person Xiaohua is? If he says he has something to do, then he must have something to do." Yes, Cui Hongshan saw that Xiangyang was so angry. Although he felt disdain in his heart, he didn't dare to talk back in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua ignored the two and stared at Xiaohua for a long time. Then, he said word by word, "Xiaohua, tell me, where are you going and what are you going to do?" Xiaohua raised his head. His eyes were bright and he didn't seem to be afraid. He said word by word, "This is disciple's secret. It's not convenient to tell master." Cui Hongshan saw this and almost wanted to stomp his feet again. But when he saw Xiang Yang looking at him from the side, he clenched his teeth and his cheeks bulged. In the end, he didn't say anything. He looked at Xiaohua helplessly. It seemed that he was trying to distinguish whether Xiaohua was telling the truth or not. But just from Xiaohua's eyes, he couldn't see anything. Zhuo Minghui also hesitated on the side, not knowing how to explain. "Forget it." Suddenly, Xiaohua seemed to have made a decision. He seemed to have aged a few years. He clapped his hands and took out a keepsake. He handed it to Xiaohua and said, "Xiaohua, when you entered this old man's sect, this old man almost didn't give you any pointers. The few things I taught you were taught by your senior brother on behalf of this old man. You have always been biting off more than you can chew. The things your senior brother taught you may not be worthy of your attention. You are indeed wronged under this old man's sect. Moreover, you have just reported to the Jade Archive Hall. According to the usual practice, you will definitely not be selected. This is also this old man's fault for implicating you. This old man will bear this responsibility. This is this old man's keepsake. You can use this to enter and leave the Imperial Thunder sect. You can go now." "Master!" Cui Hongshan shouted anxiously, "Disciple has already heard from Qi Meng that all the selected disciples can't enter or leave the Imperial Thunder sect. If there is a special situation and they can't go out, then the disciple must use the teacher's keepsake to go out. The teacher who gave the disciple the keepsake must bear the responsibility. If the disciple doesn't know how to do it, then half a year later, when all the disciples go out, it will be when the disciple's teacher dies." Hearing that there was such a rule, even Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian, who were very confident in Xiaohua, were shocked. They both looked at Xiaohua. "Go." As if he didn't hear Cui Hongshan's words, he said to Xiaohua in a low voice, "If you have something to do, then go quickly. The sooner you go, the sooner you can come back." "Yes, disciple understands." Xiaohua didn't stand on ceremony. He took the keepsake, turned around, and left the cave. He didn't even return to his own cave and went straight to Sky Thunder Peak. "Master!" Seeing that Xiaohua didn't even return to his cave, Cui Hongshan became even angrier and shouted, "Xiaohua clearly has the intention to leave. Alas, the sky wants to rain, the mother wants to marry. Let him be." Xiaohua sat on the jade chair. His eyes were a little blank as he looked at the place where Xiaohua disappeared inside. Alas, Cui Hongshan stomped his feet and walked out with the storage pouch in his hand. His face was full of anger. Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian wanted to say something, but they didn't know where to start. They waved their hands helplessly. "You two can go back too. Master wants some peace and quiet." "Yes, disciple understands." Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian took their leave. Just as they took a few steps, a helpless voice came from behind. "Xiang Yang, you have to remember, only when your fist is hard will it be the truth. You and Qinglian still have to cultivate properly. You two also have to take care of him. It must be like what you said. My myriad Thunder Valley must produce a spirit-severing cultivator." Chapter 2203. Disciple. Disciple understands. Xiang Yang's heart ached, and he almost shed tears. Helplessly, these words seemed to have a hint of his last words. Helplessness, he actually still didn't have confidence in Xiaohua. Xiaohua didn't even return to his immortal's cave. He activated his flying technique and went straight to Sky Thunder Peak. Sure enough, as Cui Hongshan said, the entire Sky Thunder Peak was already guarded by Imperial Thunder sect disciples. On the mountain path, in the air, several foundation building disciples were standing guard, and dozens of aura refining disciples were constantly patrolling. They didn't have the freedom they had before. Seeing Xiao Hua fly over, a late-stage foundation building old man scanned with his divine sense and flew over. He scolded, "Which Thunder Palace disciple is this? Where are you going on business? Do you have a token from Thunder Palace?" Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. He stopped in midair and respectfully took out his token and helplessness's token. He handed them over and said with an apologetic smile, "Disciple is Xiao Hua from Thunder Palace. I have an urgent matter to attend to and have to leave the sect. Senior Marshal Brother, please check." The old man took the two items and scanned them with his divine sense. He asked curiously, "Your token?" Immediately, the old man seemed to realize something and shouted, "Senior Marshal Brother Qian, please come here." "Junior Marshal Brother Can, what's the matter?" A thin old man about the same age as the old man flew over. "Please use the discrimination chime." Junior Marshal Brother Can said with a smile. "Oh. This disciple was selected?" Senior Marshal Brother Qian was surprised. He clapped his hand and took out a magic tool that looked like a chime jar. Senior Marshal Brother Qian activated his magic power, and a cyan flame shot out from the chime jar. It was 3 feet tall. Junior Marshal Brother Ken threw Xiao Hua's command tablet into the magic tool. With a thunderous boom, a purple lightning bolt flashed out of the jar and struck Xiao Hua's command tablet out of the jar. As expected, Senior Marshal Brother Qian's eyes flashed with a strange light. He looked at Xiao Hua and said, "This disciple was selected to go to Huan country. This is his master's token." Junior Marshal Brother Can waved helplessness's token in front of Senior Marshal Brother Qian and also threw it into the magic tool. Unlike Xiao Hua's token, helplessness's token didn't have any abnormalities. Senior Marshal Brother Qian waved his hand and took out helplessness's token. He scanned it with his divine perception and said in a low voice, "Oh, deafening Thunder Palace and myriad Thunder Valley." With a wave of his hand, Junior Marshal Brother Can sent out a message talisman. "Why did you leave the Imperial Thunder Sect?" Junior Brother Can turned his head and asked Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua didn't want to deceive the two of them. He said, "Disciple met an alchemist in Jinghua City last time. Disciple gave him spirit stones and ordered some early-stage foundation establishment pills. If I don't go now, the spirit stones will be wasted." He, Senior Brother Qian laughed and glanced at Junior Brother Kansas. "Junior Brother Can, how many times have you heard these words today? If not 1,000, then at least 800. Junior Brother Can said with a smile, "There are even more bizarre reasons than this." Xiao Hua's expression didn't change, he just stood there quietly. He didn't reply. "What? You look quite calm." Senior Marshal Brother Qian pointed at him and said, "You're a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. You're a member of the Imperial Thunder Sect in life and a ghost of the Imperial Thunder Sect in death. My Imperial Thunder Sect nurtured you from the first level of the aura refining realm to the early stage of the foundation establishment realm. We've never mistreated you with spiritual pills, spirit stones, and so on. Now that my Imperial Thunder Sect has a use for you, you actually want to run away. Do you think you're worthy of my Imperial Thunder Sect?" Although Xiao Hua frowned slightly, he was already impatient. He was pressed for time and had no choice but to delay here and be humiliated. However, after thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua boasted that he didn't dare to oppose the Imperial Thunder Sect. He bowed and said, "Senior Marshal Brothers, you're overthinking. Since I have the Master's token in my hand, I'll definitely take the Master's safety to heart. How can I be as unbearable as you two say? Alas, you can't judge a book by its cover." Junior Marshal Brother Can looked distressed. "If that's really the case, you should obediently stay in Myriad Thunder Valley. Wait for half a year before setting off. At that time, it won't be too late for you to go to Jinghua City. Why are you in such a hurry? But, this Xiao only has a little more than a month left. Xiaohua said with a bitter smile. It's only a few spirit stones. If you don't go, your master will compensate you. Senior Marshal Brother Qian said again, still unwilling to let Xiaohua go. Xiaohua became impatient and said with a smile, does this Xiao meet the requirements of leaving the sect? Senior Marshal Brother Qian glanced at Junior Marshal Brother Can and nodded helplessly. You do. Very good. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, many thanks. After saying that, he was about to fly away. Wait. Senior Marshal Brother Qian shouted, Xiaohua, this old man still has one last thing to say to you. It's true that you meet the requirements of leaving the sect, and you're also the first disciple to leave the sect. Although your master trusts you, this old man and the others don't. This old man advises you, don't take half a step out of Sky Thunder Peak with evil intentions. I know. Xiaohua was about to leave again. Did this old man and the others allow you to leave? Junior Marshal Brother Can coldly shouted. Xiaohua was very helpless as he turned around and asked, what else do you two senior marshal brothers want? Wait until your master's life is confirmed, then you can leave. All right. Xiaohua understood what kind of summoning talisman Junior Brother Can sent out just now. Sure enough, in the time it took to smoke a cigarette, a communication talisman flew back. Junior Marshal Brother Can looked at it and nodded. Jade Archive Hall replied, Myriad Thunder Valley's helpless life tablet is fine. Go. Senior Marshal Brother Qian looked at Xiaohua meaningfully and waved his hand. Xiaohua's token was thrown to Xiaohua, but Helpless token was left behind. This old man will leave Helpless token. When you return to the sect, you can ask this old man for it. Otherwise, Xiaohua took the token. This time, he didn't cup his hands. Instead, he activated his magic power and flew towards the mountain path of Sky Thunder Peak. When his figure landed, he hurriedly flew down, this helpless. Senior Marshal Brother Qian looked at the token in his hand and threw it into the jar with a wave of his hand. He sighed and said, I'm afraid it bodes ill rather than well. Humph, who can you blame? It's just that his ears are soft. Junior Marshal Brother Can sneered. This Can really didn't expect that there would actually be a master who would put his own life in the hands of his own disciple. Xiaohua flew down the mountain. When he could fly, he immediately flew into the air and swept out his Buddhist awareness. When he saw that there was no one nearby, he immediately activated the bright thunder escape. True essence flowed around his body and the two invisible dots in his dantian faintly emitted crackling lightning. The rumbling sound of thunder came from Xiaohua's magic power. His figure was extremely fast to the limit of the bright thunder escape. I'll take advantage of this opportunity to see if I can master the Imperial Thunder Escape. Xiaohua's eyes slightly flashed as he looked towards the direction of Yellow Flower Ridge. Chapter 2204. This young master originally wanted to wait until after the core condensation stage before going to 100 Herbs sect. However, since there's a battle with sword cultivators, this young master is not afraid, but senior brother is right. It's better to be safe than sorry. If this young master were to have an accident in the battle with the sword cultivators, then wouldn't my master's revenge be impossible? Now that this young master's cultivation is close to the middle stage of Gold Core, there's absolutely no problem for me to face Jiang Jiantong alone. However, I'm afraid of being surrounded by the disciples of 100 Herbs sect and the formation of Yellow Flower Ridge. 100 Herbs sect has been in my Shang Huaming's hands for dozens of years. I'm afraid that they have already changed their formation. Previously, Shang Huaming's formation could not even be broken by a foundation establishment cultivator in the hands of 3 Qi refining disciples. With the reinforcement of 100 Herbs sect and the support of a foundation establishment cultivator, this young master is afraid that this young master will not be able to easily break in. This way, killing Jiang Jiantong will be a bit difficult. As Xiaohua flew, he secretly pondered, actually, this young master is most troubled by senior sister. This is probably one of the reasons why this young master has not dared to face 100 Herbs sect. Senior sister, I wonder how you're doing in 100 Herbs sect. Now that you're in foundation establishment, you shouldn't be too patient. After this young brother kills Jiang Jiantong and Xiaofan and avenges my master, I'll hand Shang Huaming over to you. Let Shang Huaming revive once again and let Shang Huaming's name shake the Dawn Rain continent. Thinking of this, Xiaohua unconsciously felt his blood boil. The lightning around his body became more rapid, and the bright thunder escape faintly felt that it had transformed from thunder calm to thunder movement. Not to mention Xiaohua rushing to Yellow Flower Ridge, in the endless hills in the north of the country of Xi, there was also a rainbow-like ray of light streaking across the sky, shooting into the distance. Its speed did not seem to be any slower than Xiaohua's. Oh! At this moment, the ray of light suddenly stopped, and the figures of two female cultivators appeared. The one in front was the graceful and luxurious 10,000 Demon Realm Empress, and the one in her hand was the lovely Empress, why did you stop? Dyer lowered her head and looked at the lifeless hills that looked exactly the same. She said strangely, there's no trace of human habitation here. The Empress didn't answer. Instead, she just stood there. The hurricane in the air blew past, but it couldn't move the light protecting her body in the slightest. Her furrowed brows didn't lose out to her peerless beauty. Instead, it made people frown and feel pity for her. Unfortunately, it was so desolate, how could anyone have seen it? There seems to be some aura here. The Empress slowly spoke as her figure slowly descended. Her divine sense was scanning the area 100 miles in front of her. Oh, did you find it? Dyer's face was filled with joy. Her small hands were slightly clasped together, and she appeared to be both excited and nervous. I don't know either. The Empress frowned slightly and spread out her divine sense to search the area inch by inch. After searching for more than half a day, the Empress raised her eyebrows and her eyes lit up. She pointed with her hand and said, there seems to be some reaction there. But, it's different from what I thought. Is it true or not? Dyer said anxiously, the Empress has been searching for dozens of years and has spent a lot of magic power. But there's no progress at all. I didn't expect to find it here. I'm afraid it's the same as before. It's an empty joy. The Empress smiled and touched Dyer's forehead with her hand. She said, didn't you feel it a few times before? But after searching carefully, it's just some remains of the 10,000 Demon Realm. How can it be what I'm looking for? Empress, if this lowly servant says it's better to go to the west. Isn't there the strong aura of the 10,000 Demon Realm that Empress said? Maybe he's there. Dyer's big eyes were wide open, and her long eyelashes fluttered like the wings of a butterfly. Sigh. He likes to be quiet and doesn't like to move. The Million Meng Mountains in the Xiaoyu continent have the aura of the 10,000 Demon Realm. Maybe there are traces of him, but I believe he will never stay there. The Empress sighed, moreover, I have used the secret technique of my Feng clan. The Million Meng Mountains are our nemesis. If we go there rashly, I'm afraid our lives will be in danger. Nemesis? Dyer stuck out her tongue and looked scared, what's that? Even Empress is afraid of it. Didn't Empress say it before? The cultivators on the Xiaoyu continent are different from our 10,000 Demon Realm. Even if Empress's strength can't defeat them, it's absolutely no problem for you to escape, right? You little girl. There's nothing absolute in this world. The Empress looked disappointed. She looked up 100 miles away and said, back then, I also believed in my own determination. I believed that this heaven and earth were decorations that I wanted to conquer. I believed that my fate was in my own hands. What a pity. Don't talk about the heaven, don't talk about the earth, even people. I can't force them. Even if it's me. I can't control my body and heart. The willows return to the pond, the mandarin ducks leave the pond. The green duckweed breaks the lotus boat's path. The bees and butterflies fall in love with the fragrance, and the red dress gets rid of the bitterness of the heart. The sunset welcomes the tide, and the clouds carry the rain. The gentle and coquettish words. Back then, I refused to marry the spring breeze, but for no reason, I was wronged by the autumn wind. Dyer blurted out and said, "Empress, is it this inexplicable poem?" The Empress's face flushed red. She pretended to be angry and said, "Dyer, how can you say this word so casually?" "Yes, Empress, this servant knows her mistake." Dyer stuck out her tongue and said anxiously, "This servant won't dare to do it again." The Empress nodded, "I'll only listen to it this time. If there's a next time, I'll make sure your soul scatters." "Yes, yes." Dyer was so scared that her face turned green. "Let's go." "I'll wait." The Empress put away her cold face and quickly descended. However, there were hundreds of thoughts in her heart. The poem, "Back then, I refused to marry the spring breeze, but for no reason, I was wronged by the autumn wind," indeed flashed in her mind for no reason. Who is it? Suddenly, a wisp of light green smoke flashed high up in the sky and disappeared. How could this be hidden from the Empress? She scolded softly and her spiritual sense quickly scanned the place where the smoke was. However, the light green smoke disappeared without a trace like a spring dream. How could she find it? "Let's go." The Empress saw this and suddenly stopped. Without hesitation, she rushed to the sky. However, at this moment, about 10 feet above the Empress's body, a light green brilliance like a fishing net suddenly appeared. It was as if it had been there for a long time. Pang! The Empress's protective brilliance touched the brilliance and immediately broke the brilliance. The Empress's body only paused for a moment before she rushed up again. Swish! There was a faint sound. About 10 feet away, another light green fishing net appeared and blocked the Empress's head. At this time, the Empress had already released her spiritual sense. She already understood that the light green color of the fishing net was not a simple luster. It was formed by many small talismans. She was also very familiar with these talismans. They were the green seal script of the 10,000 demon realm. Break! The Empress pointed her hand. On her finger, a spot of pure white light appeared and turned into a light pillar that rushed up to the brilliance. Sure enough, the light green brilliance dissipated upon contact and broke a large hole. The Empress's body flew out of the hole casually. The brilliance that was broken through also disappeared immediately. However, it was also at this time that another light green brilliance appeared about 10 feet above her head. Not only that, when the Empress stretched out her finger again, layer after layer of light green net that seemed to have been hidden in space long ago gradually revealed itself like layers upon layers of pavilions. They densely covered an area of several thousand feet above the Empress' head. Moreover, these light green brilliances were extremely large. The Empress's spiritual sense could tell that they were more than 100 miles long. Humph! Seeing this, the Empress was not nervous at all. Her stretched-out finger trembled slightly and a fist-sized white brilliance appeared. It turned into a palm-sized feather and shot straight into the sky like an arrow. Pang, pang, pang. A series of sounds rang out. Rays of light were torn apart and the Empress' body flew up along with the feather. Only after flying up 1,000 feet did the feather finally run out of energy and slowly disappear into the air. Go! The Empress did not hesitate and pointed her finger again. The same brilliance appeared and attacked again. However, this time, the feather only flew for a few hundred feet before it disappeared. Obviously, the strength of the light green brilliance was more than twice as strong. See, Empress's eyes narrowed and her face showed a dignified expression. Once again, she stretched out her snow-white hand and patted her forehead. Once again, a palm-sized pure white feather grew out. This feather shone with a holy brilliance, and within it, there was a faint jade-like brilliance that was rotating. Go! The Empress did not hesitate to open her cherry lips. A hurricane was formed and the feather whistled in the whirlwind and rushed into the layers of light green nets in the sky. Bang bang bang. The impact this time was clearly not comparable to the previous one. However, this feather only traveled a distance of 1,000 feet compared to the first one before it let out a wail and disappeared in midair. However, after the mournful wail, hundreds and thousands of light nets were born in the sky. Slowly, they pressed down like snowflakes falling from the sky. Empress who was holding the Empress's hand, was a little anxious. Finally, she could not help but whisper, "Hurry up and fly away. Don't worry about this servant." "Shut up." The Empress snorted coldly and her body suddenly descended. This world was very strange. As long as the Empress flew downwards, the light green brilliance did not seem to obstruct her. In fact, it did not even appear. When the Empress flew down and was about 100 feet away, the brilliance immediately flashed and blocked the Empress's head. Wang, a huge gust of wind blew. The Empress's body was like the eye of the wind. Countless amounts of heaven and earth spiritual qi were sucked into her body. However, as the heaven and earth spiritual qi was sucked in, the Empress's body gradually shrank. In just a few breaths, all the heaven and earth spiritual qi within 100 miles was sucked into the Empress's body. However, the heaven and earth spiritual qi outside 100 miles was blocked by the light green brilliance and could not penetrate at all. Chapter 2205. The instant the spiritual energy of heaven and earth came to a standstill, the Empress figure suddenly turned faint. The faint figure twisted within the hurricane, and a layer of faint figure appeared. The Empress seemed to want to merge with the wind, and floated to the edge of the green brilliance. Unfortunately, no matter how the Empress cast the spell, her figure could only turn faint, and could not disappear. This couldn't help but cause a trace of surprise to flash through the Empress' calm eyes. This was naturally the wind escape technique that the Empress gave to Xiaofan. At this moment, when the Empress used it, it was an earth-shattering difference. In just the blink of an eye, the Empress flew more than 10 li away. In just a few breaths of time, the Empress had already flown to the edge of the green net. However, at this moment, the Empress figure could no longer maintain the previous state of invisibility. After a series of ripples, her figure gradually became visible, and her face that was originally white as snow became even whiter. And her eyes were filled with doubt and regret. It seemed that the wind escape technique's speed and effect were far from what she had expected. Rumble. With a series of earth-shaking rumbles, dark green pillars of light that were as thick as bowls appeared in front of the Empress like heavenly pillars that could shake the heavens and earth. They shot up from the ground and pierced straight into the sky, fusing together with the light green brilliance. The Empress knew that this was a crucial moment, and didn't dare to hesitate any longer. She tossed her hand, and a fist-sized jade seagull appeared in her hand. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and the jade seagull immediately became alive. It flapped its wings, and those scissor-like wings streaked across the sky, leaving behind traces of cracks. Transform. As the jade seagull flew in front of her, the Empress figure floated up again. The jade seagull cut through hundreds of light pillars, and the Empress also flew more than 100 zhang. Like the net of light, the light pillars became more and more solid as they approached the outer layer. That jade seagull that could tear space finally crashed into a light pillar, and stopped. It let out a mournful cry like a feather, and its brilliance faded away. It retreated back into a magic treasure and fell into the Empress' hand. Rise. A cold glint flashed through the Empress' eyes. She pointed her finger again, and a burst of pure white light flashed from her body. Two illusory figures emerged from the Empress' back. They were actually a pair of wings that were over 100 feet in size. Whoosh! The wings on the Empress' back flapped, and the Empress flew up once more. With a series of loud bangs, she broke through the dozen or so light pillars in front of her once more. However, the Empress' protective brilliance flickered repeatedly. Clearly, it couldn't hold on any longer. When the pillars of light collapsed, the Empress stopped in midair. She looked at the sparse pillars of light in front of her. Her eyes widened slightly, and the black pupils in her eyes almost covered her entire eyes. Go! The Empress scolded softly and shook her left hand. The jade seagull floated in the air. The Empress threw it with her right hand and Dai's body involuntarily fell into the jade seagull. Then, another figure separated from the Empress and landed in the jade seagull. The jade seagull instantly emitted an extremely brilliant brilliance and disappeared on the spot. Ha ha ha! A hoarse voice echoed in the air. A dark green brilliance quickly appeared and hit the pillars of light. Ripples appeared in the gaps between the pillars of light, and then a pitch-black spatial crack appeared. The pure white jade seagull's body was faintly discernible. It only appeared for a moment before the jade seagull disappeared again. With a strange sound, fellow cultivator Dong Shan appeared in the void wearing a cloak. A strange sound came from within the cloak. It was the strange green seal text. Suddenly, it seemed to be pulled by a mysterious hand. At the end of the pillar of light, the void rapidly swelled like boiling water. Bubbles rushed out one after another. Rather than saying that the jade seagull came out with the bubbles, it was more accurate to say that it was squeezed out. However, at the same time the jade seagull appeared, the Empress figure also broke free from the jade seagull. She also formed a seal and the jade seagull rushed into the distance again. Ha ha ha! Xianwan, you even left your avatar behind. You still want to let the little girl escape? The strange green seal text was emitted once again, but the light pillars near the Empress avatar collapsed and came crashing down. The Empress avatar did not dare to be careless, and at the same time the light exploded, her figure suddenly flew downwards. With a loud bang, several pillars of light hit the jade seagull first. The sturdy jade seagull actually cracked and stopped in midair. Then, the pillars of light smashed towards the Empress avatar. It seemed to want to separate the avatar from the Empress. But how could the Empress dare to let fellow cultivator Dong Shan's plan succeed? She closed her eyes and slowly emitted a milky white brilliance, gradually filling the entire sky. The Empress avatar quickly dodged the pillars of light and used the 5 elements escape technique to rush underground. You want to take back your avatar? Xianwan, your imagination is too wonderful. Fellow cultivator Dong Shan's hoarse voice sounded again. This seat set up the array for a long time. Not only did it isolate the world's spiritual energy, but it also restricted magic power and divine sense. But it still let you break through here. Your Wind Clan's divine ability is indeed powerful. The Empress didn't answer. Her beautiful, slender neck slightly bent, and her phoenix eyes closed even more. Her long eyelashes trembled, and the milky white brilliance on her body became even more flourishing. Fellow cultivator Dong Shan naturally knew that the Empress was accumulating power. The hands hidden in his Taoist robe stretched out, and a light green brilliance flashed in his black, hairy palms. Pillars of light formed between the Empress avatar and her main body. At this moment, the light green brilliance in the air like a fishing net also fell, surrounding the Empress like an inescapable net. Wang. A rumbling sound came from the ground beneath the Empress' feet. With a loud bang, it was as if the world was collapsing. Countless ink-green brilliance splashed everywhere like ink. The Empress avatar rushed out from the ground and without any suspense, rushed into the Empress' main body. At the same time the Avatar rushed into the main body, the milky white brilliance around the Empress was as brilliant as the sun. It suddenly expanded, and a pure white swan that was over 1,000 feet in length stretched out its beautiful body in the sun. As the swan straightened her slender neck, her wings also spread open. The halo of her wings was actually over 100 feet white. At this moment, the flapping of her wings wasn't an ordinary hurricane, but a mysterious fluctuation. Following the fluctuation, the surrounding green brilliance began to revolve. From time to time, it would collapse, and a black and white pattern would strangely appear in the air. With a sound, the swan stretched out her neck and let out a long cry. Her graceful body rushed into the black and white pattern. The swan's brilliance gradually disappeared, and her body also disappeared into the black and white. Go! Fellow Taoist East Mountain, who had been motionless all this time, suddenly moved. An equally mysterious ripple surged around him, and the ripple seemed to cause the surrounding space to collapse. Fellow Taoist East Mountain's cloak also disappeared, and a huge black wolf appeared in midair. Chapter 2206. The black wolf raised its head and howled. At this time, the moon was already high up in the sky. As the black wolf howled, countless rays of moonlight poured into the black wolf's body. Wu, a strange sound accompanied the dark green seal text rushing into the black and white lines where the swan was. Clearly, there was a layer of restriction around the swan's light. The fluctuations were easily blocked. However, the green seal text was like a worm. It first stuck to the surface, then burrowed into it. Once the green seal text burrowed in, the black wolf standing in midair immediately stopped howling. It actually raised its head, its black eyes flashing with cruelty and calmness. Sure enough, the swan's light was still dim, but the pure white body within the light began to tremble. At first, it was like an itch, then like a ripple, and finally, it trembled violently. The swan that had disappeared long ago reappeared in the black and white lines. Immediately, the black and white lines began to tremble as well. Black and white were no longer clearly separated, but gradually blurred and turned gray. Pung! Another loud sound rang out from afar. Oh! He Lang raised his head in confusion, only to see the jade gull that was previously suspended in midair suddenly explode. Dyer, who was inside the jade gull, rushed out of the dark green light pillar like an arrow under the protection of a pure white brilliance. Hee, do you think you can escape? The black wolf spoke in human language, but his voice was still hoarse. He slightly opened his mouth, and a dark green pillar of light suddenly appeared in midair, piercing through the pure white light. Ah! With a scream, Dyer could no longer maintain her human form. A pale yellow, duck-like demon beast appeared, and a fist-sized bloody hole appeared in her neck. However, the pure white light was not over yet. It continued to fly forward. Just as the black wolf was about to attack again, a clear cry rang out. The swan's body had completely retreated into the black wolf's formation. But following the swan's cry, an extremely pure white light appeared and shot straight at the black wolf. Ha ha ha! The black wolf looked up to the sky and laughed. Xian Wan, you're a cornered beast. You've been hit by the heavenly heart erosion. Can your innate holy light last? As expected, the white light was pure and holy when it first appeared around the swan, but after flying a few feet, it immediately turned into a pitch-black spot. As it flew further away, the pitch-black spot continued to expand. By the time it reached the black wolf, most of it was pitch-black. The black wolf howled at the black and white radiance, and all of the radiance dissipated. Ah! A heavenly sound rose from the swan. The swan's body shook a little, and very elegantly stretched its neck, gradually transforming into a human form. However, this human form was several times taller than the previous queen's body, and had a pair of pure white wings on its back. Of course, there were now some pitch-black spots of light on his wings. Dongshan Yi. You've chased me from the demon realm all the way to Xiaoyu continent. In the end, I still fell into your trap. Xianwan, 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 dang, Xianwan, dang. Xianwan. The black wolf named Dongshan Yi roared, as if he was very unhappy with Xianwan's safety. At this time, he was also in human form, but different from Xianwan. He was about the same height as Xianwan, but his head was that of a black wolf. However, from the looks of it, he was also a female. Seeing Dongshan Yi so angry, Xianwan was still calm. Dongshan Yi, do you have any questions? Why did you imprison me? You finally asked. Dongshan Yi sneered, I thought you were always high up, always indifferent to everything. You're always looking up. Xianwan's eyes were like water, looking at Dongshan Yi pitifully, as if she was the ruler of the scene. You're not running anymore? Dongshan Yi was very dissatisfied with Xianwan's reaction and mocked. Why should I run? Xianwan laughed, now, there's only you from the demon realm in Xiaoyu continent. If I go, who will you talk to? You can really run. Dongshan Yi was still mocking, isn't your Feng clan born with the ability to travel through the void? Why don't you try again? Since I've failed once, why try again? Xianwan actually used her hand to comb her ink-black hair and said with a smile. Xianwan, are you always so calm? Did you not get angry when you found out you were trapped? Did you not have any doubts when you found out about the array of the demon realm? Did you find that you can't escape, that you're in danger of your body being destroyed, that your primordial spirit dissipating, that you can't enter reincarnation? You didn't panic? Dongshan Yi's voice was stern. I did. Xianwan continued unhurriedly, however, this matter is not under this consort's control, so what can this consort do? You. Dongshan Yi's eyes flashed with malice, don't worry, since you've fallen into my hands, I will make you beg for death. That's your idea. Xianwan stretched, as if she was relieved. But it has nothing to do with me. Dongshan Yi opened her mouth and a strange sound came out. Hundreds of thin green threads were born from the array and wrapped around Xianwan. Xianwan was not nervous at all. The wings on her back spread out slightly and white light pierced the air like flying swords. She completely blocked the green threads 10 feet away. Unfortunately, it was only for a moment. Black spots like rust and mold appeared on the light swords and quickly spread throughout the light swords. The light swords then collapsed and disappeared into nothingness. Then, all the green threads fell on Xianwan's body and gradually disappeared. A painful expression appeared on Xianwan's slightly raised lips. A kind of pitiful pain appeared on her eyebrows. Seeing Xianwan's incomparable elegance, Dongshan Yi's anger could not help but burn. Her body began to tremble. Layers of small green seal text appeared from her mouth and followed the path of the green threads into Xianwan's body. Ouch! Xianwan could not help but moan. Her body trembled and fell down. Her pure white wings trembled and protected her body. How is it? The pain of the heart is not something that anyone can endure. Do you still want to endure in front of me? Dongshan Yi smiled coldly. Her body also began to tremble because of the frequent use of green seal text. However, this trembling was far from the jealousy in her heart. It was also far from the pleasure of seeing Xianwan moan. Unfortunately, Xianwan did not care at all. Her entire body continued to tremble. The pure white brilliance flickered several times, just like her trembling eyelashes. Ha ha ha, Xianwan, what else do you have to say? Do you think you're stronger than me? Dongshan Yi laughed again. Her ferocious wolf head was especially ugly under the moonlight. How did you come to the Dawn Rain continent? A faint, still elegant voice that was obviously enduring pain sounded, "My 10,000 demon realms demon race cannot come to the Dawn Rain continent with their true bodies. How did you do it?" "Gga." Dongshan Yi laughed proudly, "I thought you were the ice lotus on the ice mountain, proud and aloof for 10,000 years. It turns out you have curiosity too. I just want to hear it. If you don't want to say it, you don't have to." Xianwan still replied indifferently. "Humph, if your true body can come, why can't I?" Dongshan Yi sneered. You were following me?" Xianwan was stunned. "You also noticed that short space crack? Why didn't I see your aura?" "More than just following." Dongshan Yi laughed. "Don't tell me you haven't heard of the dream-changing waters ability? Oh, since you used the lizard race's secret treasure, it's normal that I couldn't find it." Xianwan's indifferent tone made Dongshan Yi's anger rise again. "Don't you want to know how you were hit by my heavenly heart erosion?" Dongshan Yi sneered. "Yes, I am indeed surprised. It seems like my holy light has always been protecting my body. How did your heavenly heart erosion get in?" "Hehe, do you still need to say it?" "Naturally, it's time for your avatar to come out." Dongshan Yi pointed proudly and laughed. "Why don't you take a look? Isn't your holy light corroded enough here?" Xiaoyu's eyes widened. Sure enough, where her body touched the ground, the pure white brilliance began to shrink. The black spots on the brilliance began to emit fine lines that extended towards the ground. It was clear that the ground was covered in heavenly heart erosion. "Dongshan Yi, you've really been scheming." Xianwan sighed. "You set up arrays in the air and all around to prevent me from escaping. There were also faint magic power fluctuations on the ground that seemed to be even stronger than the ones in the air. You made it so that I didn't dare to rashly fly down. When my avatar came out and wanted to forcibly escape, I deliberately left it with a chance of survival. Then, you prevented it from merging with my true body. However, my avatar was already tainted with a trace of heavenly heart erosion the moment it entered the ground. If my avatar didn't merge, your heavenly heart erosion wouldn't have been able to invade my holy light, right? So much so that you were certain you could kill this queen's avatar?" "Keek," Dongshan Yi laughed. "Exactly. Although your avatar is powerful, this is not the 10,000 demon realm. It's already good that you can use 10% of your magic power. My formation is also used to restrict your divine ability, so it's not difficult for me to kill your divine incarnation. If you discover the heavenly heart erosion, I will naturally kill your avatar. Xianwan without her avatar is even less of a match for me. If I'm hit by the heavenly heart erosion, won't I fall into your trap?" Xianwan sighed. What do you want to do? My Wind clan and your Dongshan clan don't seem to have any deep hatred. I've only met you a few times. There are many demon clans in the 10,000 demon realm. Which demon clan doesn't have hatred between them? Although the Wind clan is a higher clan, they're not friends with my Dongshan clan." Dongshan Yi sneered. "I have my own plans for capturing you. I just don't know if you'll cooperate. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for it at Chidian. Com. Chapter 2207. How do you want me to cooperate? Xianwan asked. "If I agree, will you let me go?" Dongshan Yi's eyes were filled with joy as he laughed strangely. "Xianwan, this doesn't seem to be your style. You're actually proposing conditions to me? There's a saying in Dawn Rain Continent, how can a person not bow under the eaves?" Xianwan said softly, "Since I'm here, I naturally have to seek survival. If you have anything to say, just say it." "Good, straightforward." Dongshan Yi nodded. "As long as you agree to my request, I'll make a blood oath to let you go." "Well, say it, I don't need you to make a blood oath. In Dawn Rain Continent, your blood oath might not be useful. You have to answer 3 questions. Dong Shan Yi said impatiently. Oh? Hearing Dong Shan Yi's question, Xian Wan's trembling eyelashes suddenly rose, revealing a pair of beautiful eyes. The pupils in these beautiful eyes were actually slightly yellow. A kind of pure gold color. The first question is, why did you come to Dawn Rain Continent alone? Dong Shan Yi asked. I saw you step into the space crack without hesitation, and your face seemed to be filled with joy. I'm here for a private matter. I'm afraid I can't tell you. Xian Wan shook her head. This matter has nothing to do with you, so don't ask. Good. Dong Shan Yi nodded. This is not what I wanted to ask, but since you answered so honestly, I'm satisfied. What about the second question? The second question is naturally the Heavenly Feather Sacred World. Dong Shan Yi laughed. Where is the sacred object of your Wind Clan, the Heavenly Pure Feather? You. Why are you coveting my Heavenly Feather Sacred World? Xian Wan was shocked and asked curiously, that's a place only people of my upper clan can go, why are you going there? You don't need to ask where I'm going. You just need to tell me where the Heavenly Pure Feather is. Dong Shan Yi grinned. Xian Wan shook her head. Although I'm the previous saintess of the Wind Clan, after marrying Mo Sa, I lost the qualification of saintess. I don't know where this Heavenly Pure Feather is. Humph. Don't think that I don't know anything. Dong Shan Yi sneered. The Heavenly Pure Feather is the Wind Clan saintess' natal spiritual feather. You were the previous saintess, how could you not know where it is? Since you know the origin of the pure sky feather, you naturally know the purity of the pure sky feather. How do you explain this? Why must you force this consort to answer? The smile on Xian Wan's face was like 100 flowers blooming. Why would I ask you if I knew? Dong Shan Yi spat out the strange green seal script syllables again. Xian Wan frowned in pain again. His shy smile was gone, and all that was left was pain. Dong Shan Yi, the Heavenly Pure Feather is the saintess' holy purity. As long as Yang Qi enters the body, the Heavenly Pure Feather will immediately be tainted and lose the qualifications to enter the Heavenly Feather Sacred World. Xiang smiled bitterly. I've been in Qin Shui Palace for many years, so how can I still have the Heavenly Pure Feather? Otherwise, wouldn't my Wind Clan have many Heavenly Pure Feathers? So that's how it is. Dong Shan Yi suddenly understood, but a look of regret appeared on his face. Oh, I understand. Xian Wan seemed to have only just realized. You risked your body to cultivate the green seal script to this level. You want to go to the Heavenly Feather Sacred World, that's right. Dong Shan Yi laughed. Don't you think the green seal script is very powerful? Whether it's the 10,000 demon realm or the Dawn Rain Continent, there are unfathomable powerful beings. If I go to the Heavenly Feather Sacred World and eliminate the hidden dangers of the Green Seal script, wouldn't I be able to dominate the 10,000 demon realm? Difficult. Xian Wan shook her head again. Although I've never been to the Heavenly Feather Sacred World, I know that the Green Seal script is listed as a forbidden technique in the 10,000 demon realm. Even powerful beings don't dare to try it. Even if you go to the Heavenly Feather Sacred World, I'm afraid you won't succeed. Then what about Demon King Mo Sa's Void Sea Primordial Water? Dong Shan Yi asked immediately. Xian Wan laughed when she heard this. It was a rare laugh. I finally know your plan. I also know why you're so scheming. That's right, that's my plan. Dong Shan Yi answered without hesitation, since you know, you'd better answer honestly. But Xian Wan stopped laughing and covered her heaving chest with her hand. She shook her head and said, the Void Sea Primordial Water is naturally in the Mo Sa Palace's treasury. This consort will naturally be able to answer you. Don't try to play tricks with me. Dong Shan Yi sneered. Anyone who has eyes and ears in the 10,000 demon realm knows about Demon King Mo Sa's Mo Sa Palace. But who knows where the treasury is and how to enter it? As Demon King Mo Sa's most beloved concubine, you should know this secret. Of course I know. Xian Wan nodded. But why should I tell you? If Mo Sa knows that I revealed the secret of the treasury, do you think I'll be better off than this? Not necessarily. Dongshan Yi tempted. Who knows if it was you who leaked it? I only need a drop of primordial water. You're daydreaming. Xian Wan shook her head again. It's not like you don't know Mo Sa's methods. Hee, wouldn't it be fine if I just search your soul? Yes, if you can search my soul, why are you wasting time with me? Xian Wan answered indifferently. Sigh. Dongshan Yi shook her head. Looks like you won't tell me even if I break my mouth. Then I can only tell you the truth. Tell me what? Xian Wan raised her eyebrows. I know about the dark flower. Anne. I know it's in the Dawn Rain continent. Dongshan Yi's eyes were bright as she stared at Xian Wan. Xian Wan couldn't help but exclaim. How do you know? There's no such thing as an airtight wall in this world. No news can be hidden from others. Even if Demon King Mo Sa doesn't know, others might know. Dongshan Yi clearly knew what Xian Wan wanted to ask. She said proudly, if there are only a few people who know about you and the dark flower, I'm one of them. What? If you tell me the location of the treasure trove, and even give me the primordial water, I'll tell you about the dark flower. Xian Wan's eyes moved, but they were hazy like water for a moment. She immediately shook her head and said, now is now, and then is then. I have a clear conscience. Even if Mo Sa knows, I'm not afraid. Why should I be afraid of your coercion? Who is the dark flower? If he's in the Dawn Rain continent, how could he let you know? Yes. Dongshan Yi nodded. You're indeed an ice beauty. Even someone as strong as the dark flower can't escape your beautiful eyes. You really can't be moved by this news. However, since I want you to have a clear understanding of what I'm doing, I'll tell you. I'll reveal a little to you. That dark flower founded a sect in the Dawn Rain continent. Chapter 2208. Founded. Ming? Xian Wan said she didn't care, but she couldn't help but wonder, with the power of the dark flower, this sect was actually founded? Yes, indeed, this sect has been destroyed. Dongshan Yi nodded. It was a very small sect, not many people on the Dawn Rain continent have heard of it. Xian Wan nodded slightly. Dongshan Yi laughed. The beloved concubine of the demon realm's Demon King Mo Sa traveled the Dawn Rain continent for decades just to find the dark flower. If this were to spread, people would laugh their heads off. Xian Wan didn't answer. Don't you want to know the name of that sect? Dongshan Yi laughed. No. Xian Wan shook her head, that has nothing to do with me. Alright, this information will be a gift. Dongshan Yi laughed again. That sect is called Death Flower Ming. Sigh, what a strange name, I thought for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. Ha ha ha. Xian Wan laughed happily, her bright wings trembling violently. What are you laughing at? Dongshan Yi was stunned by Xian Wan's incomparable happiness. I'm laughing at you. You don't have any information about the dark flower. You're just relying on the name of a destroyed sect. Xian Wan exposed the truth. Dongshan Yi was unmoved and coldly said, if you want to deceive me about the whereabouts of the dark flower, then you're underestimating me. Forget it, I'm not going to talk about this with you. I said that I'm just casually telling you because I want you to know that what I know and what I want to do is not something you can stop. I know, go ahead. A rare smile appeared on Xian Wan's face. Dongshan Yi's eyes widened and she pointed, do you know what formation you're in now? Of course I didn't know, but I can see that you used a forbidden technique and vaguely know. This is probably some 8 desolation imprisonment formation, right? Xianwan said with a smile. That's right. You really are the holy maiden of the Wind Clan, Demon King Mo Sa's beloved concubine. Dong Shani clapped. You even know about this ancient formation. I'm flattered. Xianwan said with a smile. It's a pity that it's too late, otherwise, there's no need to say anything else. Dong Shani waved his hand. This seat knows of your Wind Clan's wind escape secret technique. I've long sealed off the wind here. As he spoke, he pointed his hand. Below the hill in the distance, a hazy green ring of light supported a yellow bead. Sigh, no wonder. You actually got the air-frozen bead of the mountain tribe. No wonder this queen couldn't fully display her wind escape technique. Xianwan exclaimed in realization, it seems you've been planning this for a long time. Not bad. Dongshan-yi laughed coldly. I'm telling you all this because I want to tell you that this isn't all I have. This 8 desolate spirit imprisonment array is far from the 8 desolate spirit imprisonment array that you think it is. It's the Universal Spirit Exchange Array. Universe Spirit Exchange Array? Xianwan was a little confused. What's the difference? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Dongshan-yi laughed loudly, his body trembling. That strange mouth looked especially strange under the full moon. Strange. Xianwan shook his head slightly. Xianwan. Think about it, if your holy body had a filthy primordial spirit, the primordial spirit of a prostitute. The primordial spirit of a promiscuous woman, think about it, your pure white body being trampled on by the filthy dawn rain continent's lowly commoners. What are you thinking? Dongshan Yi's eyes flashed with a thoughtful cunningness, as well as the complacency of his scheme succeeding. Xianwan really didn't expect Dongshan Yi to have such a dark idea. He was truly shocked. His face also showed a panic that had never appeared before. How about it? Think about it, a body that Demon King Masa coveted was actually trampled on by a lowly commoner of the mortal realm. A pair of lips that even Dark Flower lost itself in, was actually tasted by a lowly commoner. What a joke that is. If Demon King Masa finds out about this, do you think your situation will be any worse than if he finds out that you leaked his treasury in order to preserve your loyalty to him? If you forced me to do this, even if you could return to Demon King Masa's side in the future, would you still have the face to live in this world? If that's the case, you might as well give me the Void Sea primordial water. Dongshan Yi's voice became more and more illusory, as if some faint green light was flying out. Ha ha ha. Only at this moment did Xianwan begin to laugh. A holy brilliance emerged from her body and quickly spread out from her body. The sound of wind and thunder suddenly filled the air. Following the sound of wind and thunder, the light transformed into strands of light that quickly wrapped around Xianwan. Xian cocoon. Dongshan Yi was shocked. Demon King Masa actually gave this to you? You actually don't care about the price? Do you not want to live anymore? Sure and coquettish language. Back then, I refused to marry the spring wind, but for no reason, I was misunderstood by the autumn wind. A murmured song came out of Xianwan's mouth. Her holy wings slowly retracted, wrapping around her body. Then, the cocoon of light returned to her body. Xianwan's eyes carried a look of unflinching death and a bit of attachment. The golden light in her eyes gradually dimmed, but in the dimness, it hid a scene from an unknown time ago. A figure as handsome as jade, standing between the heavens and earth. From afar, it looked abnormally shy, and its wings were like a frightened person. That small person's face was as red as the sun, and a low voice came. This concubine's nickname is Shang, only this concubine's deceased parents know. Are the only one in this world who knows, Xian Wan scolded Dong Shani, saying that Shang Huaming was just a fabrication by Dong Shani, but her heart was filled with sweetness. It was as if every breath she took revealed her longing for that person, that demon, in that pure and holy light. Want to die? Not so easy. Dong Shani sneered, and the strange rhythm of the green seal script came out of her mouth again. The entire formation began to tremble, and threads of dark green light appeared out of thin air, embedding themselves into Xian Wan's body, blocking the light of the cocoon. However, at that moment, Dong Shani's body trembled violently, and an even darker green mist seeped out of her body. Roar! Incomparable pain, unbearable pain of the soul, arose from the depths of Dong Shani's body. Dong Shani couldn't help but raise her head and howl. That howl seemed to tear the space of the formation apart. Taking advantage of this gap, the cocoon quickly shrank, wrapping around Xian Wan into a large cocoon of light. The light of the cocoon of light gradually faded, and gradually became colorless. However, streaks of green light were faintly discernible within it, making it appear even more bizarre. Half of the night had passed, and the full moon had already set. An extremely bright star was twinkling in the sky as the first rays of dawn approached. Dong Shani had returned to her original cloaked appearance. Looking at the cocoon of light on the ground, Dong Shani's eyes narrowed, and she said coldly, "Xian Wan, you think you can seal yourself with a cocoon? If I want to do something, no one can stop me." As Dong Shani pointed with his finger, the green light seemed to come alive and slowly flowed. It was actually made up of tiny green seal characters. Wu. In the void, the green net that had disappeared long ago reappeared, falling layer by layer on top of the cocoon of light. The surrounding light pillars also fell, and also smashed onto the green net. The cocoon of light gradually shrank into the ground, and not long after, there were no traces of last night's fierce battle, not even a trace of strange fluctuation. Even if Xian Wan passed by here again, she still couldn't detect the strangeness. Xiaoyu continent. It's still not the 10,000 demon realm. Dong Shani sighed, no wonder the demons can't pass through the spatial crack with their bodies, the spiritual energy here is very thin. As she spoke, her figure gradually disappeared, like water being splashed. Dong Shani naturally didn't know if Shang Huaming was created by Minghua, but it was just as Xian Wan thought. But was Xian Wan's idea just a delusion? Or was she the same as Dong Shani, who did business because of culture? Even Xian Wan herself couldn't explain it clearly. As for Shang Huaming, the two guests from the 10,000 demon realm were worried about, just as Dong Shani said, he disappeared in a flash among the thousands of cultivation sects on the Xiaoyu continent. However, Yellow Flower Ridge was still there, and the legend of immortals was still there. The charming white fog was still there. However, today, under the scorching noon sun, a gust of wind blew through the mountain forest where the white fog was. A passage appeared in the white fog that never dissipated all year round. A beautiful middle-aged female cultivator floated out of the white fog. If it wasn't for the worried expression on her face and her brows furrowed, she would definitely look like an elegant fairy. This person was none other than Xiao Xianrui, who was at the early stage of foundation establishment. Xiao Xianrui left Yellow Flower Ridge and released her divine sense. After looking for a moment, she took out a communication talisman and a jade slip from her storage bag. After looking through them with her divine sense, she flew towards the back mountain of Yellow Flower Ridge. It was the place where Xiao Hua hid when he first escaped from Yellow Flower Ridge. In the other direction of Yellow Flower Ridge, a communication talisman was secretly sent out, just like Xiao Hua, Xiao Xianrui's figure landed in the wilderness. However, Xiao Xianrui didn't look for it with her eyes, but with her divine sense. After waiting for a moment, Xiao Xianrui's eyes lit up and she flew towards a cliff. She saw that this cliff was very steep, and there was a huge rock outside the protruding cliff. On top of the huge rock, there was a small green robe. Xiao Xianrui flew onto the huge rock and stretched out her hand. She held the green robe in her hand, but her eyes looked at the dark cave in front of her and hesitated. Then she gritted her teeth and slowly walked in. The inside of the cave was quite big, wide enough for several people. After walking for a while, it suddenly opened up, and a space like an immortal's cave was revealed. And this immortal's cave was very obvious, it should have just been opened. Yu Tsong, I am here, you can show yourself. Xiao Xianrui slowly walked to the center of the immortal's cave, looked around, and coldly called out. However, her voice only floated within 3 feet of the immortal's cave and didn't spread out at all. Xiao Xianrui seemed to be a little flustered and didn't notice at all. Ha ha ha, Sister Xiao, you finally came, you made me wait for so long. A burly cultivator who looked like a farmer suddenly appeared from a corner. Xiao Xianrui actually didn't see what kind of magic he used. Chapter 2209. Yu Tsong, Xiao Xianrui's eyes flashed with a trace of disgust, and she sneered, I am Jiang Fan's wife, and Jiang En's sister-in-law. You can call I sister-in-law, or you can call me fellow Taoist. This big sister is still irrelevant. He, Sister Xiao, isn't sister-in-law the sister? Why do you ask when you already know the answer? Yu Tsong's eyes showed a lascivious smile, and he rubbed his thick palms hard. Xiao Xianrui felt a chill run down her spine. I have come. You should give Lu to I. Xiao Xianrui asked helplessly. He, sister, don't you think that I called you here just to see you and say a few words to you? How about I call you sister? Yu Tsong's eyes were full of laughter, but his face was serious, as if he was saying something different. You. Xiao Xianrui's face flushed, what do you want? Do you still need to say it? Yu Tsong stretched out his hand, as if to hug her, and shrugged, don't you know what a man wants? Haven't you done it with Jiang Fan? Is Jiang Luer someone else's child? Yu Tsong. Xiao Xianrui's face was even redder, but her eyes were about to spit fire. You harassed I again and again. I thought that you were Jiang An's husband, so I tolerated you again and again. But you, why don't you give up your evil intentions? Jiang An is 100 times more beautiful than I. Why don't you be satisfied with her as your dual cultivation partner? Today, you did something that angered both men and gods, and took my Jiang Luer away. If my husband and Jiang Luer's grandfather knew about this, do you still have a way to live? Sister. How can you not know? Since I saw you, I was bewitched by you. Every day when I was dual cultivation with Jiang'an, I only saw you. Besides, although Jiang'an is beautiful, who doesn't get tired of it after a long time? You face Jiang Fan every day and night, don't you get tired of it? Don't you want to try someone else? Yu Tsong looked innocent, this man is right in front of you. You only need to take a few steps forward and you can hold him in your arms. Don't you want that? Bah! Xiao Xianrui was ashamed and angry. She spat and said, I am not such a shameless female cultivator. You are wrong. Is that so? Sister Xiao, it seems that you don't care about Jiang Luer at all. As Yu Tsong spoke, she actually took 2 steps back and pointed at her. Could it be that Jiang Luer isn't your boy? Could it be that you've already forgotten about Jiang Fan who's on the sickbed? You. What exactly do you want? Where is my Jiang Luer? Xiao Xianrui gritted her teeth. Yu Tsong shook his head slightly and said with a bitter expression, if you don't come over and hug me, I definitely won't say a single word. Moreover, I am a person who has tender feelings for the fairer sex, not a benevolent person. If I am not satisfied after this moment, then Jiang Luer's life. Fine. Xiao Xianrui gritted her teeth again and said, you, only want I to hug you? Yu Tsong shook his head vigorously again and took half a step back. This little one naturally doesn't have such simple thoughts. However, this little one still wants big sister to be completely willing. If big sister is willing to undress right now, this little one is also willing. Don't even think about it. Xiao Xianrui flatly refused. Sister can refuse, but you have to look at the green robe in your hand. Yu Tsong said coldly, if you don't want Jiang Luer to die, you have to listen to me. Then, Yu Tsong crossed his arms and said, aren't you going to come over quickly? Okay. Xiao Xianrui's eyes widened and her face was filled with helplessness. She could only walk slowly to Yu Tsong step by step. She hesitantly stretched out her arms as if she wanted to hug Yu Tsong. But just as she stretched out her arms, Xiao Xianrui waved her hands and hit Yu Tsong with a confinement spell. On the other hand, Yu Tsong did not resist at all. Instead, there was a trace of a sinister smile in his eyes. "Io, why is that?" Xiao Xianrui absolutely did not expect that she would succeed so easily. A few of her later plans were completely useless. "Tell me, where is Jiang Luer?" Xiao Xianrui stretched out her hand and grabbed Yu Tsong's throat, asking coldly. "Save me! Save me!" Yu Tsong suddenly cried out. Seeing that Yu Tsong was actually shouting, Xiao Xianrui gritted her teeth and said, "Yu Tsong, you definitely did not expect this day to come. If you call I boy out, I." However, before Xiao Xianrui, who was still flustered and exasperated, could finish her words, dozens of ice thorns emerged from the edge of the cave and shot towards the silent restriction spell that Yu Tsong had set up earlier. Walala, like raindrops falling on banana leaves, a burst of brilliance was annihilated, and the restriction spell in the cave disappeared. At the place where the ice thorns emerged, Jiang An's figure gradually appeared, her eyes about to spit fire. However, what was faster than Jiang An's figure was Jiang An's scolding voice, "Bitch! I knew it! You are coveting my Lang Jun. Just now, you lied to me, saying that you were going to Jinghua City to avoid my eyes and ears. Who knew, you were actually meeting him here? Wife! I'm innocent." Yu Tsong's voice sounded, "When did you come? Didn't you see? I was forced by her, how could I leave you to meet someone else? You still have the nerve to say that." Jiang An's figure had already flown to Xiao Xianrui and Yu Tsong sighed as she spoke, and she shouted, "Just now, you were sneaking around, did you think I didn't know anything? I saw that you were doing something that you didn't want to see me do, so I secretly followed you." Slap! As Jiang'an spoke, she turned her hand and slapped Xiao Xianrui's face. Jiang'an was also in Foundation establishment at this time, but unfortunately, she was still no match for Xiao Xianrui, who raised her hand to block it. Xiao Xianrui's face was also extremely red, and she hurriedly said, "Sister, listen to sister-in-law's explanation." "Bitch, what's there to explain?" Jiang'an clapped her hands, and several yellow talismans were taken out, and she was about to cast them with her magic power. "You are having an affair behind my brother's back, how dare you explain it to me? If you want to explain it to my brother. I'll take you down now, you shameless bitch." Then, the yellow talismans in Jiang An's hand were thrown out, and all of them were thrown at Xiao Xianrui and Yukong. Xiao Xianrui gritted her teeth, grabbed Yu Tsong with her left hand, and hurriedly retreated. With a wave of her right hand, a light flashed, and a round shield blocked in front of the yellow talismans. The ice thorns, fireballs, and other objects all hit the light and were gradually annihilated. Chapter 22:10. Bitch! How dare you say you have no affair with Yu Tsong? Jiang'an said angrily, "If you have no affair with him, why are you protecting him? Let me kill him as well." How could Xiao Xianrui let Yu Tsong die? She still wanted to save her boy from Yu Tsong. "Sister! This is all a misunderstanding." Xiao Xianrui explained again, "There is nothing between sister-in-law and Yu Tsong. Sister-in-law has no choice but to come here to see him because Lu is in Yu Tsong's hands. Nonsense. Jiang Yen clapped her hands again. This time, she was clearly anxious. It was actually a ring-shaped Dharma artifact. It emitted a faint green light, and under the activation of her transcendence energy, it suddenly enlarged. I saw it clearly just now. You forced Yu Tsong to retreat step by step. If it wasn't for the fact that you have something on him, how could he possibly have a private meeting with you again? What? Xiao Xianrui was shocked. At this time, she recalled again and suddenly realized that everything that Yu Tsong had done before was premeditated. If there was a mute restriction, others couldn't hear anything. Wouldn't it be a misunderstanding? Would he treat her as a prostitute? Immediately, Xiao Xianrui's face flushed red. At this time, Jiang An's magic weapon had been activated. It turned into a 5-foot circle of light, flying at the top of the cave, and was about to fall on Xiao Xianrui. Xiao Xianrui looked at Yu Tsong's pale face and anxious expression, and said angrily, Yu Tsong, I ask you, where is Jiang Lu? If you don't answer, I will immediately kill you. Sister-in-law, don't force me. I've said it 10,000 times. I only love my wife in this life. I will never have an affair with you. Yu Tsong was anxious. You threatened to hurt my wife's life to trick me here. Why are you slandering me for Lu's matter now? Hearing Yu Tsong's words, how could Xiao Xianrui not know that she had fallen into Yu Tsong's trap? However, she didn't care whether she had fallen into his trap or not. She just activated her magic power and said coldly, I will ask you again, where is Jiang Lu? He. Yu Tsong's face flushed red, looking anxious. This you really doesn't know. Even if you kill me, I won't know. You. Xiao Xianrui didn't expect that Yu Tsong wouldn't relent even at this moment. She would rather pinch him to death. However, could he really crush him to death? With a buzzing sound, Jiang An's ritual implement had already landed and covered Xiao Xianrui completely. Xiao Xianrui's magic tool had been shattered by Xiao Hua's magic hammer in Weeping Moon City. After returning to Yellow Flower Ridge, due to various reasons, she had never obtained another magic tool. At this time, seeing the halo falling, Xiao Xianrui had no choice but to cast a spell and retreat again. Unfortunately, this time, her defensive halo was instantly shattered by Jiang Lian's magic tool. The halo only paused for a moment before hitting Xiao Xianrui's right arm. Hiss! Xiao Xianrui sucked in a breath of cold air and felt a sharp pain. Her right arm had been broken. Blood seeped out of his Taoist robe. Good. Jiang'an was so angry that she laughed. I don't know how my husband attracted you. You would rather hurt yourself than let him go. I didn't believe it at first. But now, I have to believe it. As she spoke, Jiang'an pointed her finger and surged her magic power again, urging the ritual implement to hit Xiao Xianrui. Xiao Xianrui had no choice but to kick Yu Tsong's thigh. Yu Tsong's thigh flashed, and with a cracking sound, Yu Tsong's thigh was also broken. Yu Tsong couldn't help but scream. Yu Tsong, quickly tell me where Jiang Luer is. Otherwise, I will definitely make you wish you were dead. Xiao Xianrui's face was also ferocious. Bitch! How dare you? Without waiting for Yu Tsong to speak, Jiang'an said angrily, how dare you kill my husband in front of me? I'll kill you. The ritual implement was covered in green light, and it smashed toward Xiao Xianrui again. Since you don't want to say it, you can go to hell. Xiao Xianrui's eyes flashed coldly, and she lifted Yu Tsong's body to block in front of the ritual implement. Humph, I'll kill this guy first, then I'll take your life. Jiang'an didn't hesitate, and she didn't withdraw her ritual implement at all, directly attacking Yukong. Xiao Xianrui hated Yu Tsong, so of course, she wouldn't tolerate it. Yu Tsong was about to be killed by Jiang An's ritual implement. Stop. Don't you think you've caused enough trouble? Do you still want to wash your dirty linen in public? A slightly old voice sounded, and a sharp magic power came. Jiang An's ritual implement was immediately pulled back by the magic power, and it jumped in the air, the green light dimming. Seeing that the ritual implement was stopped, Xiao Xianrui's face suddenly turned pale, and she looked up at the cave entrance. Although Yu Tsong's back was facing the cave entrance, his face was pale, but he was obviously relaxed. After a trace of a smile flashed in his eyes, he actually landed on Xiao Xianrui's twin peaks. Father. Jiang'an heard the familiar voice and couldn't help but feel sad. She cried and said, "Didn't you see that bitch of the Xiao family seducing my husband? How will my face be? How will your face be? How will my face be?" Cough, cough. Before Jiang'an's voice fell, a weak voice full of hatred sounded, and a somewhat trembling figure appeared beside Jiang Jiantong, who was standing at the cave entrance. It was Xiao Xianrui's husband, Jiang Fan. Husband. You, why did you come out? Xiao Xianrui's face was as white as paper, and she didn't know what to do with Yu Tsong in her hand. If I didn't come out, how would I know what you've done? How would I know that you're so shameless? Jiang Fan said coldly. Husband, you've misunderstood. Xiao Xianrui hurriedly threw Yu Tsong to the ground and said, I didn't see Jiang Luer today, and I received a message from this guy, saying that he brought Jiang Luer here. He asked me to come here alone, and I can't tell anyone, or he'll kill Jiang Luer. If he says I can't talk about it, then I can't. Jiang Fan said coldly, although I'm sick, I'm not dead. Jiang Luer is, your boy. Isn't he my boy? Why didn't you tell me? Husband, what's your illness like? How would I dare to tell you? Xiao Xianrui said anxiously. Fan is sick. You don't have to tell me, but what about me? Jiang Jiantong said coldly, I'm the leader of the 100 Herbs Gate. Can't you tell me? Father. Xiao Xianrui defended herself. Yu Tsong said clearly on the message charm that if I tell anyone, he'll kill Jiang Luer. I don't dare to take the risk. He, you only remember that Jiang Luer is your boy, but you forget that he has a father. Xiao Xianrui, do you think that I'm not his father? Jiang Fan suddenly sneered. Husband, what do you mean? Xiao Xianrui was stunned. However, Jiang Fan didn't say anything. Jiang Jiantong walked in front of Yu Tsong, pointed his finger, and released Yu Tsong's confinement technique. He said coldly, Yu Tsong, tell me the cause of this matter. Yes. Yu Tsong struggled to stand and said, Father-in-law, I have never dared to tell father-in-law. Sister-in-law, she has always been flirting with me. I know what she's thinking, but I don't dare to tell father-in-law, and I don't even dare to tell my wife. I know that my wife is outspoken. Once I tell her, she'll definitely find sister-in-law. If she makes a fuss, Brother Fan will definitely know. With his current illness, it will definitely cause a big problem. Tell me about today. Jiang Jiantong saw Jiang Fan's face gradually change and asked lightly. Yes, I received a message talisman today. It was from my sister-in-law. She said that she has something to discuss with me, and that it's related to Brother Fan's illness. She didn't let me tell anyone. Yu Tsong said again, I didn't want to come. But since it's related to Brother Fan's illness, if sister-in-law has something to ask of my 10,000 Flower Valley, she would be embarrassed to say it in front of others, so she wanted to say it behind their backs, so I came. However, after I came, I didn't see sister-in-law. After waiting for a long time, she came over. After she came, she immediately used a silent restriction spell and talked to me crazily, saying something about Brother Fan's illness and that she couldn't bear it. Sigh, in short, I found it hard to talk about it, and then she actually wanted to hug me. Of course, this son-in-law couldn't accept it and backed down again and again. Who knew that when she walked in front of this son-in-law, she suddenly used a confinement technique and restrained this son-in-law? Yu Tsong said. Father-in-law also knows that ever since sister-in-law built her foundation, her cultivation has improved greatly. Although I'm as strong as her, how could I fight her in such a short time? I was restrained by her in an instant. Then my wife appeared. Xiao Xianrui, is what Yu Tsong said true? Jiang Jiantong said coldly. Xiao Xianrui's face was pale. She didn't answer Jiang Jiantong's question, but looked at Yu Tsong and asked word by word, "Where is Jiang Luer?" Sister-in-law. Your question is strange. Yu Tsong shook his head and said, "How would I know where Jiang Luer is?" Jiang Luer went to Medicine Farmer Peak with Lai Hong. They will return in the afternoon. Jiang Jiantong said indifferently. Jiang Luer was playing at Lone Staff Peak. When she saw Lai Hong go out, she clamored to go with him. Lai Hong had no choice but to send me a message talisman. Oh, Xiao Xianrui heard and immediately heaved a sigh of relief. She looked at Jiang Fan and said, "Husband, I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, you can see Yu Tsong's message talisman." With that, Xiao Xianrui took out a red message talisman and handed it to Jiang Jiantong. Jiang Jiantong took it with a cold face. He scanned it with his divine sense and threw it to Xiao Xianrui, saying angrily, "This is the message talisman you were talking about?" Xiao Xianrui was stunned. She picked up the message talisman from the ground and scanned it with her divine sense. Her face turned pale immediately. There was no magic power in the message talisman, and there was no sound at all. This. Xiao Xianrui stared at Yukong, sister-in-law. Now that things have come to this, I have no choice but to take out the message talisman. Yu Tsong smiled bitterly. He clapped his hands, took out a message talisman, and handed it to Jiang Jiantong. Jiang Jiantong scanned it with his divine sense and activated his magic power. Xiao Xianrui's voice sounded. It matched what Yu Tsong said. Chapter 22:11. No. Xiao Xianrui panicked. It's not from me. It was from half a year ago, when Yu Tsong was talking to me about my husband's illness. Shut up. Jiang Fan scolded. Bitch. How dare you defend yourself? Why can't you find someone else? How dare you find him? You're humiliating me. Brother, what's wrong with Yu Tsong? Although Yu Tsong looks dull, she's a foundation establishment cultivator after all. She's much better than you, bitch. Jiang argued. I saw it clearly just now. It was this bitch who took the initiative. My husband kept retreating. If you're angry, you should ask her how she built her foundation and where she got the talisman. Is this Jiang Luer really your own flesh and blood? Shut up. Jiang Fan glared at Jiang'an. He was about to speak, but then his face turned red. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Husband. Xiao Xianrui was shocked and hurried to his side. Go back. Jiang Jiantong was faster. He flew to Jiang Fan's side and supported him. He waved his sleeve and sent Xiao Xianrui flying. Jiang Jiantong was already in the late stage of foundation establishment. How could Xiao Xianrui get close to him? She kept arguing and didn't take the pill. The blood on her arm was even thicker. Humph. Bitch. Jiang'an carefully took out the pill and handed it to Yukong. Although her face was cold, her movements were gentle. When she walked past Xiao Xianrui with Yu Tsong, she couldn't help but spit on Xiao Xianrui's face and cursed. Xiao Xianrui looked wronged, but her eyes were unyielding. However, thinking of her boy, she tried to hide her unyielding look. She lowered her head and wiped Jiang and spit off her delicate face. She didn't say anything. Then, Xiao Xianrui looked at the empty cave and sighed. She took out a pill from her storage bag and swallowed it. When the pill dissolved, she got up and flew toward Yellow Flower Ridge. The fog of Yellow Flower Ridge was still easily opened by Xiao Xianrui. However, as soon as she passed through the fog and arrived at the welcoming pavilion, she was stopped by two elders in the early stage of Zhuji realm. The person in front was Lai Hong. Lai Hong cupped his hands with a cold expression and said, "Young madam, my clan master has ordered you to pack up your things immediately. Take out all the items of my 100 Herbs Gate and leave Yellow Flower Ridge immediately." Elder Lai. Xiao Xianrui ignored Lai Hong's cold face and asked anxiously, "Where is Jiang Luer? Didn't he go to Medicine Farmer Peak with you? Why didn't you go? Where's Jiang Luer?" Lai Hong hesitated for a moment before saying, "Young madam, don't be anxious. Jiang Luer wanted to go to Medicine Farmer Peak with this old man, but this old man received a message from the sect and rushed back. Jiang Luer is now with the sect leader." "All right." Xiao Xianrui heaved a huge sigh of relief and prepared to fly in the direction of Mincy Peak. But before she could fly, Lai Hong blocked her and said, "Young madam, don't make things difficult for me. The sect leader has ordered you to pack up and leave Yellow Flower Ridge immediately." Elder Lai. Xiao Xianrui begged, "I can leave Yellow Flower Ridge, but I must see Jiang Luer first. That's my flesh and blood. Besides, without Jiang Luer, where can I go? I beg of Elder Lai, I only want to see Jiang Luer and the sect leader wants to explain the matter clearly. It's all a misunderstanding." Lai Hong was in a difficult position. Looking at the other elder with a thin face, he said hesitantly, "Elder Huang Ri, you see, how can this old man dare to disobey the sect leader's orders? Young madam, you'd better leave Yellow Flower Ridge quickly. As for whether it's a misunderstanding or not, it has nothing to do with us." Huang Ri said coldly, "Although you're also an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator with profound dermic powers, you're still no match for Elder Lai and I. Don't force us to make a move here, it's not good for either of us." Swoosh! Xiao Xianrui suddenly took action. A large number of yellow talismans flew out, and dozens of fireball talismans enveloped Lai Hong and Huang Ri while she hurriedly flew towards Mincy Peak. This old man knew you had this idea." Huang Ri did not panic. With a clap of his hand, he took out a wooden staff-like magic tool. With a slight shake of his hand, a green vortex appeared, sucking in all the fireballs. A muffled rumbling sound could be heard. Rays of green brilliance splashed in all directions, annihilating all the fireballs. "Young madam, stay here." Huang Ri raised his hand, and the wooden staff was like a green vine that rapidly extended and chased after Xiao Xianrui. It was about to strike Xiao Xianrui's bloodied right arm. With a light pang, Xiao Xianrui did not even turn around to resist. She only raised her right arm and blocked the wooden staff, while her left hand struck out several confinement spells. Huang Ri did not expect that Xiao Xianrui would rather injure herself to block his pursuit. Naturally, Lai Hong was also surprised, and he hurriedly struck out a spell to block in front of him. Their pursuit was blocked, but Huang Ri's wooden staff struck Xiao Xianrui's right arm. With a flash of light, the defensive yellow talisman was instantly shattered. Xiao Xianrui's right arm was instantly lacerated, and blood splattered everywhere. Xiao Xianrui gritted her teeth and snorted coldly. She did not care about her injuries and hurriedly flew towards Mincy Peak. "How dare you!" Huang Ri was enraged. He activated his dermic powers, and the wooden staff was like a green wooden snake that chased after Xiao Xianrui. However, Lai Hong tugged at his sleeve and said, "Elder Huang, where it is possible to let people off, one should spare them. Moreover, this is the young madam. If we can spare her, we should spare her." "Elder Lai, you are wrong." Huang Ri flicked his sleeve and blocked Lai Hong, saying, "In my eyes, the sect master's words are the heavens. I don't care about the young madam or young master. As long as the sect master says to let her go, then she must go. He. Hearing Huang Ri's words, Lai Hong retracted his hand and only smiled coldly. However, a trace of mockery flashed in his eyes. However, he did not dare to be negligent. He flew behind Huang Ri and chased after Xiao Xianrui. Although Xiao Xianrui had built her foundation later, she had received the soul accumulation talisman from Xiao Hua in Weeping Moon City. After building her foundation, her dermic powers and cultivation were not inferior to Lai Hong and Huang Ri's. She might not be able to compete with the two of them in a fight, but when she flew, she actually gained an advantage. Not long after, Xiao Xianrui flew up to Minci Peak. She saw Jiang Jiantong in front of the guest hall, carrying a 3 or 4-year-old child in his arms. He was about to walk in. Beside him, there were 100 Herbs clan disciples crowding around the already awakened Jiang Fan. Jiang Luer. Xiao Xianrui could not help but call out loudly. Mother! When the child heard this, he was overjoyed. He reached out his chubby little hand and grabbed at Xiao Xianrui. Chapter 22:12. Humph. Jiang Jiantong turned his head and snorted, useless thing. However, since Xiao Xianrui had already flown to Mingli Peak, Jiang Jiantong could only wave his sleeve, and a surge of magic power gushed out, blocking Xiao Xianrui from approaching. Xiao Xianrui, what else do you want? Jiang Jiantong said coldly, this old man has given you enough face by allowing you to leave quietly. Could it be that you want this old man to announce your scandal to the public? Father. Xiao Xianrui landed on the ground and pleaded, I've been wronged. I really didn't do anything to let Brother Fan down. I'm not your father. Jiang Jiantong said coldly, your father is Xiao Hongyue, and he was buried in Yellow Flower Ridge long ago. Don't call me father in the future. As for whether you were wronged, or whether you did it yourself, I'm not blind. I can see everything clearly, so I don't need you to explain. Okay. Xiao Xianrui looked at Jiang Fan and pleaded, Brother Fan, I've been with you for so many years, don't you know how I treat you? Don't tell me you don't trust me. I did want to believe you. Jiang Fan said through gritted teeth, but how can you make me believe you? You know that guy is a pervert, but you still keep in touch with him and stay alone with him. Isn't it just that you don't trust me? Today, Jiang Hong saw everything and caught the two of you on the spot. What can you quibble about? Since you have this idea, I'll help you. Why do you have to be entangled here? Brother Fan. Xiao Xianrui still didn't want to give up and said, today's matter is obviously Yu Tsong's trap. How could Jiang Hong lie in the cave so early, and how could my husband and father arrive at that time? Isn't this very strange? Don't call me father, I have nothing to do with you. Jiang Jiantong said coldly again, I don't know why Fan was there. But I went out with Fan, But when I saw you sneaking out of the maze of Yellow Flower Ridge, I became suspicious and went to check it out. Xiao Xianrui's heart was as cold as ice. Looking at Jiang Jiantong, she understood something. Maybe Jiang Jiantong didn't mean it, or maybe he did it on purpose. It was a piece of cake for him. Let's not talk about what happened today. Jiang said coldly, where's the jasper saber I gave you? When I was here, you couldn't build your foundation, but when I left, you immediately did it? Or did he build his foundation when all the disciples were sacrificed and no one was around? How did you get the talisman? Sighed Brother Fan. Xiao Xianrui sighed and said, didn't I already say it? It was a cultivator dressed in camouflage robes who smashed my jasper saber with a demonic hammer. The moment he killed me, I involuntarily entered foundation establishment. That's when that cultivator gave me the talisman. Ha ha ha. Jiang Fan laughed until tears rolled down his cheeks. He raised his hand with difficulty and said, are you trying to fool a 3-year-old boy? A demonic weapon. Who else could have a demonic weapon except for a demonic cultivator from the heavenly demon sect? And what kind of cultivators are those from the heavenly demon sect? What yin and yang dual cultivation? What female babies? What kind of dirty cultivation methods don't they have? You built your foundation under the hands of a demonic cultivator from the heavenly demon sect. How could I not be suspicious? And why did the cultivator from the Thunder Control sect give you a peacock doll? Why do you like peacock dolls so much? Do I need to say more? What's the talisman? It's something that even my father didn't get. My 100 Herbs sect can't even exchange for the talisman, but that cultivator gave it to you so easily. You think you're his disciple? If you didn't have an affair with him, he wouldn't have given you such an important thing. Xiao Xianrui's face turned pale. She was speechless. What she said was the truth, and it really happened. But in the eyes of others, there were so many flaws. There were thousands of pieces of evidence to prove her infidelity. Things in this world really couldn't stand up to scrutiny. Especially in the eyes of those who wanted to see it. Do you want me to say more? Jiang Fan said coldly, do you want to tear apart the last bit of face? Since you want to tear it apart, then let's tear it apart. Xiao Xianrui clenched her teeth and said, I'd like to see how shameless I can be. Good. Jiang Fan pointed at Jiang Luer and said, tell me what's wrong with Jiang Luer. Humph. Xiao Xianrui said coldly, so you've always been suspicious of Jiang Luer's identity? That's right. Jiang Fan said with a hideous smile, there was a problem with my body when I built my foundation. Originally, I couldn't have children. But I didn't expect that 3 years ago, you would get pregnant. Ha ha ha. Isn't this a bit too much of a coincidence? Thinking back to that day, I'm afraid you've already planned it. Yes, that's right. I planned it. Xiao Xianrui nodded and said, Jiang Luer is not your son. Give him back to me, and I'll leave Yellow Flower Ridge immediately. Ha ha ha, bitch, you finally admit it. Jiang Fan said with a hideous smile, in that case, what happened today was not a coincidence, and what we saw was not a misunderstanding. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Xiao Xianrui said coldly, but I was forced to be with such a vulgar person, which really slandered me. But it doesn't matter now. You can say whatever you want. As long as you give Jiang Luer to me, I'll take all the responsibility. You want to take Jiang Luer away? You're really delusional. Jiang Jiantong sneered and said, Luer is the next leader of the 100 Herbs faction. If you take him away, won't my years of hard work be in vain? Father. Leader Jiang. Xiao Xianrui said anxiously, I'll promise you anything. I'll accept all the dirty water, but, since Jiang Luer is not your son, why can't you give him back to me? Do I need to tell you the reason? Jiang Jiantong glared at Xiao Xianrui and said, go. For Jiang Luer's sake, I won't take your life. But you want to take Jiang Luer away? That's absolutely impossible. Then Jiang Jiantong waved his hand and said, are you all stupid? Drive this bitch out of Yellow Flower Ridge. As for himself, he was about to walk into the reception hall with Jiang Luer in his arms. Luer. Xiao Xianrui called out anxiously. Mother. Jiang Luer didn't understand what they were saying, but he listened obediently and didn't disturb the adults. But at this time, when he saw Xiao Xianrui's anxiety, he suddenly understood what his mother was thinking, so he hurriedly called out. That's not your mother. Your mother died a long time ago. Jiang Jiantong said with a smile, the mother in front of you is just the mother Grandpa found to feed you. No, my mother is Luer's mother. Jiang Luer didn't fall for the trick and struggled in Jiang Jiantong's arms. Luer. Xiao Xianrui flew out and rushed to Jiang Jiantong. Get lost. Jiang Jiantong waved his sleeve and a huge force surged out, shaking Xiao Xianrui more than 10 feet away. Xiao Xianrui fell down, and her injured right arm oozed blood again. Xiao Xianrui took a breath of cold air, got up and crawled to the ground, crying, "Leader Jiang. I beg you. Give Jiang Luer back to me. I can't live without Jiang Luer, and Jiang Luer can't live without his mother. Get lost." Jiang Jiantong still said only one word. "Brother Fan, please do me a favor." Xiao Xianrui knelt on the ground again and said to Jiang Fan, who was surrounded by people, "You know, I didn't have a mother since I was young, and I know the loneliness of not having a mother since I was young. When I gave birth to Jiang Luer, I secretly swore that I would never let him live without a mother again, and I would never let him repeat my mistakes. If I wasn't by his side, Jiang Luer would definitely cry. Please do me a favor and let me take Jiang Luer away." "What does this have to do with me?" Jiang Fan sneered, "Jiang Luer is not my flesh and blood. What happens to him in the future has nothing to do with me." "Mother." Jiang Luer seemed to understand something. He cried in a hoarse voice and stretched out his little hand with all his strength. Unfortunately, in Jiang Jiantong's hands, Jiang Luer was even less than a chicken. There was no chance for him to struggle at all. Xiao Xianrui felt like her heart was being twisted by a knife, and her whole body was being torn apart. The pain in her right arm was nothing at all at this time. "Don't worry." Jiang Jiantong laughed, "It's just a few days. Jiang Luer still has you in his heart. Tomorrow, this old man will find him a beautiful mother, and he will soon forget about you. He will never have a day without a mother. Moreover, Jiang Luer will be the young lord of our 100 Herbs Gate in the future. What glory, wealth, mental cultivation methods, and panaceas can he not have? How can he compare with you and Xiao Yuehong?" Thinking of Yu Tsong's trick, Xiao Xianrui's face suddenly changed. She kowtowed and said, "Leader Jiang, please let Jiang Luer go. He is still young and is not a chess piece in your game. If Jiang Luer follows me, he can live a few more years. If he stays in Yellow Flower Ridge, I'm afraid, bah. Bitch." Jiang Jiantong was furious and scolded, "You know so much. Get out of here. Leader Jiang." At this time, Xiao Xianrui no longer had the demeanor of a cultivator in the early stage of foundation establishment. She only had the painstaking efforts of a loving mother and the love of holding a child in her arms. She had long forgotten about her cultivation and hoped that her pleading could move Jiang Jiantong. "I won't leave even if I die. I want to stay by Jiang Luer's side. You won't leave?" Jiang Jiantong rolled his eyes and nodded. "You only need to agree to 3 of my conditions, and I will agree to them." "Father." Jiang Fan said angrily, "Why do you want to keep such a shameless bitch? Don't you think this boy has lost a lot of face?" Okay. Xiao Xianrui was afraid that Jiang Jiantong would go back on his word, so she quickly said, "There is no need to say 3. I will agree to thousands of conditions, as long as I can stay by Jiang Luer's side." Jiang Jiantong ignored Jiang Fan and said with a smile, "Xiao Xianrui, these 3 conditions are very simple. First, you can stay by Jiang Luer's side, but you can't say that you are his mother. You can only be his nanny." Chapter 22:13. Okay. Xiao Xianrui agreed without hesitation. "The second condition is to destroy your cultivation. I don't feel at ease leaving an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator in the 100 Herbs Gate." Okay. Xiao Xianrui agreed without hesitation. To her, her child was far more important than her cultivation. "The third condition? You're going to ruin your own face. You should know that the reason you ended up like this is because of your face." Okay. Xiao Xianrui didn't even think and agreed without hesitation. What was her face? The flesh and blood that fell from her body was far more important than her appearance. Even Jiang Jiantong didn't expect that his harsh conditions were simply to make things difficult for Xiao Xianrui. However, Xiao Xianrui agreed without hesitation. Jiang Jiantong's jaw dropped in shock. Jiang Jiantong had underestimated the love of mothers for their children. Okay. Jiang Jiantong clapped his hands and said, "In that case, I have nothing else to say. If you fulfill these 3 conditions now, I will let you stay." Okay. Xiao Xianrui stood up shakily, her lips trembling. She looked at Jiang Luer and said, "Luer, take a good look at your mother and look at my face. Mother can't accompany you in the future. I hope you can remember this face of mine. Mother." Jiang Luer's tears wet her little face. "Gate leader Jiang, please take Luer away. I'm afraid that destroying my face will frighten the child. When I recover from my injuries, I will immediately change my appearance and become his nanny." Xiao Xianrui looked at Jiang Luer again and said to Jiang Jiantong with a determined look in her eyes, "Okay." Jiang Jiantong smiled and nodded. It was time to leave. Rumble, an earth-shattering sound rang out, and the entire yellow flower ridge shook. Jiang Jiantong and the others were still fine. Their bodies swayed slightly and flew into the air. Xiao Xianrui, on the other hand, lost her balance and fell to the ground. She was mentally and physically exhausted and had lost a lot of blood. She actually fainted. Many of the aura-refining disciples also staggered and almost fell down. What's going on? Jiang Jiantong was furious. Rumble. Then there was another series of tremors. Even the air began to ripple. Someone is attacking our 100 Herbs Gates formation. Jiang Jiantong came to a realization and hurriedly said to Lai Hong and Huang Ri, "Elders, quickly bring this disciple over to take a look. Once this old man is done with this matter, I will head over immediately." Yes. Lai Hong had wanted to leave long ago. When he heard Jiang Jiantong's instructions, he immediately pulled Huang Ri's sleeve and flew out of mindless worship peak. "Humph, slut, you actually dare to act in front of this old man." Seeing that Xiao Xianrui had fainted, Jiang Jiantong sneered, "How could a cultivator in the early stage of foundation building faint so easily? Men, go and see what's going on. Quickly settle this matter. Truly unlucky. If I had known earlier, I would have." An aura-refining female disciple flew over. After taking a look, she hastily reporting to Sect Master, "Young madam has indeed fainted." Slap him. What young mistress? There's no such thing as a young mistress in my 100 Herbs Gate. Jiang Fan cursed. Yes, disciple knows her mistake. The female disciple was afraid and hurriedly admitted her mistake. Why aren't you waking her up? Jiang Jiantong scolded. Rumble. Another earth-shaking tremor shook the earth. Jiang Jiantong frowned and handed Jiang Luer to a disciple beside him. He raised his head and looked into the distance, saying curiously, "Who's coveting my yellow flower ridge again? It seems like no one has come to provoke us for a long time." The female disciple took out a small gourd, pulled out the cork, and placed it in front of Xiao Xianrui's nose. Xiao Xianrui's nose twitched a few times, and her eyes began to move. She slowly woke up. Reporting to Sect Master, "Young, she's awake." Before Jiang Jiantong could take out the jade tablet that controlled the array to examine the situation outside, he heard the female disciple's report. Jiang Jiantong didn't care and said coldly, "Xiao Xianrui, hurry up. If you want to leave, you can leave now. If you want to stay, quickly cripple your cultivation." "I know." Xiao Xianrui woke up and sighed slightly. She looked down at her right arm. It was a bloody mess, and even her bones were exposed. She couldn't help but plead, "I'm seriously injured. Can you let me rest for a few days? In your dreams. Jiang Jiantong said coldly, don't try to delay. Then, you have to let me take the elixir, right? Xiao Xianrui said with a bitter smile, now that I've crippled my cultivation, I'm afraid I can't even keep my life. Then you'd better go. Jiang Jiantong said impatiently, what does your life have to do with me? Okay. Xiao Xianrui gritted her teeth. Just as she was about to practice, a voice came, Father-in-law, why do you have to do this? What's wrong with letting her take the elixir? I saw that outside the array, there seemed to be someone who didn't want to live coming to provoke us. Why don't we let this person live? Although she slandered us, we can't not treat her well. Jiang Jiantong looked over and saw that it was Yu Tsong, who had just retreated. Obviously, he was also awakened by the movement outside the array. Okay. Since my good son-in-law has interceded, I'll let you take the elixir. Jiang Jiantong wanted to refuse, but when he thought of the sect outside the array, he gritted his teeth and nodded. Xiao Xianrui looked coldly at Yu Tsong and Jiang Yan, who was gritting his teeth behind Yukong. She clapped her hands and took out a healing elixir. But before she took it, her heart moved slightly, and she inexplicably took another elixir made by Xiao Hua. Xiao Xianrui had never used this elixir before. This was the first time. A warm current gushed out from her body, and the elixir rushed to her right arm. A numb and itchy feeling came from the wound. The magical elixir repaired the wound. Although new granulation was not visible to the naked eye, it was clearly seen by divine sense that it was rapidly growing. Oh! What kind of elixir is this? Yu Tsong noticed it, and Jiang Jiantong was also slightly stunned. But at that moment, a communication talisman flew over with a whistle. Jiang Jiantong raised his hand and grabbed the communication talisman. He activated his dermic powers and crushed the communication talisman. Lai Hong's anxious voice came from it. Reporting to Sect Master, the incoming person is very fierce. He's an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. We are no match for him. Elder Huang Ri was killed by the incoming person with a Dharma treasure in just one move. Now, the incoming person is using true Samadhi fire to burn the array. At the same time, he's using another Dharma treasure to attack the array. That Dharma treasure is extremely powerful. Sect Master, please hurry and help. Otherwise, it will be broken in a short while. Ah! Jiang Jiantong and Yu Tsong were shocked. They were very clear about Huang Ri's cultivation. He was a cultivator who had reached Foundation establishment long ago. How could he be killed in just one move? Right, how many people are there? Who are they? What do they look like? Yu Tsong asked. Chapter 22:14. I don't know either. Jiang Jiantong glanced at the resting Xiao Xianrui and flew up with a smile. Son-in-law, can you fight the enemy with me? Ha ha ha. That's what I should do. Yu Tsong flew into the air with a smile. Now that 1,000 Flower Valley and 100 Herb Gate are won, how can I not help father-in-law? Jiang Jiantong pulled 1,000 Flower Valley's Yu Tsong to fight the enemy, and the person who came was Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua used the bright thunder escape that he cultivated to the limit in a place with no one around, and with the help of the teleportation array, he arrived at Yellow Flower Ridge in the shortest time possible. His divine sense swept across Yellow Flower Ridge, and Xiao Hua had mixed feelings. There was the humiliation of being forced to leave Yellow Flower Ridge, and also the hatred of Shang Huaming's death. Xiao Hua used the bright thunder escape to fly to Yellow Flower Ridge, and in the meantime, he had already put on the bewilderment mask. When he arrived at Yellow Flower Ridge and saw the familiar fog, Xiao Hua did not hesitate to use the cloud-suppressing seal. He activated his magic power, and the cloud-suppressing seal flew out with a rumble. Like millions of trembling ants, it flew into the air and gradually enlarged until it was like a small mountain dozens of meters in size. Go! Xiao Hua was extremely satisfied. This cloud-suppressing seal was not as good as the soaring dragon shears as a magic treasure, but it was just right to attack the array of yellow flower ridge. Boom! With a loud sound, the cloud-suppressing seal smashed into the fog. Light flashed on the fog, and the entire fog fluctuated like a wave, and the entire mountain peak and ground shook, undulating. Ha ha ha! Xiao Hua laughed out loud. He waved his hand again, and a wall of true samadhi flame that was several dozen feet tall was sent out at the same time, surrounding the mist of yellow flower ridge. The tongue of flame licked the mist as if it had a mind of its own, and the mist actually gradually disappeared within the tongue of flame. Io! This fog is actually so powerful? Xiao Hua saw this and was not surprised. No one knew the power of his samadhi true fire better than him. He thought that once he ignited the samadhi true fire, this fog would definitely melt like snow, but he didn't expect it to be so difficult to deal with. I, Shang Huaming, actually have some foundation. Xiao Hua felt even more rueful, and his hatred for the spirit grass gate grew even more. He raised his cloud-suppressing seal again and struck at the fog array. Where did you come from? How dare you cause trouble for my 100 Herbs Gate all by yourself? Are you tired of living? Huang Ri also deserved this calamity. When this guy saw Xiao Hua come to challenge 100 Herbs Gate alone while dressed in a camouflage robe, and his transcendent artifact was also powerful, he had long been envious. Moreover, how many cultivators were capable of coming to the 100 Herbs Gate to cause trouble? In the past, weren't early Foundation establishment cultivators trying to take advantage of 100 Herbs Gate by relying on their numbers? Now that Xiao Hua had come alone, how could he attract Huang Ri's attention? Elder Huang. It was still Lai Hong who was attentive and hurriedly wanted to remind him. However, just as he spoke, Huang Ri had already activated his magic power and flew out. The wooden staff that had previously injured Xiao Xianrui also flew out. It drew a nimble arc in the air and attacked Xiao Hua. Huang Ri actually wanted to make the first move. Firstly, he could seize the initiative. Secondly, if he captured Xiao Hua, Lai Hong would not be able to snatch the cloud-suppressing seal from him. Xiao Hua originally did not want to use ruthless methods right from the start, but seeing Huang Ri's character, attacking without saying anything, just like the 100 Herbs Gate disciples he had encountered earlier, he was already furious. With a wave of his hand, the soaring dragon shears flew out. He said coldly, "This old man is just an unorthodox cultivator, and I'm tired of living." What's the matter? Fellow Taoist, are you tired of living too? The soaring dragon shears drew a golden arc in the air and slashed at the wooden staff. With a "ci" sound, the wooden staff was sliced apart by the soaring dragon shears. It did not seem to stop. Io. Not good. Huang Ri excitedly flew out and was immediately doused with cold water by Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua actually used 2 transcendent artifacts. How could Huang Ri not panic? However, Xiao Hua was furious. Seeing him was like seeing Jiang Jiantong, and also like seeing Xiao Hongyue get killed. How could he let him go? Huang Ri's expression changed greatly. Before he could turn around and escape, Xiao Hua shook his hand again and used the heaven and earth sleeve technique. In an instant, the spiritual energy within 2 zhang of Huang Ri was sucked dry. Not only was Huang Ri's magic power stagnant, he was also unable to move. Xiao Hua's eyes flashed. The soaring dragon shears were like a dragon swinging its tail, slicing through Huang Ri's body. The defensive yellow talismans around Huang Ri were like paper. He did not even have time to scream before he was cut in half. His corpse fell into the air. Ah! Although Lai Hong did not underestimate Xiao Hua, the situation in front of him was still too out of his expectations. He did not dare to delay and immediately flew back into the formation. He did not even have time to summon the Qi refinement disciples who followed him out. Humph! Xiao Hua's soaring dragon shears slashed a few times in the air before stopping. He coldly looked at the 100 Herbs Gate disciples who were scared witless as they fled into the formation. He pointed the cloud-suppressing seal, and the treasure whistled and smashed towards the place they were rushing in. Who? At this moment, Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He immediately turned his head and swept out with his divine sense. However, there was nothing out of the ordinary in the surrounding 300 meters or even a few kilometers. Strange. Xiao Hua was slightly surprised, but he did not care. He activated his magic power again and smashed the cloud-suppressing seal on the formation again and again. Yellow flower ridges never dispersing fog was gradually thinning. Buzz. The sound of a swarm of bees could be heard. Several unusually resplendent rays of light flew out from the fog like peach blossoms, spiraling and blocking the cloud-suppressing seal. Fellow Taoist, don't be anxious. I am Yutsong from the 10,000 Flowers Valley. Please show mercy. Yutsong did not come out, but his artifact was a step ahead of him. He even used the name of the 10,000 Flowers Valley. Immediately after, the bronze-colored Zhong Wu blossomed with rays of light. Along with the peach blossoms, it slowly spiraled and blocked the cloud-suppressing seal and the peach blossoms. Oh! 10,000 Flowers Valley? Xiao Hua pretended to be stunned and asked curiously, isn't this 100 Herbs Gate? Why did you come out of the 10,000 Flowers Valley? What does fellow Taoist have to do with 100 Herbs Gate? Xiao Hua's question had just landed when Jiang Jiantong and Yutsong, along with the elders and disciples of 100 Herbs Gate, flew out from the formation. Jiang Jiantong's face was full of anger, while Yutsong's face was smiling. Who are you, fellow Taoist? You dare to bully my 100 Herbs Gate? You killed an elder of my 100 Herbs Gate as soon as you saw him? Jiang Jiantong's divine sense swept across the cloud-suppressing seal and then looked at the true Samadhi fire. He knew that Xiao Hua was not easy to bully, but he could not lose face as the gate master, so he shouted coldly. He. What? This old man is so arrogant. What can your 100 Herbs Gate do to me? Xiao Hua saw Jiang Jiantong and saw his enemy. Although he already had a plan in mind, he could not help but be filled with anger. He pointed his finger, and the cloud-suppressing seal was raised high. It circled around a few peach blossoms and smashed directly at the Zhong Wu. Jiang Jiantong naturally could not back down. He also activated his magic power, and the Zhong Wu slowly flew up and also rushed up. With a loud rumble, the cloud-suppressing seal slightly rolled in the air. It was hit by the Zhong Wu and flew up more than 10 feet. As for the Zhong Wu, it also rolled and fell several feet from the air. He actually has the strength of a middle foundation establishment cultivator. Jiang Jiantong was slightly stunned. His divine sense could not see through Xiao Hua's bewilderment seal, so he could only tell from Xiao Hua's magic treasure. This magic treasure is so powerful. I don't know which sect this cultivator is from, but he actually has a secret technique to use two magic treasures. Although this magic treasure is not as good as this old man's medicine king cauldron, but, if the other magic treasure is used together, it will be difficult to deal with. It will be difficult to kill this bastard. If we injure him, we are also afraid of offending his sect. This kind of middle foundation establishment cultivator actually came to provoke our 100 Herbs Gate. He must have some connections. First, we have to find out where he came from. Jiang Jiantong instantly made a decision and gave Yutsong a look. Yutsong and Jiang Jiantong had done this kind of shady business many times, so he immediately understood Jiang Jiantong's meaning. He pointed his finger, and several peach blossoms flew up and blocked between the medicine king cauldron and the cloud-suppressing seal. He himself flew up a few steps and cupped his hands, saying, Senior. I am Yutsong, a disciple of the 10,000 Flowers Valley. Didn't you ask me about my relationship with the 100 Herbs Gate? I am the son-in-law of the 100 Herbs Gate. I don't know why you came to the 100 Herbs Gate. Why don't you tell me first? If it is a big deal, I will be a witness. I will not let you come for nothing. Oh. So you are the son-in-law of sect leader Jiang. Xiaofan said with a smile. This old man came in a hurry and did not ask about this. Since you are a disciple of the 10,000 Flowers Valley, this old man can be considered to have some friendship with the 10,000 Flowers Valley. I will give you some face. Very good. Yucong smiled proudly at Jiang Jiantong. Jiang Jiantong pointed his finger, and the Medicine King cauldron flew back. However, he did not put it away and blocked in front of him. Fellow Taoist, may I know your background? Has my 100 Herbs Gate offended you in any way? Jiang Jiantong sneered, although my 100 Herbs Gate cannot be compared to the 10,000 Flowers Valley, the matter of you killing an elder of my 100 Herbs Gate cannot be easily erased. If you can't say anything, don't blame this old man for being merciless. Although Jiang Jiantong's voice was stern, there was still a trace of helplessness. If Xiaohua's words were reasonable, then Huang Ri's death would be in vain. Humph. If this old man did not have any evidence or reason, why would I come to Yellow Flower Ridge to look for you? Xiaohua also sneered, this old man is afraid that this matter will be spread and I will lose face. Oh. Senior. Yucong smiled and said, since Senior is not willing to give your name, then tell me the matter. If the 100 Herbs Gate is wrong, Junior can make the decision and ask my father-in-law to give Senior a certain amount of compensation to quench Senior's anger. Xiaohua nodded slightly, seemingly hesitant. With a wave of his hand, the true Samadhi fire on the formation disappeared and said, I'm afraid this matter is a little difficult. However, this old man will still explain the matter. Otherwise, you will think this old man is unreasonable. Senior, please speak. Yucong pretended to be gentle. Does your 100 Herbs Gate have a person called Xiao Xianrui? Xiaohua nodded and said, she seems to be the dual cultivation partner of Sect Master Zhang's beloved son. Chapter 22:15. Oh. Yucong was surprised. He looked at Jiang Jiantong and nodded, there is indeed this female cultivator. She is my wife's sister-in-law. May I know why fellow Taoist is looking for her? Humph. Xiaohua sneered, of course I'm looking for her. Since there is such a woman, why don't you quickly call her out? Fellow Taoist, you're so strange. Jiang Jiantong looked at Xiaohua and asked, Xiao Xianrui is a female member of my 100 Herbs Gate. If you don't explain the matter clearly, how can I let you see her? You are indeed jackals of the same tribe. Xiaohua was angry, and the cloud-suppressing seal flew up again. Senior, don't be anxious. Senior, don't be anxious. Yucong naturally cupped his hands and said, Senior, please explain clearly why you want to see Xiao Xianrui. Otherwise, it will make things difficult for us. Humph, you're making things difficult for us? Xiaohua looked angry, I've lost all my face. I asked around for a long time before I found out that this slut is a female cultivator from Yellow Flower Ridge. That's why I hurried over. Sigh, Senior, can't you just say it directly? In any case, I don't know who you are. Yucong smiled bitterly. All right. Xiaohua nodded, did Xiao Xianrui obtain a spirit accumulation talisman from Chiu's city? Yes, yes. Yucong glanced at Jiang Jiantong. The two of them exchanged glances, and Yucong nodded. Yes, that spirit accumulation talisman was something I obtained from my sect for my disciple. That slut actually used such a method to cheat this old man out of his hands. Not only did this old man lose face, but his disciple's cultivation was also delayed because of this. Tell me, how can this old man not look for her? Xiao Hua said with some hesitation. But Yu Tsong said curiously, Xiao Xianrui didn't say that. Moreover, with senior's cultivation, how could she trick you? Shut up. Do you still need me to say this? Xiao Hua said angrily, how could this slut tell you the truth in front of you? Call this slut out, this old man. Xiao Hua hesitated again, as if he was hesitating because of 10,000 Flower Valley's involvement. I see. Yu Tsong sighed and said, Senior, you can't get the spirit-accumulating talisman from your sect anymore, which will delay your disciples' foundation establishment. It's really... Alas, how should I put it? Only Senior and Xiao Xianrui know about this. Junior can't judge anything from Senior's words. Humph, then call that bitch out. I'll ask her face to face. Xiao Hua said furiously. I'll say it again. Do you think you can meet the women of my 100 Herbs Gate just because you want to? Jiang Jiantong sneered. What you did was disgraceful. But it's also your own fault. There's no reason to blame my 100 Herbs Gate. Fellow Taoist, please go back. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua laughed heartily. With a tap of his hand, the cloud-suppressing seal flew back into his hand. He said, the 100 Herbs Gate is actually so protective of their own. Then this old man doesn't care too much. This old man just wants to confront Xiao Xianrui face to face and see if this bitch is the one who deceived this old man that day. I want her to give this old man an explanation. Since sect leader Jiang wants to do this, then this old man will give up his face. Just you wait. This old man can't shake your 100 Herbs Gate alone, but this old man and his fellow disciples don't believe that we can't kill all of your 100 Herbs Gate. Then he cupped his hands towards Yu Tsong and said, Fellow Taoist your 10,000 Flowers Valley's face ends here. When this old man comes again, I hope you won't appear here. As he spoke, Xiao Hua's figure flew up, and he actually wanted to go far away. Seeing that Xiao Hua was about to leave without saying anything, Jiang Jiantong hurriedly gave Yu Tsong a look. Yu Tsong hesitated again. He understood that Jiang Jiantong wanted him to keep Xiao Hua here, but the purpose of keeping Xiao Hua here was definitely to hand over Xiao Xianrui. He had schemed for so long, wasn't it just to get Xiao Xianrui? Xiao Xianrui had fallen into the hands of this unknown cultivator, and from his tone, he definitely wouldn't let her live. Wouldn't his efforts be in vain? However, if he didn't stop Xiao Hua, he would definitely not give up after hearing Xiao Hua's words. This guy was already so powerful. If he called a few more fellow disciples and found a few more helpers, even if the 100 Herbs Gate wasn't destroyed, its blood and qi would be greatly damaged. Fellow Taoist, wait. Yu Tsong hesitated, but Jiang Jiantong couldn't hesitate. He hurriedly called out. Oh. Sect leader Jiang, what, you still don't want this old man to leave? Xiao Hua stopped in the air and said coldly, this old man wants to see what means sect leader Jiang has to keep this old man here. Of course not. Jiang Jiantong smiled unusually brightly and cupped his hands, saying, Fellow Taoist, you misunderstood. What's there to misunderstand? Although Xiao Hua's voice was changed by the confusion, it was still full of doubts. Then, as if he suddenly realized something, he said, could it be? Sect leader Jiang, that's right. Jiang Jiantong said loudly, Xiao Xianrui was naturally the daughter-in-law of my 100 Herbs Gate. No matter where you come from, even if the sect leader of the magnificent sect came in person, this old man wouldn't call her out. Even if she did something wrong. What about now? Xiao Hua's heart sank, and he said anxiously. Now. Jiang Jiantong glanced at Yu Tsong, whose expression had changed, and said coldly, Xiao Xianrui is no longer the daughter-in-law of my 100 Herbs Gate. She's cut off all ties with my 100 Herbs Gate, so this old man naturally has no intention of protecting her. Even if fellow Taoist didn't come today, this old man would have driven her out of 100 Herbs Gate. Ha 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 ha, Xiaohua laughed heartily. He was really happy. His whole body swayed in the air, and he said with a smile, if that's the case, then hurry up and hand that bitch over. This old man still wanted to confront that bitch, but now you've saved me the trouble. Sect leader Zhang's righteousness. This poor Taoist appreciates it. In the future, if there's a chance, I'll repay you well. No need. Jiang Jiantong cupped his hands and said, this old man has always convinced people with reason, and I'll correct any mistakes. Since Xiao Xianrui offended fellow Taoist many years ago, and she's no longer related to my 100 Herbs Gate, I'll naturally hand her over to fellow Taoist to deal with. Then, Jiang Jiantong clapped his hands and sent out a message talisman. Fellow Taoist, Jiang Jiantong waited for the message talisman to be sent out, then smiled apologetically and said, since the matter has been clarified, everything was done by that bitch, Xiao Xianrui, and it has nothing to do with my 100 Herbs Gate. Fellow Taoist, you don't have to hide your identity, right? If possible, my 100 Herbs Gate is very willing to form a good relationship with you. Fellow Taoist, please come to my 100 Herbs Gate's Yellow Flower Ridge for a chat. Ha ha ha, of course. Xiaohua laughed. Since Xiao Xianrui is no longer related to your 100 Herbs Gate, I can rest assured. When Xiao Xianrui comes out, I will naturally give sect leader Jiang an explanation. Don't worry, sect leader Jiang, you're such a righteous person, how can I not give sect leader Jiang a pleasant surprise? Chapter 22:16. Ha ha ha. Jiang Jiantong stroked his beard, thinking how lucky he was. Fortunately, he drove Xiao Xianrui out of 100 Herbs Gate today, otherwise, it would have been really difficult. Xiaohua's background was unknown, and his cultivation level was so high. Needless to say, he had a background, so it would be really unwise for 100 Herbs Gate to become enemies. A moment later, just as Xiaohua's heart was burning with anxiety, fearing that an accident might happen, two female cultivators appeared from within the formation. One of them was Jiang Yan, who was at the early stage of foundation establishment, and the other one who was grabbed by the neck by Jiang Yan, was Xiao Xianrui, who was covered in blood and had her cultivation completely destroyed. At this time, not only was Xiao Xianrui's body covered in blood, but her Taoist robe was also covered in mud and dust. She looked no different from a beggar. Moss. Xiaohua's heart trembled, and the whole world in front of him shook as if it had been turned upside down. Xiaohua suddenly woke up, and his gaze was like a sharp sword as he looked in a direction. There was a throbbing in that place just now, and then it disappeared without a trace. There was no abnormality, and it was the same as Xiaohua's perception at the beginning. Yes, it should be Jiang Jiantong's secret move. Xiaohua understood, but he didn't remind him. He knew that this was a secret move that Jiang Jiantong had set up to prevent him. However, Xiaohua's most important goal at this time was to capture Xiao Xianrui. As for the rest, even if it was to kill Jiang Jiantong, destroying 100 Herbs Gate was a small matter. Jiang Jiantong saw this and couldn't help but be stunned. He scolded in a low voice, "What's going on? When father left, didn't you say not to do anything?" "Huh, father." Jiang Yan chuckled. "Didn't this bitch want to destroy her cultivation and stay in 100 Herbs Gate? Your daughter just followed her wishes. What's wrong with that?" Jiang Jiantong naturally knew what Jiang Yan was thinking, so he didn't say anything more. He turned around and said, "Fellow Taoist. Xiao Xianrui made some fatal mistakes. In order to stay in my 100 Herbs Gate, she promised to destroy her cultivation. Now she's a secular person. However, I have already promised fellow Taoist that I'll give it to you. This way, I'm afraid you'll save a lot of trouble. MN sect leader Jiang, and Jiang family's young miss, you truly make this poor Taoist happy. You've truly exceeded this poor Taoist's expectations. Xiaohua laughed from extreme anger. Quickly hand this slut over to this poor Taoist, so this poor Taoist can give you an explanation. Jiang Jiantong was not in a hurry to hand over the person. Instead, he looked at Xiao Xianrui and said with a smile, Xiao Xianrui, it's not that this old man is not merciless. It's not that this old man doesn't keep his word, but that you've sinned in the past. Now, retribution has come. This old man has no choice but to hand you over. I can't let you stay in my 100 Herbs Gate. Sect leader Jiang, Xiao Xianrui said sadly, I really don't understand what sin I've committed. I only wanted to stay by my own boy's side. Now, I'm just short of ruining my face. Why are you going back on your words? Humph. Jiang Jiantong glanced at Xiaohua and said coldly, you should ask this fellow Taoist. You took away someone else's divine accumulation talisman and successfully built your foundation. Your strength is also higher than that of ordinary cultivators. However, when you cheated that day, you didn't think that even though you've built your foundation, you're doomed to destruction for doing evil. Now, retribution has come. Destroying your own cultivation base is also karma, isn't it? What? I cheated someone else's divine accumulation talisman? Xiao Xianrui looked at Xiaohua in disbelief and said pitifully, Senior, when did I ever cheat you of your divine accumulation talisman? Who are you, Senior? I got this divine accumulation talisman from a strange person. I didn't cheat it from someone else. But then, Xiao Xianrui seemed to realize something. She looked at Jiang Jiantong and said angrily, Sect leader Jiang, could this be your doing? If you wanted to drive me away, that's fine. But why did you go back on your words after my cultivation was destroyed? Now that you don't want me to be with Jiang Luer, you should kill me. Enough. Jiang Jiantong didn't want to explain anything to Xiao Xianrui, nor did he want to blame his daughter. He waved his hand and said, Jiang Yi, hand this slut over to this senior. Wait. Jiang Yi waved his hand and said with a cold smile, Senior, you killed an elder of our 100 Herbs Gate and captured our young madam. Our 100 Herbs Gate seems to be very lenient towards you. Can't you tell us the truth and let us know who you are? Why did you let our 100 Herbs Gate suffer like this? Senior, don't you think you should give us an explanation? Jiang Yi, who was from the 10,000 Flowers Valley, dared to question Xiaohua. However, he couldn't rule out the possibility that it was Jiang Jiantong's order. Humph. Xiaohua snorted coldly and said, Why would I let you know who I am? Since this slut has ended up like this, I'm already happy in my heart. Since you don't want to hand this slut over, let her stay here. I don't want her anymore. As he spoke, Xiaohua turned around and seemed to intend to fly away. However, right at the instant he turned around, the soaring WYRM shears that had always been sitting cross-legged around him suddenly flashed with a dazzling brilliance, and it tore through the sky like a bolt of lightning. Ah! Jiang Yi screamed. The soaring dragon shears cut off Jiang Yi's right hand without any delay. Jiang Yi's protective yellow talisman didn't have any effect at all. Immediately after, Xiaohua used the bright thunder escape and rushed towards Xiao Xianrui. What are you doing? Yu Tsong saw Xiaohua's action and saw Jiang Yi's right hand fall off. He panicked and suddenly realized that Xiaohua's target was Xiao Xianrui. He unconsciously waved his hand and threw a fireball talisman at Xiao Xianrui, you dare. Xiaohua's speed was still not enough. He pushed his magic power without regard for his life, and the bright thunder escape technique instantly surpassed its limit. Rumble. With just half a thunderous sound, Xiaohua broke through the sound barrier, and a series of explosions rang out. Xiaohua's lightning escape technique broke through to the realm of controlling lightning. In the blink of an eye, Xiaohua rushed to Xiao Xianrui's side. He flung his Taoist robe and the heaven and earth sleeve technique covered Xiao Xianrui. The fireball hit the light around Xiao Xianrui and couldn't penetrate it at all. Evil thief! Seeing Jiang Yi's screams and her broken arm, Jiang Jiantong also woke up. He roared in anger and had the same idea as Yukong. He waved his hand and the spiritual power in his body surged. A big palm print grabbed Xiao Xianrui, who had already been captured. Jiang Jiantong thought that his move would definitely break through Xiao Hua's spell and turn Xiao Xianrui into minced meat. After all, Xiao Hua's strength was only in the middle stage of foundation establishment. Who knew that with a pang sound, the palm fell on the light around Xiao Xianrui and was smashed into pieces. It seemed that it couldn't stop Xiao Xianrui's flying figure. Xiao Hua only wanted to save Xiao Xianrui and didn't have the mind to tangle with Jiang Jiantong and the others. Seeing Xiao Xianrui fly closer, he grabbed her waist and turned around to fly back to the place where he was just a few dozen feet away from 100 Herbs Gate. Seeing Xiao Hua's flying technique, Yu Tsong suddenly woke up and immediately thought of Xiao Hua from Weeping Moon City. He anxiously said, "A disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect? Fellow Taoist, what are you doing? Even if you are a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, you can't bully me in front of my 100 Herbs Gate." Hearing that Xiao Hua might be a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, Jiang Jiantong's face changed greatly. 400 Herbs Gate, the Imperial Thunder Sect was no less than a colossus, far from what he could afford to offend. Jiang Yi's hand and Huang Ri's death. I'm afraid there won't be any explanation. What puzzled Jiang Jiantong the most was why Xiao Hua had to capture Xiao Xianrui. But at this moment, Xiao Hua, who had turned around, suddenly pointed his finger. The Tingjiao scissors, which had already flown into the air, slid down again and rushed towards Jiang Yi's neck. Before the Tingjiao scissors could fall, an extremely fierce murderous aura enveloped Jiang Yi. The murderous aura scared Jiang Yi, who almost fainted from the pain, and he shouted, "Father, save me." Jiang Jiantong originally wanted to use the Medicine King Cauldron, but when he saw that Xiao Hua might be a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, he stopped and hesitated to ask. At this time, seeing that Jiang Yi's life was in danger, he didn't dare to hesitate. The Medicine King Cauldron emitted a bronze brilliance and blocked Xiao Hua's Tingjiao scissors. He roared angrily, "Who dares to hurt my boy?" Looking at Yu Tsong again, he also hesitated for a moment. He also activated his magical instrument, and several peach blossoms spun and rushed towards Xiao Hua. "Kill!" Xiao Hua roared, showing no mercy. A golden light flashed, and it was the Medicine King Cauldron. Dang! With a loud sound, golden light splashed on the Medicine King Cauldron, and a very obvious mark was left on it. The Tingjiao scissors were also knocked to the side. Hiss! This Medicine King Cauldron was Jiang Jiantong's magical instrument, and it was not weaker than ordinary magical instruments. At this time, seeing that Xiao Hua actually injured the Medicine King Cauldron effortlessly, he was distressed and shocked. He was once again sure that Xiao Hua's cultivation was definitely not lower than the late stage of foundation establishment. However, what made him even more frightened was still behind. He had just sucked in a breath of cold air when Xiao Hua, whose magical instrument was knocked away, unexpectedly did not retreat, but instead flew towards him. How fast was Xiao Hua at this time? Jiang Jiantong's eyes had just become filled with shock, and Xiao Hua had already flown to within 1 zhang. However, when Xiao Hua opened his mouth, a green and red brilliance flashed, and a kind of fear from the bottom of his heart was born, as if this brilliance was the end of his life. Flying sword. After all, Jiang Jiantong was a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, and he forcibly broke free from the boundless karma on the execution dream. With a wave of his hand, his defensive magical power was about to block the execution dream. Just as he activated his magical power, suddenly, there was a piercing pain in his divine sense, as if an awl had pierced into his body. Ah! Jiang Jiantong involuntarily cried out. How could he still use that technique? Wu, with a sound, the execution dream instantly flew to Jiang Jintong's throat, and with a burst of light, the flying sword pierced Jiang Jintong's throat. The moment the execution dream pierced Jiang Jintong's throat, Jiang Jintong's body suddenly swayed, and he actually strangely rose a little. The execution dream actually did not pierce his throat, but instead pierced under his throat, where the shoulder blade was. Ha ha ha, Yu Tsong, you really have good eyesight. When Xiaohua saw that the execution dream had succeeded, he did not dare to see if he had pierced Jiang Jintong's vital parts, nor was he in a hurry to kill him. Instead, he turned around and flew away from the scene. He laughed loudly as he removed the mystic insect, and shouted loudly, "Fuck you, look who I am." Chapter 22:17. Xiaohua. When Jiang Jiantong saw Xiaohua's slender figure, 2 slender eyebrows, and phoenix-like eyes, he couldn't help but cover his wounds with his hands and cry out in surprise. "That's right, Xiaohua, you still remember me." Xiaohua laughed, "Since you know it's me, you must know why I'm here. Isn't it normal for me to kill you? Little junior brother, is it really you?" Xiao Xianrui's eyes flashed with surprise. She looked up at the familiar face and felt a little dizzy. "That's right, senior sister, it's me." Xiaohua said warmly, "Since I'm here, you can rest assured. Not to mention your injuries, even with your cultivation, I'm sure I can heal you. Just wait for me to kill this bastard who killed me, Shang Huaming, and chase away all the disciples of the 100 Herbs Gate. Then, I, Shang Huaming, will be able to return Yellow Blossom Ridge to myself." Then, Xiaohua raised his voice, "Xiaohua, you've been plotting to kill me for decades. I've been thinking about this all the time. I've been thinking about avenging my master, eldest senior brother, and second senior brother. Previously, I still had some merciful thoughts. Since senior sister endured humiliation in 100 Herbs Gate, if she had any feelings for me, it would really make things difficult for me. But now, it seems that I've been thinking too much. Since you know the way of karma, I don't need to say more. That was just a warning. Killing you is as easy as lifting a finger. Come forward obediently and let yours truly kill you. I can also consider whether to release the 100 Herbs Gate's disciples. I'll let your 100 Herbs Gate have a chance to live, or I'll kill all your disciples today." "You." Jiang Jintong's expression changed greatly. He knew that Xiaohua's cultivation was not much inferior to his, but he still argued, "Shameless junior. Back then, I let you live, but now you're biting back like a wolf. You were able to leave Yellow Flower Ridge safely and cultivate to the early stage of foundation establishment. At that time, you were thinking of my kindness. How can you repay kindness with enmity?" "Ha ha ha!" Xiaohua laughed even more wildly. He looked sideways at Xiao Xianrui and said, "How could I not know how I escaped from Yellow Flower Ridge that day? If it weren't for my senior sister enduring humiliation and cleverly dealing with him, how could I have escaped from Jiang Fan's hands? Look at my senior sister today, she was actually humiliated to such an extent by all of you. How can this young master show mercy to your 100 Herbs Gate? Furthermore, how could this young master forget the enmity of having his sect annihilated? Today is the day that I, Shang Huaming, am reborn, and also the day that your 100 Herbs Gate is destroyed. Little junior brother, don't try to be brave. I'm afraid your cultivation isn't as high as Jiang Jintong's. If you can take senior sister away, then leave now. We'll talk about it when we have the chance in the future." Xiao Xianrui had lost her cultivation, so she didn't know what Xiaohua's cultivation was like. However, she knew what Xiaohua's cultivation was like back then. In her heart, Xiaohua's cultivation was definitely not higher than hers. The battle just now was like a white horse galloping through a crack. How would she know? Hee, senior sister, I'm afraid you've forgotten about the divine accumulation talisman, haven't you? Xiao Hua looked at Xiao Xianrui's pale face and said with heartache. However, his attention was still focused on the place where there was some movement just now. He was afraid that Jiang Jiantong would suddenly attack. That cultivator was you? Xiao Xianrui suddenly understood why Xiao Hua had mentioned the divine accumulation talisman just now. Unconsciously, a glimmer of light appeared in her eyes, and the gratification in her eyes was more than the surprise. Family members were family members, and others couldn't compare to them. In their hearts, there was only gratification and happiness. Any surprise was secondary. Xiao Hua. Jiang Jiantong glanced at Xiao Xianrui and said solemnly, I've already told you the truth about Xiao Xianrui. She made a mistake first. It's my right to punish her. If you want to kill me because of this, I won't make things too difficult for you. After all, you don't know much. It's understandable that you did it for your senior sister. You killed an elder of my 100 Herbs Gate, injured this old man's daughter, and even injured this old man. This is the price I have to pay for destroying Xiao Xianrui's cultivation. However, this is my bottom line. As for killing Shang Huaming, to tell you the truth, I don't know. If you hate my 100 Herbs Gate because of this, it's your fault. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua looked at the already injured Jiang Jiantong. He had a card up his sleeve and wasn't afraid of wasting time. He looked around and saw the several early foundation building elders of 100 Herbs Gate as well as Yu Tsong, whose face showed fear. He laughed and said, who doesn't know how to explain themselves? If it wasn't your 100 Herbs Gate who killed me, Shang Huaming? In order to seize my foundation, you killed my master and 2 senior brothers. You forced my master's only daughter to marry your 100 Herbs Gate's young master, so that you could seize my reputation. Now that you saw that my senior sister was useless, you immediately wanted to kill her. But you were afraid that the news would spread and ruin your reputation, so you fabricated some groundless charges to impose on her. Not only did you want to drive her out of Yellow Flower Ridge, but you also destroyed her cultivation. Do you think I can't see through such a sinister act? Forget it. I've already said what I need to say. Why should I dawdle with you? Xiao Hua pointed at the soaring dragon scissors. The scissors once again emitted a golden brilliance, restless. Xiao Hua. You're really wrong. At this point, Jiang Jiantong knew that it was useless to defend himself, but he still didn't want the crime of killing Shang Huaming to fall on his head. I really only wanted to marry Shang Huaming. Later on, I occupied Yellow Flower Ridge because I saw that Shang Huaming wasn't killed. Say no more. Xiao Hua was too lazy to say more and was about to activate his magic power. Xiao Hua, don't forget. Jiang Jiantong suddenly thought of something and hurriedly shouted, I'm not afraid of you. You have to think about Shang Huaming's mountain-protecting flood dragon. How could my 100 Herbs Gate kill it? Xiao Hua hesitated slightly, looked at a place not far away, and sneered, you don't have the ability, but that doesn't mean you can't ask for help. Now that things have come to this, why bother explaining? Let me send you to your death. Humph! Jiang Jiantong sneered and released the hand that was covering his wound. The bloody hole from before was gradually closing up. This old man has already made it clear to you. If you insist on fighting, do you think this old man will be afraid of you? Yu Tsong, attack Xiao Xianrui. I want to see how many hands Xiao Hua has. After Jiang Jiantong finished giving the order, he activated the magic power in his body. Jiang Jiantong let out a long howl, and his body swelled like a balloon. His figure gradually stretched, and his aura gradually increased. He actually had the strength close to the golden core stage. Haha, how interesting. Xiao Hua wasn't afraid of him and said with a smile, what kind of cultivation method is this? Chapter 22:18. Junior brother. Xiao Xianrui said anxiously, this is my secret technique. It's something that father couldn't cultivate successfully. I'm afraid you're no match for him. Don't be afraid. Xiaohua said with a smile, when I kill him, I'll take back all my techniques. Junior brother, you can't kill him. Xiao Xianrui suddenly said. What? Xiaohua was stunned and looked at Xiao Xianrui in disbelief. Why? Xiao Xianrui said in a low voice, like you, I've always suspected that the 100 Herbs sect was behind this. But from Jiang Fanhe's observations over the past few decades, I'm afraid that the 100 Herbs sect really has nothing to do with the extermination of my sect. And the most important thing is that Jiang Jiantong is Jiang Luer's grandfather. I don't want Jiang Luer to hate his mother. Xiao Hua was in a difficult position. Looking at Jiang Jiantong and Yu Tsong, he was really unwilling, but he didn't want to make things difficult for Xiao Xianrui, so he hesitated and said, Senior sister, now that you've become like this, should we just let it go? Little brother is truly unwilling to accept this. Xiao Xianrui nodded and said, Junior brother is now a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, so you don't have to fear the 10,000 Flowers Valley. Then kill Yu Tsong. This thief is really hateful. Okay. Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. Also, if possible, take Jiang Luer away from Yellow Flower Ridge. I don't want to leave Jiang Luer here. Xiao Xianrui said again. Okay. Xiao Hua nodded and said, Senior sister, stay by my side. Let's see how I'll vent your anger for you. After saying that, Xiao Hua looked at Jiang Jiantong. At this time, Jiang Jiantong was about 3 meters tall, like a demon god. His body flashed with a light green brilliance, which seemed to be a kind of defense. Xiao Hua. If you had directly killed me just now, I might have really died in your hands. But you actually gave me time to breathe. That's a big mistake. Jiang Jiantong smiled proudly, I'll show you Shang Huaming's unique skill and let you die on Yellow Flower Ridge. With that, Jiang Jiantong's figure swayed and flew toward Xiao Hua. Humph. That's all you got. Xiao Hua smiled faintly. His shoulders shook, and with a loud cry, the phoenix Dharma body flew out of his body. It flapped its wings that were several meters long and flew towards Jiang Jiantong. Phoenix Dharma body? Huh, so you're also a disciple of an aristocratic family. Jiang Jiantong laughed heartily. Before he could stop laughing, he clenched his fist and smashed it toward the embodiment like a meteor. Ka-cha-cha. A thunderous sound rang out. A bolt of lightning suddenly appeared between the claws of the Phoenix Dharma body, and it swiftly struck at Jiang Jiantong's fist. At the same time, the Phoenix celestial body flapped its wings, and dark clouds began to cover Yellow Flower Ridge. Thunder and lightning could be heard from the clouds. Wasn't it the thunder summoning technique that the Thunder Beast Dharma body displayed when Xue Xue was building her foundation? Pa, the lightning struck Jiang Jiantong, and the purplish-red lightning destroyed the light green brilliance, smashing Jiang Jiantong's fist into pieces. Jiang Jiantong was in pain and was sent flying backward. His body had shrunk somewhat. Isn't it too late to leave now? Xiao Hua sneered. The Phoenix Dharma body stirred again, and another bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking at Jiang Jiantong. What kind of cultivator is this? The 100 Herbs sect disciples present were all stunned. Lai Hong, who originally wanted to save Jiang Jiantong, didn't even dare to extend his hand. Jiang Jiantong's strength was already close to the Golden Core realm, but he wasn't a match for Xiao Hua's thunder-controlling technique. If he went up, wouldn't he be courting death? Looking at Yu Tsong again, he had already used his Peach Blossom Dharma artifact. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't care about him and was attacking Jiang Jiantong ferociously, he was secretly delighted. He hurriedly protected himself and secretly thought about how to escape. But just as the phoenix Dharma body summoned the heavenly lightning to kill Jiang Jiantong, Yuzong suddenly saw Xiaohua, who was facing him from the side, suddenly turn his head and grin at him. He was shocked. But just as he thought of using his Dharma power again, he felt pain in his divine sense, and his Dharma power dissipated. A golden light flashed, and the soaring dragon scissors slashed down from the sky, splitting all the peach blossoms into two. Yuzong's physical body was also split into two. However, despite the sharpness of the soaring WYRM scissors, Yuzong's body merely fell flat without any abnormalities. It was only when Xiaohua waved his hand and picked up Yuzong's storage bag that the two pieces of the corpse were separated. Husband. Jiang Hong had already taken an elixir, and the bleeding on her right hand had stopped. Seeing that Yuzong was killed, she couldn't help but shout. Xiaohua squinted at Jiang Hong. He knew that Xiao Xianrui wouldn't let him kill this woman, so he couldn't be bothered with her. The heavenly lightning summoned by the phoenix Dharma body fell like raindrops, striking Jiang Jiantong into the air. His skin and flesh were lacerated, and he could no longer maintain his previous power. Not only was he beaten back to his original state, but he was also severely injured. Senior Xiao, please spare my life. Jiang Fan's voice came. He was the young master of the 100 Herbs sect. With such a big commotion in front of Yellow Flower Ridge, it was impossible for him not to come out. Seeing that Jiang Jiantong was severely injured, he hurriedly explained, Shang Huaming's annihilation has nothing to do with my 100 Herbs sect. Please forgive us, Senior Xiao. We will immediately withdraw from Yellow Flower Ridge and return it to you, Senior Xiao. Where is Jiang Luer? Xiaohua said coldly, bring him out. Yes, Jiang Luer is here. Jiang Fan turned around and said to a disciple of the 100 Herbs sect, quickly bring Jiang Luer over. Yes. The female disciple who was carrying Jiang Luer responded. She hurriedly activated the flying charm and flew toward Xiaohua, trembling with fear. But at this moment, Jiang Hong, who was not far away, suddenly moved. Her remaining hand grabbed at Jiang Luer like a claw, and she said fiercely, Xiao Xianrui, you killed my husband. I will kill your son. Luer. Xiao Xianrui was shocked. Humph. Xiaohua sneered. He opened his mouth and the dream-killing flying sword was about to fly out. However, Xiaohua frowned again. Xiaohua was confident that he could cut off Jiang Hong's other hand before she could touch Jiang Luer. However, he couldn't kill Jiang Hong because he was afraid that Jiang Hong would hurt Jiang Luer. Idiot! You are too soft-hearted again. A voice that Xiaohua was very familiar with rang out. Then, a black flame suddenly appeared on top of Jiang Hong's head and enveloped her. Ah! Jiang Hong only had time to scream. Her whole body was surrounded by the black flame, and in a moment, she was burned to ashes. Zhang Qingxiao? Sect leader Zhang? Xiaohua suddenly turned his head and looked coldly at the source of the voice. He said curiously, you are really everywhere. Last time, I spared your life, but you didn't repent and still showed up in front of me. What are you doing here today? I don't need you to help me. Ha ha ha. If I wasn't here, wouldn't you have hurt my nephew? Zhang Qingxiao's handsome face gradually appeared in midair. There was joy and heartache on his face. Nephew? Xiaohua was surprised. He pointed at Jiang Luer and said, how did he become your nephew? He is obviously the child of my senior sister. Qingxiao. You are Qingxiao. Xiao Xianrui didn't care who it was. She only trembled slightly when she heard Zhang Qingxiao's name. However, it wasn't until she took Jiang Luer from the terrified 100 Herbs Gate disciples that she turned to look at the handsome Zhang Qingxiao with an incredulous gaze. Senior sister, forget it. Second senior brother isn't so handsome. Xiaohua curled his lips. He had a kind of expectation in his heart. He knew that he could change his appearance. As the sect leader of Heavenly Demon Sect, how could Zhang Qingshao not change his appearance? But the problem was, how did his eccentric second senior brother, who had already been killed, become the sect leader of Heavenly Demon Sect? Although his cultivation wasn't frighteningly high, his secret techniques were endless, far beyond his expectations. Speak. How did my senior sister's child become your nephew? Xiao Hua scolded Zhang Qingshao. Damn it, how do you call Jiang Luer? Zhang Qingxiao's face showed a trace of strangeness as he scolded again. This. Xiao Hua scratched his head and whispered, Senior sister, how should I call Jiang Luer? Pfft. Xiao Xianrui finally smiled today. She lovingly looked at Jiang Luer who was in her arms and said, You naturally have to call him nephew. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiao Hua's face was slightly embarrassed, but he raised his eyebrows and said, Sect leader Zhang, this nephew is exclusive to me. My senior brother and second senior brother both died. Don't claim to be relatives here for no reason. I don't have a full moon banquet for you to drink. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't recognize him, Zhang Qingshao was flustered and exasperated. He pointed his finger and said, Damn it, I'm not dead yet. Being cursed by you like this, I'm afraid I'll lose a few more years of my life. Xiao Hua's heart warmed. His eyes were somewhat blurry, but he still didn't dare to believe it. After all, there were too many unfathomable methods on Xiaoyu continent. Who knew if this Zhang Qingshao was the same Zhang Qingshao? You should let me see what my second senior brother looks like. Your captivating appearance is not my second senior brother's skin. Xiao Hua's eyes were fixed on Zhang Qingshao, but his magic power was surging. Motherfucker, I'm handsome to begin with. Now I'm even more charming. How can a beautiful appearance be so good? Zhang Qingshao smugly touched her own face. Her expression was exactly the same as Zhang Qingxiao's from before. Then, Zhang Qingxiao's face gradually changed. Seeing Zhang Qingxiao's face that was so familiar to him that it was as if it was engraved in his mind, Xiao Hua couldn't help but tear up. He knew in his heart that Zhang Qingxiao was just a minor character in Shanghuaming, and Shanghuaming was a small and unknown sect on the Dawn Rain continent. It was impossible for the sect master of a sect like the Heavenly Demon Sect to know of Zhang Qingxiao. In particular, Heavenly Demon Sect rose after Zhang Qingxiao's death. Even if this Zhang Qingxiao was different from the previous Zhang Qingxiao, there must be a connection. Senior sister, do you think this guy is second senior brother? Xiao Hua asked in a low voice. Yes or no, what's the difference? Xiao Xianrui's eyes were also happy. I'm now a cripple. I only have Jiang Luer to rely on. What can others covet? Chapter 22:19. Good. Xiao Hua nodded and said to Zhang Qingshao, Since senior sister has temporarily agreed, then I won't doubt you. However, I'm going to leave with senior sister. Do you want to follow? Do you want to explain to me why you were so ruthless to me? Damn it, you said I was ruthless. Zhang Qingshao stomped his feet. I almost died in your hands last time. You still want to explain to me? Hee hee. You didn't die, did you? Xiao Hua smiled sinisterly. Wait until you're dead. With that, Xiao Hua grabbed Xiao Xianrui and flew away. But Zhang Qingshao stood there quietly, not moving an inch. Oh? You're not coming? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Zhang Qingshao narrowed his eyes and looked at the people of 100 Herbs Gate in the distance. He smiled and said, This yellow flower ridge is my territory. The people of 100 Herbs Gate should leave. They've occupied the nest for so many years. It's time for them to scram. But, senior sister has some difficulties. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Senior sister doesn't allow us to fight. Ha ha ha. Zhang Qingxiao clapped his hand and grabbed the blood-red flag. He smiled and said, I'm Shang Huaming's second disciple and your second senior brother. I'm the leader here. I'm the one who's right. With that, the small flag in his hand shook. A gust of wind and clouds surged. Dozens of pitch-black lights flashed and attacked the people of 100 Herbs Gate in the air. Qingxiao, stop. They're all Jiang Luer's relatives. Xiao Xianrui was shocked, but how could Zhang Qingxiao listen? He could have met Xiao Xianrui long ago, but seeing that Xiao Xianrui was happy in 100 Herbs Gate and that Jiang Fan treated her sincerely, he also knew that 100 Herbs Gate was not the culprit who killed Shang Huaming, so he didn't bother to interfere. So he sent a disciple to sneak into 100 Herbs Gate and report all the abnormalities to him. When something happened to Xiao Xianrui, the disciple had already sent a message, and Zhang Qingxiao also rushed over immediately. He had concealed himself at the side and witnessed everything that Xiaohua had done. He knew that Xiaohua had actually come to avenge him, his eldest senior brother, and his master. Naturally, his suspicions towards Xiaohua had been completely dispelled. However, when he saw Xiao Xianrui in such a miserable state, no matter how profound his cultivation was, he still revealed his killing intent. Only then did Xiaohua discover it again. Now Xiao Xianrui actually asked him to hold back. How could he listen to Xiao Xianrui? He didn't care about Jiang Luer's relatives. It had nothing to do with Xiao Xianrui or Shang Huaming. The people of 100 Herbs Gate were in trouble. Previously, he had seen Xiaohua's bravery and invincibility, easily injuring Jiang Jiantong. He was already trembling with fear. But who would have thought that the most vicious and merciless was yet to come? The sect master of the heavenly demon sect, whose reputation had already spread far and wide, was actually Shang Huaming's Zhang Qingxiao. A single demonic flame had turned Jiang'an into ashes. Jiang'an was an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. The only thing left for everyone was their guts being torn apart. Just now, when they heard Xiaohua's words, they knew that he was worried about Xiao Xianrui's thoughts. But just as this joy was born, the demonic flame, which was as arrogant as a gust of wind, fell from the sky, accompanied by Zhang Qingxiao's incomparable anger. Everyone didn't dare to be negligent. They hurriedly used their magical powers, yellow talismans, and magic arts, trying to escape. Unfortunately, they were no match for Xiaohua, and it was even more difficult for them to enter Zhang Qingxiao's eyes. Together with the seriously injured Jiang Jiantong and Jiang Fan, they were all killed by Zhang Qingxiao without much resistance. Seeing the regret and horror on Jiang Fan's face, Xiao Xianrui was also very anxious. After all, he was Jiang Luer's biological father. She didn't know how to explain it to Jiang Luer when she grew up. However, just as Jiang Fan's body was ignited by the black flame, and he was turned into ashes with a few painful screams, Xiao Xianrui's heart suddenly relaxed, as if all the heavy burden and oppression had disappeared in an instant. Alas! A trace of helplessness flashed in Xiaohua's eyes, and he thought to himself, if I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? The 100 Herbs Gate schemed against me, Shang Huaming, and only occupied Yellow Flower Ridge for a few more decades. Their sphere of influence has increased a lot, but now? They have all fallen into my hands again. The 100 Herbs Gate. I'm afraid it will cease to exist from now on. Go! Kill all the disciples of the 100 Herbs Gate. Zhang Qingxiao ordered in a low voice after killing Jiang Jiantong and the others. The several cultivators at the middle stage of foundation establishment who had received the order later all bowed and said, "We understand." Qingxiao. Xiao Xianrui said anxiously, "The ordinary disciples of the 100 Herbs Gate don't deserve to die. Let them live." Humph, how dare they trample on my Yellow Flower Ridge? These disciples deserve to die. Zhang Qingxiao was unmoved and ordered again, kill all the disciples of the 100 Herbs Gate on Medicine Gnome Peak. Yes. Qing Xiao. Xiao Xianrui said anxiously, I know you have great power now and can decide the life and death of thousands of people with a word. But you can't abuse it like this. The disciples of the 100 Herbs Gate on Medicine Gnome Peak are innocent. You can't kill all of them. Humph, I didn't intend to destroy the 100 Herbs Gate. Zhang Qingxiao looked at Xiao Xianrui and said, however, since the 100 Herbs Gate dared to torture junior sister like this, I won't be able to calm my anger if I don't kill all of them. Besides, if I want to kill, I have to kill to the end. If you dilly-dally like junior brother, who knows what the remnants of the 100 Herbs Gate will do in the future. It won't be good for junior sister or Jiang Luer. Then, Zhang Qingxiao looked up at the bleeding yellow flower ridge and said coldly, the world can betray me, Zhang Qingxiao, and my heavenly demon sect. But they can't betray my junior sister, my senior brother, my master, and Shang Huaming. Those who hurt my loved ones, even if they are thousands of miles away, I will kill them all. Sigh. Xiao Hua knew that what Zhang Qingxiao said was the truth, and what he did was very satisfying. But he always felt that he was ruthless, and compassion grew in his heart. And since Zhang Qingxiao had made a move, he couldn't interfere. Forget it. If thousands of people do the same thing, I'm afraid there will be thousands of different ways. I'm afraid there will be thousands of thoughts. I have my own way of doing things. I have a clear conscience, and a clear conscience. I don't care about others. Xiao Hua understood, I'm afraid that second senior brother's way of doing things is also clear of his heart and clear of his world. This is the only way. He is the heavenly demon sect leader, and I am not. That. Xiao Hua, don't you feel tired standing in the air? After a while, Zhang Qingxiao looked at Xiao Hua and said, Junior sister, why don't you let me support you for a while? If it was the previous Zhang Qingxiao, Xiao Hua wouldn't say a word. But now, Xiao Hua really couldn't be at ease. Chapter 22-20. Hold Luer for a while. Jiang Luer was already tired and had fallen asleep in Xiao Xianrui's arms. He didn't know that all his family members had been killed except for his mother. Xiao Xianrui's injuries hadn't healed, so she felt weak holding him. Okay. Zhang Qingxiao smacked her lips and flew over. She took Jiang Luer while Xiao Hua was slightly on guard. Poor Luer. Xiao Xianrui looked at Zhang Qingxiao, who was not very familiar with holding the child, and couldn't help but sigh. Half a day ago, his mother was about to be driven away, and he almost recognized someone else as his mother. Now his mother is safe, and his father and grandfather are gone. Tisk. Zhang Qingxiao sneered. Since he can pretend to be his mother, why can't he pretend to be his father and grandfather? Even if it's an aunt, we can find her again. Okay. Xiao Xianrui already understood Zhang Qingxiao's meaning. He showed his true identity in front of the disciples of the 100 Herbs sect, and revealed his true identity. Jiang Luer was still young, and his memory was not clear. It was very easy to find a few cultivators to be his family members. Wasn't that Jiang Jiantong's plan? Anyway, his mother was still alive, so he had to confirm the truth himself. After a while, a disciple of the Heavenly Devil sect in the middle stage of Foundation establishment came back to report that all the disciples of the 100 Herbs sect in Yellow Flower Ridge had been killed. Well, have you cleaned it up? Zhang Qingxiao looked at the disciple and asked. Yes, sect master knows. There are no traces left, but please enter the mountain to take a look. Okay, you all go to the Medicine Farmer Peak. Zhang Qingxiao waved her hand and ordered. Yes, once the disciple received the order, he turned around and flew away without hesitation. Let's go. Zhang Qingxiao landed in front of the fog with Jiang Luer in her arms and said with a smile, I haven't been back to Yellow Flower Ridge for many years. Now I'm going back with junior sister and junior brother. Please lead the way. Okay. Xiao Xianrui's eyes reddened. She thought of the scene when she, Gong Mingwei, and Zhang Qingxiao returned from the trade fair in Jinghua City. However, when she slapped her storage bag, her heart ached. She looked up and said, "Second senior brother, I don't have any cultivation. I'm afraid I can't lead the way." "You should do it, second senior brother." "Hee, junior sister, don't panic. I have already sent people to Xuanyan School. It is said that Xuanyan School has the legendary heaven-mending pill. This pill should be able to repair your dantian." Zhang Qingxiao smiled and comforted Xiao Xianrui. "Tch," Xiaohua said disdainfully, "Second senior brother, you're only thinking of going to Xuanyan School to look for some heaven-mend pill now? Don't you have any divine abilities or methods? Doesn't the Heavenly Demon sect claim to have everything? Damn you!" Zhang Qingxiao said angrily, "You came first, I was one step later than you. Why didn't you protect your junior sister? Even if I didn't scold you, you would still be so smug. What kind of thing is that heavenly mending pill? How could I possibly carry it around with me?" "Huh." Xiaohua patted his storage pouch and took out a jade bottle. He handed it to Xiao Xianrui and said, "Senior sister, look at you. Little brother already told you that cultivation is nothing. Little brother has a heaven-mending pill here. Senior sister, in a moment, find a time to take it. In a few days, your dantian will be restored." You really have a heaven-mending pill?" Not to mention Xiao Xianrui, even Zhang Qingxiao was stunned. However, Zhang Qingxiao immediately came to his senses. He pointed at Xiaohua and said, "Of course. I forgot that you know how to concoct pills. Back then, when Master taught me how to concoct pills, I noticed that you were abnormal." When Xiao Yuehong was mentioned, Zhang Qingxiao was a little sad. "Yes, I do know how to concoct pills. This heaven-mending pill was also concocted by me." Xiaohua didn't hide it and answered frankly. Zhang Qingxiao reached out and took the jade bottle from Xiaohua. He opened it and looked. His face showed surprise, even a kind of shock. He glanced at Xiaohua, seemingly in disbelief. Xiaohua naturally knew Zhang Qingxiao's doubts. He waved his hand and said, "Second senior brother, don't ask. I lost my memory. You asked too much. I don't know myself." "Yes, I understand." Zhang Qingxiao nodded slightly and handed the jade bottle to Xiao Xianrui. He said, "Junior sister, this pill is definitely a heaven-mending pill. Moreover, it is one of a kind in the Dawn Rain continent. It was concocted using ancient alchemy techniques. You only need to consume it, and you will recover your cultivation in less than 3 days. Moreover, your meridians and dantian will definitely be tougher than before. Your cultivation will increase in a matter of days." "Thank you, junior brother." Xiao Xianrui was overjoyed. She took the jade bottle and said with a smile. Xiaohua waved his hand. "Senior sister, don't thank me. If I had come a few days earlier, perhaps there wouldn't be so many things." "Humph, of course." Zhang Qingxiao also scolded. "Your cultivation was long enough to protect junior sister. Why didn't you come earlier?" "Alas, didn't I want to exterminate the 100 Herbs sect? My previous cultivation wasn't enough to eliminate Jiang Jiantong and the others, so I delayed until today." Xiaohua said with a bitter smile. "When I met you 3 years ago, you could already kill Jiang Jiantong." Zhang Qingxiao scolded. "You only know how to show off in front of me. You didn't dare to come and exterminate the 100 Herbs sect. You're too cautious. Don't talk about me." Xiaohua retorted. "You're in charge of the entire Heavenly Demon sect. Although I don't know what the Heavenly Demon sect is like now, it should be easy to exterminate the 100 Herbs sect, right? Zhang Qingxiao was so angry that the veins on his head bulged, but he had nothing to say. His feelings for Xiao Xianrui were different from Xiao Hua's feelings for her. How could he easily disturb her happiness? Since you're here now, it's not too late. Let's not talk about each other anymore. Xiao Xianrui advised. You two are still the same as before, quarreling whenever you meet. However, I'm afraid Qingxiao can't casually bully Xiao Hua now. He wants to. Xiao Hua bared his teeth. Only I care about it. Zhang Qingxiao rolled his eyes. Then, Zhang Qingxiao asked again, by the way, do you still have the heavenly pill? Give me a few. Look, senior sister. You just said you won't bully me, but now you want to do the evil things of the past again. Xiao Hua looked innocent, as if he was complaining to Xiao Xianrui, but his hands were not slow. He patted his storage bag and took out 4 more pills. If you don't give them to me, who else can you give them to? Zhang Qingxiao took them happily. It's better to give them to a family member than to others. You. Seeing that Zhang Qingxiao was even more greedy than Qian Diheng, Xiao Hua was really speechless. Second senior brother. Xiao Xianrui said with a smile. Second senior brother, please open the restriction on my Shang Huaming. I also want to go home early. Okay. Hearing the words, I also want to go home early, Zhang Qingxiao's tears almost fell. This sentence awakened his memories that were difficult to erase. Zhang Qingxiao patted her storage bag, took out a jade tablet, and gently tapped it. A faint brilliance flashed, and a wave of magic power from the jade tablet shot into the fog. The fog seemed to be pushed aside by someone, and a passage flashed. Let's go, junior sister, junior brother. Zhang Qingxiao called out, and slowly flew in first. Her speed was no different from the 8th level of qi refinement. Xiao Hua also slowly flew into the fog with Xiao Xianrui. When Xiao Hua saw the welcome pavilion that had been repaired and looked even more luxurious, Xiao Hua's heart also ached. People often said that people were different, wasn't that true? Moreover, people were people of today, not people of the past. People were also not things of the past. But fortunately, everything on Yellow Flower Ridge showed the original state of Shang Huaming, and Xiao Hua could still think of the laughter from decades ago. The 3 of them were not in a hurry to fly to Manushi Peak. Instead, they flew as they walked. When they saw some familiar places, they stopped and looked again, unable to bear to leave. Although Xiao Xianrui had lived here for decades, she had never been like this before. She had never found her past memories in a place that she was familiar with. The entire Yellow Flower Ridge was quiet, and it was still the same as the small sect of 3.5 disciples from before. There were not many people. The dead were no longer here, the fugitives had returned, and the new people did not understand. It was as if the reincarnation of this world had come again. The sound of the pine trees, the night wind, and the 3 of them each had their own sincere feelings. Although they knew that the past was gone, they still cherished the memory. The journey that could be finished quickly took the 3 of them more than an hour. Not bad. Seeing that Mingli Peak was in sight, Xiao Hua couldn't help but praise, second senior brother, your subordinates have really benefited greatly. They've killed so many people, yet there's actually not a trace of blood left behind. This little brother actually looks the same as he did several decades ago. TSK. You can't even do such a small thing. How can you be my subordinate? Zhang Qingxiao said proudly, but, listening to your words, it seems a little ironic. No, I don't mean anything else this time. If you let the dirty blood of those people stain the rocks of my Yellow Flower Ridge, I will be the first to not spare you. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Let's go. Xiao Xianrui also nodded and said, there is no big change here, but Minushi Peak and other places have been changed by the 100 Herbs sect. It is very different from before. Junior sister, don't worry. Zhang Qingxiao said, give me a few days. I will definitely restore it to its former appearance. Forget it, no need. Xiao Xianrui said sadly, it is already like this. What's the point of changing it again? Junior sister, don't be sad. Zhang Qingxiao waved his hand and said, Shang Huaming will start a sect from today. Senior sister will be the head, and Jiang Luer will be the young head. I will arrange for people to help Shang Huaming recruit disciples. Second senior brother, you don't want to take charge of Shang Huaming again, do you? Xiao Hua suddenly asked. Hehe, don't worry. I already have the Heavenly Demon sect. Why would I want Shang Huaming? This Shang Huaming belongs to our master, junior sister, and Jiang Luer. I will never interfere in any of Shang Huaming's matters. Zhang Qingxiao, of course, knew what Xiao Hua meant and hurriedly explained. Chapter 22-21. Then, Xiao Hua and the others came to the guest hall. The huge guest hall had a completely new look. It was different from before, but now it was as cold as before. Entering the guest hall, Xiao Hua carefully helped Xiao Xianrui to the main seat. Xiao Xianrui glanced at Xiao Hua and Zhang Qingxiao and did not refuse. She was injured twice in a row. Although she had taken the Wu Xian pill refined by Xiao Hua, because she did not have true essence, it was impossible for her to recover in a short time. She could only lean on the chair. Hua Jiang Luer suddenly cried. Obviously, after waking up and seeing that the person holding her was not her mother, she started to make a fuss. Zhang Qingxiao hurriedly got up and quickly handed Jiang Luer to Xiao Xianrui. Once the child was in Xiao Xianrui's arms, she was peaceful. Her pair of energetic little eyes looked around and often fell on Xiao Hua and Zhang Qingxiao. I'll have to trouble you to rebuild Shang Huaming, second senior brother. Xiao Hua knew that his time was limited, and it was impossible for him to command so many disciples like Zhang Qingxiao. Yes, I'll do it. You don't have to worry. Zhang Qingxiao smiled and said, this has been my wish for many years. I believe that Shang Huaming will definitely not be a nameless small sect in the future. Good. Xiao Hua nodded and asked again, however, since you and I have recognized each other, I have to ask. You already knew my identity, so why did you repeatedly try to kill me? Damn it. Do you still need to say it? Zhang Qingxiao said coldly, what are you like in Shang Huaming? What are you like outside of Shang Huaming? Look at your current cultivation, you can easily kill Jiang Jiantong. If I didn't suspect you, if I didn't put you on the list of suspects to kill Shang Huaming, would I still be in charge of the Heavenly Demon sect? In fact, if you didn't take the initiative to come to Yellow Flower Ridge to take revenge today, I would still suspect you. Besides, didn't I let you go the first time? If I didn't show mercy, do you think you could escape the first time? Yin Meng is now the deputy sect leader of the Heavenly Demon sect. This guy is definitely a devil cultivator. Oh, right, what did you take from him? It seems to be a Grand Universe teleportation token. This. Xiao Hua patted his storage bag and took out the Universal teleportation token. Yes, this is it. Zhang Qingxiao nodded and did not take it. She said, this item is very important. It should be related to the devil cultivators of the Cultivation Empire. They were playing a big game of chess, and this thing was the key. Keep this item well. I can't let that bastard get it for the time being. That guy still looks down on me, thinking that I'm just a country bumpkin. He wants to play with me. I want to see who will have the last laugh. N. Xiao Hua nodded and kept the Grand Universe teleportation token into his spatial ring. There was probably no place safer than his spatial ring on the Dawn Rain continent. Then, Xiao Hua asked, second martial brother. Since you can doubt this little brother, then this little brother also wants to ask you. Didn't you die at Yellow Flower Ridge that day? How did he come back to life? Zhang Qingxiao thought for a moment and smiled. The reason is very simple. I wasn't killed by that nascent soul cultivator that day. Nascent soul? Xiao Hua was stunned. How could he be a nascent soul cultivator? Why did he come to my Yellow Flower Ridge? It wasn't just one. Zhang Qingxiao said coldly. It was 3. It's just that I didn't see clearly which 3 nascent soul cultivators they were. As for why they came to my Yellow Flower Ridge, I still don't know. Oh, Xiao Hua suddenly thought of Little White and those 3 drops of white dragon blood. However, Zhang Qingxiao said again, that nascent soul cultivator's cultivation was really too high. When I came back from Medicine Farmer Peak with eldest martial brother, before I could see clearly, I fainted from the pain in my chest. When I woke up, it was another opportunity. However, this matter is a bit strange, so I can't tell you. Tisk. Xiao Hua sneered. Then are you still Zhang Qingxiao? Tisk, you're the one who's Tisk. Zhang Qingxiao said angrily. If you have the ability, then tell me your Buddhist cultivation. What's going on? This. Xiao Hua said embarrassedly, just pretend that I didn't say anything. Xiao Xianrui laughed. You're all my family. Even if you leave me aside, you're still fellow disciples. There's no need to talk about kinship. Even if there's some secret, as long as it doesn't affect others, there's no need to tell others. All right. Zhang Qingxiao nodded. There's no need to say more. I accidentally took control of a rogue cultivator organization called Heaven Forsaken and changed it to Heavenly Demon Sect. Your Heavenly Demon Sect is really powerful. Xiao Hua sneered. What yin-yang dual cultivation? What Tao of Acacia? What's wrong with that? Zhang Qingxiao retorted. Heavenly Demon Sect, it means that Heavenly Demon is demon. This Tao of Acacia is nothing. Second martial brother, your appearance, how did it become like this? Xiao Xianrui hurriedly changed the topic and asked another question. Oh, I got a mother-child spirit fruit at the auction in Yenyuan City. Zhang Qingxiao didn't hide it from Xiao Xianrui and said with a smile. That mysterious cultivator with the complete qi refinement technique is you? Xiao Hua said in surprise. Yeah. Could it be that you were also at the auction? Zhang Qingxiao was stunned and said with a smile, you can't be the one who got that technique, right? Looking at Zhang Qingxiao's smiling face, Xiao Hua understood. No wonder there was something similar to the blood shadow technique in that technique. It turned out that it was this guy's doing. Damn it! If it wasn't me, who else could it be? Xiao Hua said angrily. I was almost killed by your technique. It's really you. Hearing this, Zhang Qingxiao hurriedly stood up and said, quick, let me take a look. You didn't really fall for it, did you? No need. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, I've already seen through that technique of yours. That's good, that's good. Zhang Qingxiao said embarrassedly. I only wanted to deceive others, but I didn't expect to deceive my own people. And, that technique is not bad. Do you have more? Xiao Hua's face was full of indignation. Quickly take it out and comfort my wounded heart. Of course, of course. Zhang Qingxiao hurriedly clapped his hands and took out a jade pendant. He was about to hand it over to Xiao Hua, but just as he handed it out halfway, he came to a realization. Damn it, you didn't seem to be hurt. Why would I give you this ancient cultivation technique? This heavenly law embodiment technique is an extremely powerful technique, I can't give it to you for free. Saying this, Zhang Qingxiao looked at Xiao Hua's storage bag with a smile. Damn, when you see wealth, you throw away your brotherhood. Xiaohua covered his storage bag and said, I've already given you the heaven-mending pill, what else do you want? Chapter 22-22. Hehe, of course, it's the mother-child spirit fruit. Zhang Qingxiao said, this thing is quite beneficial to me and my confidant. Take out as many as you have, the more the better. Okay. Xiaohua reached out his hand and said, give me a storage pouch. Zhang Qingxiao was stunned, then immediately became overjoyed and hurriedly gave a small storage pouch to Xiaohua. Xiaohua pretended to take something from the storage pouch and took out more than half of the mother-child spirit fruits that he had accumulated in the past few decades. So many. Seeing so many mother-child spirit fruits in the storage pouch, Zhang Qingxiao's eyes already turned green. Alright, no need to say any more. Your father will be the vice sect master. Zhang Qingxiao handed the jade pendant to Xiaohua and said, with you as the vice sect master, I can nurture countless experts. TSK. Xiaohua waved his hand, I'm too lazy to go to that filthy place of yours. Besides, from your tone, the vice sect master position of Heavenly Demon Sect is just for sale. Anyone can go, but I'm even more unwilling to go. Come if you want. Zhang Qingxiao happily put away the mother-child spirit fruits and rolled his eyes at Xiaohua. I don't know how many cultivators in Xiaoyu continent want to come. I don't care, Xiaohua flatly refused. Hehe, you don't have to be the vice sect master. However, when I ask you for the mother-child spirit fruits, you still have to take them out. Zhang Qingxiao said without any trace of politeness. Depends on the situation. Xiaohua shook his head, there aren't many mother-child spirit fruits left in that place, don't talk to me about this. Zhang Qingxiao said with a smile, if you can get so many, you can definitely get even more. Deal. Xiaohua also nodded, however, you have to help me do something. Hehe, you're starting to bargain with senior brother. Zhang Qingxiao nodded, say it. There aren't many things that I can't do on Xiaoyu continent. When Xiaohua took out a pile of rice seeds and handed it to Zhang Qingxiao, he explained the matter. Zhang Qingxiao was dumbfounded and asked incredulously, what? What? You actually want my Heavenly Demon Sect disciple to do such a good thing? Are you sure? Of course I'm not mistaken. Xiaohua nodded and said, now that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in our Xiaoyu continent has changed greatly, the cultivator's cultivation is merely restricted, but the common people's lives are in danger. My ability is limited, so I have no choice but to rely on second senior martial brother's Heavenly Demon Sect to do this. Great. Xiao Xianrui also nodded and advised, second senior brother, this is the best thing in the world. If you can participate, it will also be a good deed. I don't care about merit. I only want to avenge eldest senior brother and master. Zhang Qingxiao took the storage bags and said coldly, I was wondering why some people in the secular world of Meng Kingdom worship Zhenren Shao. It turns out that it was you who did it. Don't worry, even if my Heavenly Demon Sect does this, we will not use the name of the Heavenly Demon Sect. We will still use your name. Motherfucker, wouldn't my Heavenly Demon Sect become a laughing stock if other people knew about this? Xiaohua's heart warmed, knowing that his second senior martial brother still had some kindness. He cupped his hands and said, I thank second senior martial brother on behalf of the common people of the world. What qualifications do you have to represent the common people of the world? Zhang Qingxiao scolded, what's the use of doing this kind of good deed every day? You might as well spend your time on cultivation and searching for the murderer who killed my Shang Huaming. Hehe, speaking of which. Xiaohua laughed again and said, I really do have some clues. Tell me quickly. Zhang Qingxiao said anxiously. Thus, Xiaohua briefly told her about the little white dragon and what he saw at the auction in Haoming City. Then, he concluded, didn't Jiang Jiantong say it before? My Shang Huaming's guardian divine beast is probably the little white dragon. The three nascent soul cultivators just happened to face the Shanghua sect, Xuanyan school, and Qiqiao sect. Their sect leaders are all nascent soul cultivators. Even if it wasn't them, I'm afraid they are related to the murderer. However, I don't know if the blood of the Shanghua sect's Qi Jianghai is the blood of the white dragon. I understand. Zhang Qingshao nodded slowly. Things are gradually becoming clear, but it's not the time for the truth to come to light. Our cultivation is still too weak. When we reach the nascent soul realm, we will definitely find the murderer and kill him. Right, junior sister, speaking of which, I was a bit reckless just now. We can't use the name Shang Huaming for the time being to avoid attracting the murderer's attention. Let's use the name of the 100 Herbs sect for the time being. Okay, I'll listen to second senior brother's instructions. Xiao Xianrui nodded. Nascent soul? Alas, it seems too long ago. Xiaohua thought of the battle between the Dao sect and the sword cultivators and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Although he improved rapidly, there was still a long way to go before he could kill a nascent soul cultivator. How about a nascent soul? Zhang Qingshao said coldly, as long as you cultivate diligently, I will provide you with everything you want, whether it's pills, cultivation methods, or spiritual herbs. I haven't seen you for decades, and you can cultivate to the golden core realm. With my support, how slow can you be? Not to mention the nascent soul realm, you can even reach the spirit severing stage. What can you give me? Xiao Hua smiled. You even want me to give you the mother-child spirit fruit. Huh, what do you want? Zhang Qingshao asked instead of answering. This. Xiao Hua scratched his head. He really didn't want anything for the time being, but at this moment, his eyes lit up and he said with a smile, Second senior brother, do you have the Demon Realms refining method? The Demon Realms refining method? Zhang Qingshao was also stunned. What do you want that for? Of course it's for this. Xiao Hua clapped his hand and took out the Qiu Yin Lu. He looked at Zhang Qingshao with a smile. Zhang Qingxiao's gaze swept over it. How could she still sit still? With a big stride, she jumped from the chair on the left to the chair on the right where Xiao Hua was sitting and snatched the Qiu Yin Lu for a closer look. Second senior brother, is there a need to do this? Xiao Hua said with a smile. This is my treasure, I never promised to give it to you. Good, it really is the Qiu Yin Lu. Little junior brother, where did you get it? Zhang Qingshao looked again and asked, do you know the value of this thing? I heard Empress say that this is the weapon of Demon Monarch Scarlet Maple. What else is strange about it? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. It's not just that. Zhang Qingshao looked as if she couldn't bear to part with it. This is a famous weapon from ancient times. Later, it flowed into the demon realm and was obtained by Demon Monarch Scarlet Maple. I won't say the specific process. In short, this thing is very important to me. You have to give it to me even if you don't want to. But then Zhang Qingshao said curiously, however, this thing seemed to have been shattered in the war between immortals and demons. It was broken into several pieces. How did it become a hole in your hands? Oh. No, it's not completely refined. It's just connected together with a rare blood fusion method. I understand. Zhang Qingshao looked at Xiao Hua in surprise. Don't tell me that you refined this thing. It's me. Xiao Hua nodded. However, I don't have the Demon Realm's refining method, so I can't do it fully. If second senior brother has it, I can help you refine it. It's nothing much. Little junior brother, you're really good. Zhang Qingshao sighed with emotion. I thought I was incomparably powerful, but I didn't expect, compared to you, I'm really too far behind. No, the position of Heavenly Demon Sect's Vice Sect Master must be given to you. Go. Do you still want the ancient dragon Yinlu? Xiaohua threatened. Yes. Zhang Qingxiao answered without hesitation. Then, she searched her storage bag for a long time and took out 2 magic slips. One of them is the Demon Realm's refining method, the other is the ancient dragon Yinlu's refining method. Can you read the magic slips? Yes. Xiaohua reached out to take it and kept the ancient dragon Yinlu. N, you have the cultivation of a Buddhist sect. Naturally, you can read the magic slips. Zhang Qingxiao didn't find it strange. Oh right, also, where do you have the refining method of the 5 elements wishful heaven cudgel? Or a qi refinement technique that doesn't belong to the 5 elements? Or something with green seal script? Xiaohua asked one after another. No. Zhang Qingxiao's mind was hazy. She asked curiously, what are these things? I've never heard of them. I understand. Xiaohua waved his hand. He understood that although Zhang Qingxiao obtained the inheritance of a devil cultivator, she only knew about things from the demon realm. She probably didn't know much about green seal script or ancient things. After thinking for a while, Xiaohua took out a white bone and said, "It's this big white bone. If you see it, leave it for me." This thing. Good. I understand. Zhang Qingxiao nodded. Then, after thinking for a while, she took out a drop of blood and handed it to Xiaohua. This is a high-level cultivation method from the demon realm. It's called Blood Drop Paradise. You can refer to it. It should be useful for you to refine the ancient dragon Yinlu. Another cultivation method. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He nodded and took it. I have too many cultivation methods here. You're really taking advantage of me. Zhang Qingxiao scolded, this is the cultivation method of Qi Feng Supreme. Who knows how many devil cultivators in the demon realm covet it? All right. Xiaohua said helplessly, it won't be too late to thank you when I succeed in this cultivation method. TSK, how can you succeed in cultivating it? You're not from the demon realm. Zhang Qingxiao snorted disdainfully, you just need to experience it and refine the ancient dragon Yinlu properly. Your brother's life is in your hands. Why is that? Xiaohua was shocked. He didn't expect the ancient dragon Yinlu to be so important to Zhang Qingxiao. You don't need to know this. You just need to refine it properly. Zhang Qingxiao laughed again, I'm just lying to you. Seeing that Zhang Qingxiao didn't say anything, Xiaohua didn't ask anymore. However, he understood that Zhang Qingxiao wouldn't say anything senseless. Following that, the two of them talked for a while. Xiaohua was coaxed by Zhang Qingxiao to give him a lot of spirit herbs. However, although Xiaohua didn't care about Zhang Qingxiao's position as the vice sect leader, he still wanted the Azure Spirit Pills pill formula. As for the essence flower pill that condensed true essence, Xiaohua didn't expect that Zhang Qingxiao didn't have it. However, Xiao Xianrui did. The essence flower pills pill formula was the secret inheritance of the 100 Herbs Gate. Chang Fian from Weeping Moon City was right. That day, Chang Fian did mention the 100 Herbs Gate. However, Xiaohua only focused on the 10,000 Flower Valley and directly ignored the 100 Herbs Gate. Chapter 22-23. Of course, this secret technique was placed in Shang Huaming's secret chamber. The three of them headed to Shang Huaming's ancestral hall. Seeing Zhang Qingxiao take out an old yellow talisman and paste it on the ground, and seeing a flash of light, Xiaohua couldn't help but think of the first time he came here with Gong Mingwei. Xiaohua's figure disappeared along with the clear light, and tears once again welled up in his eyes. The originally hidden memories were always stirred up by the old matters and things that always existed, and the originally gradually ice-cold emotions were once again stirred up. Humans, even cultivators, were generally like this. Unfortunately, when Xiaohua saw the inheritance hall that had been tidied up by the 100 Herbs Gate, he was faintly disappointed. Yes, it was originally cold and cheerless, but that was his own, Shang Huaming's. Now, the prosperity belonged to the 100 Herbs Gate, and it had nothing to do with Shang Huaming. Not bad. Zhang Qingxiao didn't think so, and with a sweep of his divine sense, he laughed. The 100 Herbs Gate is really generous, leaving a lot of things in my yellow flower ridge. Could it be that they moved everything here? More or less. Xiao Xianrui put down Jiang Luer, who was about to move, and brushed her hair. Her body was quite charming, and she laughed. My Shang Huaming's restriction is very strange, much more powerful than the 100 Herbs Gates. When Jiang Jiantong repaired the array, he put all of the 100 Herbs Gates' inheritance here. Without Shang Huaming's yellow talisman, I'm afraid only nascent soul cultivators can break in, right? Yes, that's right, that's why it's so convenient for us. Zhang Qingxiao looked at Xiaohua and said, how about it, little junior brother, I won't let you do it for nothing. Take a look, if there's anything you want, just take it. TSK, Xiaohua snorted. I'm also Shang Huaming's disciple, and these things are also mine. Why should I owe you a favor? Xiao Xianrui quite enjoyed listening to the two bicker, and she covered her mouth with a smile. She pointed to a place and said, little junior brother, go over there. These are the 100 Herbs Gates pill recipes and refining methods. If you need them, you can take them. Don't let him take them, just copy them. These are all for Jiang Luer. Zhang Qingxiao immediately raised an objection. Xiaohua glared at him, am I that stupid? As he spoke, he was about to leave when he suddenly thought of something and asked Xiao Xianrui, senior sister, are all the herbs of the 100 Herbs Gate planted in Yellow Flower Ridge? Xiao Xianrui shook her head, no. Yellow Flower Ridge doesn't have abundant spirit qi, so it's not suitable for planting spirit herbs. Most of the spiritual herbs of 100 Herbs Gate are in Medicine Farmer Peak. Only some of the most important ones have been transplanted here. Oh. Xiaohua nodded, then turned to Zhang Qingxiao and said, second senior brother, have your subordinates give me 10 stalks of each of the 100 Herbs Gate's medicinal herbs, as well as 10 of their seeds. How can I allow my subordinates to be ordered around by you? Zhang Qingxiao said, but he did not stop. He walked out of the Heritage Hall and sent out the transmission talisman. What does little junior brother want the seeds for? Xiao Xianrui asked curiously. She then pointed to a spot and said, many of the seeds of the 100 Herbs Gate are also placed here. Take a look for yourself. Great. Xiaohua clapped his hands and laughed, little junior brother naturally has his uses. Then, Xiaohua copied the pill formulas of the 100 Herbs Gate. Unfortunately, the 100 Herbs Gate could only refine the green spirit pill of the late Foundation establishment stage at most. They did not have a single pill formula for the Golden Core stage. The other pill formulas for the Foundation establishment and Qi refinement stages could also be counted on one hand. As for the seeds, there were quite a lot. Most of them had already been planted in Xiaohua's space. However, Xiaohua still took some of each. Zhang Qingxiao looked at Xiaohua's actions and seemed to be deep in thought. However, Xiaohua did not care at all. His space was really hidden. Even a nascent soul stage cultivator would not be able to discover it. Zhang Qingxiao could not possibly know the details. Moreover, with his space, Zhang Qingxiao could also benefit from it. With Zhang Qingxiao's intelligence, he would definitely not drain the pond to fish and burn the forest to hunt, blindly occupying it by force. Sure enough, after Xiaohua searched through everything in the Heritage Hall, took what he needed to take and copied what he needed to copy, Zhang Qingxiao asked in a low voice, little junior brother, were you responsible for planting spirit herbs in the Imperial Thunder sect? That's right. Xiaohua nodded. Then, did you find a secret place in the Imperial Thunder sect when you were planting spirit herbs? Zhang Qingxiao's eyes lit up as he asked anxiously. More or less. Xiaohua did not deny it. I knew it. Zhang Qingxiao laughed loudly. If you didn't find any secret place in the Imperial Thunder sect, where did you get the mother-child spirit fruit? What do you want these spirit herb seedlings and seeds for? Zhang Qingxiao did not expect that when Xiaohua took out the mother-child spirit fruit at the auction in Yenyuan City, he had not yet entered the Imperial Thunder sect. Seeing Xiaohua somewhat stunned, Zhang Qingxiao laughed arrogantly and said, I found a secret place in the Weimeng mountain range where I planted the mother-child spirit fruit. However, that mother-child spirit fruit is only a few hundred years old. You can take out 1,000-year-old one all of a sudden. If it is not the Imperial Thunder sect's secret place, where else can it be? Oh. Xiaohua was greatly surprised and muttered in his heart, good, so that place is second senior brother's. However, he also could not explain, otherwise, his mother-child spirit fruit would have no source. Thus, Xiaohua pretended not to understand and said, What's wrong? What does my Imperial Thunder sect secret place have to do with you? Your huge heavenly demon sect can't even have spirit herbs, right? You actually want to get them from little brother's hands? Although my heavenly demon sect is big, so big that you can't imagine. However, after all, the sect has only been established for a short time and does not have much accumulation. Cultivation methods, medicinal pills, and artifacts are still okay. Previously, Tian Qi already has it. I can just go to other sects and families and snatch it. However, spirit herbs are quite troublesome, especially now that the spirit qi of heaven and earth is gradually changing. The spirit herbs planted are also not growing in a special way. If little junior brother has the Imperial Thunder sect's secret place, wouldn't it be just right? I'm afraid only second senior brother would do something like stuffing your own pockets. Xiaohua sneered. As long as I can get spirit herbs, I can do anything. Zhang Qingxiao did not care about Xiaohua's sneer. Xiaohua thought for a moment and nodded, little brother can help you. However, you have to take out the same number of seedlings, otherwise, it will be easy to be exposed. Of course, I know this. Zhang Qingxiao nodded, however, what little brother wants is precisely the spirit herb seedlings in your Imperial Thunder sect's secret place. Why is that? Xiaohua asked curiously, you want to plant the seedlings yourself? Of course. Zhang Qingxiao nodded, actually, when little junior brother gave little brother the rice, little brother had already thought about it. After little brother parted with you last time in Meng country, little brother occasionally met a secular person who was worshipping Taoist Xiao. Because his surname was similar to yours, little brother was curious and asked someone to inquire about it. Only then did I know that your rice seedlings can actually grow in the spirit qi of heaven and earth. At that time, little brother thought that if I met this Taoist Xiao, I would definitely give him the position of deputy sect leader of the heavenly demon sect and let him help me cultivate spirit herbs. Chapter 22-24. How many vice sect leaders do you have? Xiaohua laughed. Xiao Xianrui also couldn't help laughing. You can have as many as you want, Zhang Qingxiao said with a flick of his sleeve, I don't care. To be honest, there's no need to talk about your rice. It's definitely grown in that secret area. The spiritual herbs there must have adapted to the changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If you can take it outside and plant it, I'm sure it'll be the same as the rice and save all the spiritual herbs in the entire Dawn Rain continent. Of course. Hearing this, Xiaohua suddenly realized that it was just as Zhang Qingxiao said. Since the rice could adapt to the changes in heaven and earth spiritual qi, how could the spiritual herbs higher than the rice not adapt? Xiao Hua was too concerned about the common people and forgot about the cultivators on Xiaoyu continent. Little junior brother, if you plant spiritual herbs in the secret land of Imperial Thunder Sect, you must keep this cheap position. Zhang Qingxiao reminded him, now that the heaven and earth spiritual qi has changed, all the sects are on guard. If your Imperial Thunder Sect has this secret land, Shanghua Sect and Xuanyan School must have the same place. This is the foundation of all the sects on Xiaoyu continent. Then Zhang Qingxiao looked at Xiao Xianrui and said, if you don't believe me, then take out the spiritual herbs in the secret land and give them to junior sister. 100 Herbs Sect grows spiritual herbs, so there won't be any mistakes. Yes, I understand. Xiao Hua nodded. What's the difference between giving them to senior sister and giving them to you? 100 Herbs Sect will be. No, it's absolutely different. Zhang Qingxiao flatly denied. I said that I can help 100 Herbs Sect recruit disciples in the early stage, but I must give them to junior sister in the future. And 100 Herbs Sect will definitely change its name to Shang Huaming's. Okay, Xiao Hua nodded and reached out, give me the storage bag. I really do have some spiritual herb sprouts. I took them out of the secret land and was waiting to give them to Thunder Palace. Now it's time to exchange them. Don't. Zhang Qingxiao waved her hand and said, don't do it now. The two kinds of spiritual herbs will definitely have differences. If someone finds out, it will be bad. Xiao Hua naturally knew that this so-called secret plane was nothing more than a myth. Whether or not the Imperial Thunder Sect, Splendid Sect, and the other sects really had it, he also didn't know. If the spiritual plants of the 100 Herbs Sect couldn't be replaced, it wouldn't be long before they would wither. How could his poor senior martial sister support it? Moreover, once he went to Han country, he didn't know when he would return. If he didn't give it to him now, when would he? Second senior brother, don't worry. We just need to hand over the spiritual herbs to them. No one will check. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Really? Zhang Qingxiao was a little puzzled, but he nodded again. Since you said so, I won't be polite. As he spoke, he took out a storage pouch. Xiao Hua took out a lot of spirit grass seedlings from his storage bag. He also took out 10 of them. As for the older ones, he also took out a few of them after giving the storage pouch to Zhang Qingxiao. Zhang Qingxiao unceremoniously handed him a blood-red messaging talisman and a jade slip. He said with a smile, Junior Martial Brother is so convenient. You can take a look at the things inside. After you have them, you can use the messaging talisman to send them to me. I will personally go and get them. Alas, I knew there wouldn't be any easy work. Xiao Hua took it with a smile. He didn't even look at it before putting it into the storage pouch. It was impossible for him to give the spiritual herbs to Zhang Qingxiao now. Seeing Xiao Hua accept it without any trace of politeness, Zhang Qingxiao's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. His heart felt warm. After all, he was his junior martial brother. Although he couldn't be compared to Xiao Xianrui, who grew up together, he was still very affectionate. There's something that I still need to ask. Although Xiao Hua took the messaging talisman, after thinking for a while, he looked at Zhang Qingxiao with a smile and said, Your heavenly demon sect is really dirty. Previously, many disciples offended me. I won't hide it from second senior martial brother. I didn't leave a single one alive. Of course, I didn't know that they were second senior martial brother's subordinates at that time. I was a little ruthless, but now, with second senior martial brother here, it really makes things difficult for me. Don't, Zhang Qingxiao waved his hand and said with a smile, You are you, and I am me. You and I are Shang Huaming's senior martial brother. But the Imperial Thunder Sect is the Imperial Thunder Sect, and the Heavenly Demon Sect is the Heavenly Demon Sect. There are Taoists and demons. This isn't something that can be replaced by our brotherhood. As long as the disciples of my heavenly demon sect offend you, you can attack as much as you want. I won't say a word. In addition, if the disciples of your Imperial Thunder sect offend me, I won't let them go. Okay, Xiaohua's stone fell to the ground, but after thinking for a while, he clapped his hand, took out a jade slip, wrote something, and handed it to Zhang Qingxiao. These are my good friends, and my current master and senior martial brother. They are really good to me. If you meet them, please show some mercy. Got it. Zhang Qingxiao only cared about Xiaohua and Xiao Xianrui, and didn't care about others at all. Since Xiaohua said so, he casually looked at it and put it away. Then he looked away from Xiaohua and looked at the place where the statue of the deity used to be. He was a little disappointed. Alas, the most important statue in my inheritance hall has been taken by the 100 Herbs Gate. I watched it grow up since I was young, and now it's gone. My heart is really empty. Xiao Xianrui's face was full of guilt when she heard this. She said carefully, "It's all my fault. When I first gave them the yellow talisman, the statue was still there. After that, I rarely came here. By the time little sister came here, that thing was already gone. I'm afraid Jiang Jiantong sent it to the Medicine Farmer Peak. Second senior martial brother, you can go to the Medicine Farmer Peak and see if there are any traces of the statue." Okay. Zhang Qingxiao was about to turn around and send a message talisman when Xiaohua said with a smile, "No need." Oh? Xiao Xianrui asked curiously, "What does junior martial brother mean?" The heavens really don't want to destroy me, Shang Huaming. Xiaohua explained, "When I first escaped from Yellow Flower Ridge, I picked up the god statue on the way." With that, Xiaohua waved his hand and took out the god statue from the space. He said as if he was presenting a treasure, "Second senior martial brother, senior martial sister, look." Seeing the god statue flash in Xiaohua's hand, Xiao Xianrui and Zhang Qingxiao were happy. They knew that although they didn't know the origin of this thing, it was Shang Huaming's inheritance. Who knew what secrets it held? If Shang Huaming wanted to establish a sect, this thing must not be missing. However, before Xiaohua could put the god statue on the ground, an unusual green light flew out of Xiaohua's storage bag. It was the Jade Rui that the 10,000 Demon Realm Empress had given to Xiaohua. The Jade Rui flew into the air and emitted a strange fluctuation from the handle. One by one, it shot onto the god statue. As the fluctuation reached the body, the god statue actually shook and made a buzzing sound. Then, a fluctuation flashed from the god statue, echoing the Jade Rui. This. Xiaohua and the others were stunned. Buzz 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 buzz, the rhythm of the sound was like a kind of music, but also like a kind of cry. It was quite like the cry of the sea beasts Xiaohua heard on the Guihe Sea. After a short while, the Jade Rui emitted a green brilliance that enveloped the entire statue. The statue began to turn illusory, turning into particles, which then rushed into the Jade Rui at an extremely fast speed. Xiaohua seemed to have realized something when he saw the granular form. A faint lightning bolt flashed through his mind. What is this? Zhang Qingxiao was shocked and hurriedly reached out to grab it. However, when his hand touched the god statue, it was as if he was grabbing a handful of emptiness. The countless particles flowed out from the gaps of his hand and entered the Jade Rui. Xiaohua, what's going on? Seeing that Xiaohua was still stunned at this critical moment, Zhang Qingxiao scolded, "Quickly take out the god statue." At this moment, the Jade Rui's brilliance flashed again. It actually soared into the sky and flew out of the inheritance palace. However, it only flew a few feet before the brilliance stopped again. It circled a few times before flying back to Xiaohua's head and stopped moving. Xiaohua faintly grasped something, but it seemed like nothing. At this moment, he couldn't think about it in detail. He stretched out his hand and took down the Jade Rui. Xiaohua and the others' divine sense swept over, but the Jade Rui blocked their divine sense and couldn't penetrate it. AI. Second senior brother, do you still remember the empress you met in the Guihe Sea? Xiaohua sighed and asked. Zhang Qingxiao's expression changed slightly. She nodded and said, "This thing is hers." "What kind of empress is she?" Xiaohua signaled to not blaspheme and explained, according to her, she is the empress of the 10,000 demon realm. 10,000 demon realm. Zhang Qingxiao's face was even more shocked. How can a demon from the 10,000 demon realm come to our Dawn Rain continent? It's really strange. What? Shouldn't she appear in the Dawn Rain continent? Xiaohua's expression changed even more. He was already certain that he was from the 10,000 demon realm. Now that he heard it, he couldn't help but be confused. Zhang Qingxiao told him about the spatial crack according to her memory and said, under normal circumstances, demons from the 10,000 demon realm can't use their true bodies to come to our Dawn Rain continent. They can only use their primordial spirit projection. When I saw the Empress that day, it didn't seem to be a primordial spirit projection. Oh, Xiaohua nodded. The Empress had also said this before. Thus, he smiled and said, according to the Empress, she came through a strange spatial crack. She shouldn't be in this category. Then what about this Jade Rui? Zhang Qingxiao pointed at the Jade Rui in Xiaohua's hand and asked. This matter involves the Empress's private affairs. I received her grace and was ordered by her to find a person. Xiaohua couldn't understand and said, this Jade Rui was given to me by her. As long as there is a trace of that person, this thing will automatically appear. I will send a message to the Empress. Zhang Qingxiao nodded. So, this god statue is related to the 10,000 demon realm? Or I, Shang Huaming, am also related to the 10,000 demon realm? Instantly, Xiaohua thought of the words Qing Fengmin said when he was devouring his flesh at the 100 Zhang Peak. Io, how do you have the demon realm's cultivation method? Chapter 22-25. So, Xiaohua nodded, that should be the case. I think, my cultivation method is related to the demon race. Zhang Qingxiao naturally knew, but he couldn't say it out loud. Hearing Xiaohua's words, he also nodded. If it's as little junior brother said, then I'm definitely related to the person the 10,000 demon realm empress is looking for. Dark flower, Shang Huaming. Xiaohua thought for a moment and smiled. If I'm not wrong, our Shang Huaming was created by the person the 10,000 demon realm empress is looking for. This god statue, damn, that's not right. The empress is looking for a man, but this god statue is clearly a woman. Zhang Qingxiao shrugged and smiled mysteriously. Little junior brother is wrong. A demon is a demon. In my Dawn Rain continent, it's just a bag of skin. It doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman. Although it's a woman on the surface, it's actually a man. This. Xiaohua was silent. He couldn't believe that a man could turn into a delicate female cultivator. He shook his head. I don't think so. It's all up to the Empress. If she says it's true, then it's true. But your message talisman, it hasn't been sent out. Zhang Qingxiao reminded. He suffered in the hands of the Empress and was somewhat afraid of her. He couldn't help but feel lucky. Xiaohua looked at the Jade Rui in his hand and was also puzzled. He said helplessly, this isn't something I can control. Anyway, I already know that Shang Huaming is related to the person the Empress is looking for. It's not my problem if the message talisman can't be sent out. Could it be that the Empress encountered some danger? Was she killed? Or imprisoned? Zhang Qingxiao guessed. Xiaohua thought for a moment. The Empress's cultivation is higher than the spirit clone. There are too few cultivators in the Dawn Rain continent who can imprison her. Moreover, If she reveals her identity, with her identity as the 10,000 Demon Realm Empress, which human cultivator would imprison her? Who knows? Zhang Qingxiao shrugged, I'm still confused. Why would a demonic cultivator find me to be the target of possession? Or perhaps, the Empress has already returned to the 10,000 Demon Realm? Xiao Hua whispered with a trace of disappointment in his heart. Is it possible? Zhang Qingxiao nodded. Or she has already found someone. He went back with her. What about this statue? Xiao Xianrui asked. It's all with little junior brother. Let him have it. The corner of Zhang Qingxiao's mouth revealed a trace of a smile as she said, if we were to climb the thighs of the myriad demon realms Empress, I'm afraid that we would be able to do whatever we wanted in the Daybreak continent. Senior apprentice sister, don't worry. This thing is in little brother's storage pouch. Others won't be able to take it away. Xiao Hua consoled. In fact, Xiao Xianrui didn't have any special thoughts. She was just relieved to hear her senior and junior brothers comforting her. Actually, hearing her two relatives comforting her, Xiao Xianrui hesitated for a moment before saying, not only does my Shang Huaming have some background, even 100 Herbs Gate has some history. Oh? What's the history of 100 Herbs Gate? Zhang Qingxiao disdained. Can it be compared with my Shang Huaming? Xiao Xianrui smiled bitterly, looked at them and said, I heard from Lu Er's father that their Medicine Farmer Peak and the Medicine King Tripod seem to be related to some legends. But he didn't say anything more about it. I don't know either. Oh, I see. If I had known earlier, I would have asked them first. Zhang Qingxiao scratched her head, thought for a moment, and asked, by the way, where are Jiang Jintong's storage pouch and the Medicine King Tripod? It doesn't seem like I took them. My subordinates. Hee, of course they're with little brother. Xiao Hua smiled apologetically, but he didn't feel embarrassed at all. He clapped his hands and took out Jiang Jintong's Medicine King Tripod. I killed him. How did it go to you? Zhang Qingxiao curled her lips and said. You're the leader of the Heavenly Demon sect. How can you value these things? It's not as good as little brother taking them. Xiao Hua retorted. If I didn't mention it, you wouldn't have said it? Zhang Qingxiao didn't let it go. Of course. Why should I say it? Xiao Hua said confidently, this guy has taken up so much of my time. It's only right for him to compensate me. Fine, fine. You're so polite. Zhang Qingxiao said impatiently, what kind of background can the 100 Herbs sect have? I'm too lazy to look at it. Hee, since little brother has taken it, then just take it for the time being. Xiao Xianrui pursed her lips and smiled, now I, Shang Huaming, have a lot of things to do, so I can't take these things to heart. Little brother, just take it as keeping it for Lu Er. Okay. Xiao Hua didn't stand on ceremony. He waved his hand and put it back into the space. However, he was the same as Zhang Qingxiao. He didn't take it seriously at all. However, after a while, Zhang Qingxiao frowned again and looked at Xiao Hua, saying, Xiao Hua, show me the Medicine King Tripod. Yes. Xiao Hua was stunned. He obediently took out the Medicine King Tripod and handed it to Zhang Qingxiao. Zhang Qingxiao took the Medicine King Tripod, squinted her eyes and looked at it for a long time. She scratched her chin with her hand and returned the Medicine King Tripod to Xiao Hua. She said thoughtfully, if little sister didn't mention the Medicine King Peak, I really would have forgotten about it. In my memory, there is indeed a legend of the Medicine King Peak, but it's not particularly detailed. Oh? Is there really such a thing? Xiao Hua said happily, second senior brother, tell me quickly. You look like a miser. Zhang Qingxiao scolded, no wonder you can't be the deputy lord of my heavenly demon sect. Then she laughed and said, actually, I don't remember it very clearly. I only know that there is a story about the Medicine King Peak. In the ancient times, when the celestial being declined, there was a powerful person who called himself a medicine farmer and lived in the Medicine King Peak. He personally tasted tens of thousands of kinds of spiritual herbs that grew after the ancient times, thought about the medicinal properties of various spiritual herbs, and then formulated different prescriptions. These prescriptions are the embryonic form of the prescriptions that cultivators of the Xiaoyu continent take now. Oh my God! No way! Xiaohua didn't expect this legend to be so long. What's the origin of this Medicine King tripod? How would I know? Zhang Qingxiao rolled her eyes at him. I only know this legend, and I don't know anything else. TSK. Who wants to know? Xiaohua also bared his teeth and said. Then Xiaohua patted his storage bag again, took out a jade bottle and a bead, and handed them to Xiao Xianrui. I will break your magic tool. This is a water-based magic tool called the Aqua Blue Bead, which is used by Senior Sister. When I have a chance in the future, I will personally create a magic weapon for Senior Sister. TSK. It's just a Aqua Blue Bead. My heavenly demon sect has plenty of such things. Zhang Qingxiao disdained. If you have the ability, you'd better get a water-based magic weapon first. Chapter 22-26. With a smile on her face, Xiao Xianrui stretched out her hand and took it. She did not mind that it was a magic weapon. Jiang Luer seemed to like the color of the aqua blue pearl very much. She stretched out her small hand and snatched it, happily playing with it. In the other jade bottle, there is a face-preserving pill. Senior Sister, if you take it, you can stay young forever. Oh? Face-preserving pill? Even if Xiao Xianrui already felt that she was not surprised by favor or disgrace, hearing this item, her heart jumped slightly. Her face showed surprise as she looked at Xiaohua and said, "Thank you, junior brother." You're welcome, you're welcome." Xiaohua quickly waved his hand and reached into his clothes again. Then, "Junior brother, can you give me one of the face-preserving pill?" Zhang Qingxiao, who had always been a robber, was actually a bit embarrassed, and even his tone was evasive. "Okay." Xiaohua's reaction was very natural. Just as he was about to take it out, he suddenly felt that Zhang Qingxiao was not appropriate. He raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile that was not a smile, "Second brother, you're already charming the world, why do you still need this face-preserving pill? Damn it, are you going to give it or not?" Zhang Qingxiao said with a cold face. "Of course, it's for you." Xiaohua took out a jade bottle and said with a smile, "However, you have to tell me, who should I give this to? Could it be?" Zhang Qingxiao's figure swayed, and an afterimage appeared in front of Xiaohua. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's hand did not move at all, but the jade bottle in his hand strangely disappeared. When the jade bottle disappeared, Zhang Qingxiao's hand also appeared in Xiaohua's hand. Damn it, what kind of magical power is this? Grabbing empty air, Zhang Qingxiao was a little shocked. She looked at Xiaohua's empty palm in disbelief. He did not sense any magical power fluctuations at all. "You don't need to know what magical power it is," Xiaohua said with a smile. "If you don't tell me who this person is, I'm afraid that the face-preserving pill, cough cough." Xiao Xianrui saw that Zhang Qingxiao's face was a little embarrassed, and there was a ripple in her heart. She coughed twice and said, "Xiaohua, don't make things difficult for your second brother, quickly give it to him." "Yes, Senior Sister." Xiaohua's palm slightly grabbed, and the jade bottle appeared again, but this time there were two. "Oh? You really have a lot of face-preserving pills." Zhang Qingxiao casually took the jade bottle and put it in his storage bag. Then, his eyes lit up and he smiled. "Little junior brother, do you want to cooperate with me?" "No need." Xiaohua knew what Zhang Qingxiao was thinking. He shook his head and said, this matter has already been discussed with a good friend in the sect. What a pity. Zhang Qingxiao sighed. A lot of spirit stones fell into other people's storage bags. Xiao Hua unhappily rolled his eyes at him. Once again, he reached into his clothes and took out the peacock fantasy. When they saw the peacock illusion, a trace of joy appeared on both Zhang Qingxiao and Xiao Xianrui's faces, but that joy quickly disappeared and was replaced by melancholy. It was a kind of melancholy of youth that would never return. Even Xiao Hua couldn't help but think back to when the three of them, no, the four of them, saw the peacock illusion in front of Xiao Hongyue. This thing has already been given to little junior brother. Don't take it out again. Xiao Xianrui said sadly. She really didn't want to be sad anymore. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and held the peacock fantasy. Senior sister, this thing is not an ordinary thing. This is the auspicious jade talisman. To be exact, it's the phoenix jade talisman. There really is such a thing in the world? Even Zhang Qingxiao, who had received the inheritance, was shocked. He opened his eyes and carefully looked at it. Unfortunately, after looking at it for a long time, he still couldn't figure it out. Not to mention Xiao Xianrui. When Xiao Xianrui heard Zhang Qingxiao's explanation, she suddenly understood. But what replaced it was a kind of sadness. Yes, back then, Shanghuaming Xiao Hongyue began to punish Xiao Xianrui and others for this thing. It was also this peacock fantasy that led to Jiang Fan's appearance. This thing could almost be said to be the beginning of Shanghuaming's tragedy. This thing is very precious. Little junior brother has worn it for so many years. This thing was bought by senior sister with spirit stones. I must return it to senior sister. Xiao Hua handed the peacock fantasy to Xiao Xianrui. Xiao Xianrui looked at the peacock fantasy in a daze. She didn't have the slightest intention to take it. Zhang Qingxiao naturally understood Xiao Xianrui's thoughts and scolded in a low voice. Xiao Hua, this thing is always with you. How can you give it to junior sister? You're a bit rash. Xiao Hua was extremely embarrassed. He scratched his head, looked at Jiang Luer and said with a smile. Then give it to Luer. Let him have a smooth journey and turn misfortune into blessing. Good. Zhang Qingxiao also nodded. However, when Xiao Hua handed the peacock fantasy to Jiang Luer actually slapped the peacock fantasy away. Even when Xiao Xianrui picked up the peacock fantasy and put it around his neck, he didn't want it and only looked at the aqua pearl in his hand. Forget it, I'll give it to Luer when he grows up. Xiao Hua laughed. No. Xiao Xianrui shook her head firmly. She handed the peacock fantasy back to Xiao Hua and said, Luer is very stubborn. What he likes and what he doesn't like is not easy to change. Since he doesn't like this thing, he has no fate with it. This peacock fantasy. Xiao Hua, you should take it. This. Xiao Hua was hesitant. Jiang Luer was only a 3-year-old child. Where did his stubbornness come from? It was probably Xiao Xianrui's not in her heart. And, junior brother, since this thing was given to you by junior sister a few decades ago, it's yours. No matter how precious it is, it's not as precious as your safety. It can protect your safety and let junior sister feel at ease in the future. You should take it with you. Zhang Qingxiao also didn't like this thing, so she advised. Fine. Xiao Hua was helpless. He still tied the peacock fantasy around his neck and wore it close to his body. What is that? Zhang Qingxiao's eyes were sharp. She immediately saw the witch puppet that had lost its effect. Xiao Hua didn't hide anything and took out the witch puppet. He smiled and said, It's a witch puppet from Meng Mountain. What's a witch puppet? Zhang Qingxiao obviously didn't know. When Xiao Hua finished speaking, Zhang Qingxiao sighed with emotion. No, Xiaohua, you must be my heavenly demon sect's deputy sect leader. If you don't come, I won't agree. Xiaohua just smiled and didn't say anything. Then, the three of them discussed for a long time in the inheritance hall. They temporarily confirmed the embryonic development of Hundred Grass Sect, which was Shang Huaming's predecessor. Then, Xiaohua and Zhang Qingxiao waited for the disciples of Heavenly Demon Sect who went to kill Hundred Grass Sect at Yaonong Peak to return. Xiao Xianrui and Jiang Luer naturally had their own residence. Xiaohua also came to Xihua Peak. At this time, Xihua Peak's herb garden had expanded many times compared to before. Seeing that the herb garden was full of spiritual herbs, Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh slightly. After looking around the entire herb garden, Xiaohua sat at the place where he had rested earlier and silently sent his primordial spirit into the space. It seemed that it was here that he discovered the secret of the space behind his head. The space back then was so dark and narrow. What about now? The space was steadily expanding, and now it was more than 200 miles wide. Not only were there all kinds of spiritual herbs luxuriant and green, but there was also a boundless field of mortal rice. Alas, people are things, but this is it. Xiaohua sighed slightly, then raised his eyebrows and said, "Second senior brother, what do you want?" Zhang Qingxiao's figure slowly appeared in the air not far away and said with a frown, As expected, I can't hide my tracks from you." Zhang Qingxiao actually chased him to Xihua Peak's herb garden. He probably had some things to hide from Xiao Xianrui. At this time, Zhang Qingxiao's appearance was still the same as before. She didn't recover her coquettish and handsome appearance. What? Second senior brother's movement technique is very secretive? Xiaohua smiled with interest. Little brother has an invisibility talisman, but once I use my spiritual power, I will be exposed. TSK, how can a small invisibility talisman compare to my demon sect's magical power? Zhang Qingxiao said disdainfully. Xiaohua's eyes turned, then he stretched out his hand and asked, "Could it be that second senior brother wants to teach this magical power to me?" Zhang Qingxiao rolled her eyes at him and said without paying attention to him, "Don't you think you are too greedy?" "No," Xiaohua touched his nose with his finger with an innocent face, "there is no limit to this cultivation method, only more. Little brother just wants to help you see if there are any flaws in this magical power. Little brother actually always finds them." Quibble. Zhang Qingxiao wasn't stingy and gave a magic slip to him, "I want to see how you cultivate." But when Xiaohua released his Buddhist awareness to check, Zhang Qingxiao came to a realization and said, "Enough. There is no need to look, I already understand. Your Buddhist cultivation seems to have reached a small success. Buddhism and demon cultivators are natural nemesis. They are very sensitive to each other. It is not strange for you to find my tracks." Immediately, Zhang Qingxiao frowned again and said, "What I find strange is. Where did you get the Buddhist cultivation method? How is it possible for you to cultivate Buddhism so deeply at the same time when your Tao cultivation is so advanced?" Seeing that Zhang Qingxiao already understood, Xiaohua also put away the magic slip without any intention of returning it to Zhang Qingxiao. "Second senior brother, can you tell me what kind of disciples your heavenly demon sect has?" Xiaohua said with a smile, "Or, can you teach me this face-changing method? You are not my heavenly demon sect's deputy sect leader, why should I tell you about my heavenly demon sect's matters? I am afraid that even if I become the deputy sect leader, second senior brother may not tell me." You are right. Zhang Qingxiao didn't hide anything and nodded, "Heavenly demon sect's disciples are extremely diverse, I can't be more careful. There are many things that I have to master myself. Others, even if it is little junior brother, I don't dare to believe. Little brother is the same." Xiaohua replied without any trace of politeness. "As for this face-changing technique, my heavenly demon sect does have it. However, Without the cultivation of a demon general equivalent to nascent soul and above, I am afraid that it can't be practiced successfully. Moreover, my demon realm's cultivation methods are mostly body refinement. Face-changing cultivation methods are not very useful and even conflict with one's own cultivation method. Generally, no one would practice it. I am borrowing the power of your mother and child spirit fruit to restore my face to the way it was before I used it. Chapter 22-27. So it's like that. Xiaohua nodded and didn't ask any more. He smiled with interest. Second senior brother wouldn't come to ask me about Buddhism sex cultivation technique, right? Hehe, don't overestimate Buddhism sex cultivation technique. Zhang Qingxiao looked around and casually found a place to sit down cross-legged, facing Xiaohua. He said, just now, elder brother has already said that Buddhist sect and devil cultivators are mutually exclusive. Buddhist sect may have some advantages, but in the end, it will depend on whose cultivation is higher. If Buddhism sect is powerful, why was it exterminated by Tao sect? Hearing this, Xiaohua thought and smiled. Then second senior brother, do you know why Buddhism sect was exterminated? What's inside Buddhism sect's ruins? Zhang Qingxiao shook his head and said, I don't care about these things, so I don't know. Buddhism sect has been exterminated for a long time, and a lot of evidence has disappeared. I'm afraid that only ancient sects have some records of the reason. Right, I'm warning you. Buddhism sect's ruins, it's best not to go. If you fall into the eyes of some people, they will discover your Buddhism sect cultivation, and your life will be difficult to protect. At that time, the entire Tao sect of Dawn Rain continent will kill you. Even if I expand Heavenly Devil sect 10 times, I still won't be able to save you. Xiaohua nodded and smiled, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Zhang Qingxiao nodded and stared at Xiaohua for a while, causing Xiaohua to feel a little scared. Actually, I came here to ask you a question. Zhang Qingxiao looked at Xiaohua's eyes again and said word by word, have you really not recovered your memory? Really not. Xiaohua stared at Zhang Qingxiao and said word by word without holding back. I'm actually very curious about you. Zhang Qingxiao said with a serious face, when you were with me, Shaming Huaming, your cultivation was slow, and you couldn't even advance to the 3rd level of qi refinement. But now? It's only been a few decades, and you actually have the strength of an early gold core. Even the early foundation establishment realm that you showed is absolutely out of the ordinary cultivation speed. One had to know that junior sister was only at the early stage of foundation establishment. She was at the 10th level of qi refinement back then. Not to mention, you actually have a flying sword and Buddhism sect's cultivation method. What about you? Xiaohua also asked. Aren't you also at the gold core stage now? You think you can compete with me? When Zhang Qingxiao saw that Xiaohua was always trying to change the topic and always trying to curry favor with her, she couldn't help but get angry. Your father, coincidentally obtained a devil cultivation method, and was also abandoned by the heavens. What's more, I got the Lingji treasure in Lingpei Mountain Villa. I was at the late stage of the gold core realm in my previous life. What's so strange about me reaching the gold core realm now? What about you? Did you also have such an opportunity? Lingpei Mountain Villa's condensed knowledge treasure is actually real? Xiaohua was surprised. Is there really such a divine item as the condensed knowledge treasure in this world? Don't change the topic. Zhang Qingxiao said coldly, I avoided junior sister today to ask for details. You, who the hell are you? Xiaohua wasn't afraid at all. He sneered and replied word by word, then this young master will also tell you that this young master still doesn't know who I am or where I came from. Then why is your cultivation advancing so fast? Zhang Qingxiao asked again, could it be that you also have the condensed knowledge treasure? This young master doesn't have such a good past life. Xiaohua shook his head and said, this young master's cultivation was painstakingly cultivated by myself. Do you think I, your father, will believe that? Zhang Qingxiao laughed sinisterly. Do you still remember what I said when I found out that you actually knew how to refine pills? Of course I remember. Xiaohua said without hesitation, this Shanghuaming and Yellow Flower Ridge are the places where you grew up. Master, senior brother and senior sister are also the people closest to you in this world. You will definitely not let them hurt you. No matter who, as long as they dare to hurt them, even if you go to the 9th heaven, the 9th underworld, even if you fall into the devil's path or the ghost's path, you will never forgive them. Did this young master say anything wrong? That's right, you remember it very clearly. Zhang Qingxiao replied, now that I have fallen into the devil's path, I have to find the murderer who killed master and senior brother. You are so mysterious, this young master always feels uneasy. If I don't figure out your background, this young master. He, Xiaohua laughed exceptionally brilliantly and cupped his hands, saying, Sect Master Zhang, if you can figure out my background, this young master will burn yellow paper and cut off a chicken's head to swear an oath of brotherhood with you. Bah! A strange expression appeared on Zhang Qingxiao's face. Then, he stretched out his hand, and a drop of black blood flowed out from his middle finger. That black blood was very strange, as if it had a life of its own. It bubbled in the air, and every time it boiled, a ghost's face would appear from the black blood. Xiaohua, this is the famous black blood curse of the devil realm. Do you dare to swear an oath with me? Swear that I won't hurt Shanghuaming? That I won't have disloyalty towards you and senior sister? Xiaohua said disdainfully. Why wouldn't this young master dare? Good, Zhang Qingxiao clapped and said, you don't have to have any disloyalty towards me, as long as you don't have any disloyalty towards senior sister. As long as you don't have any disloyalty towards me, Shanghuaming. With that, Zhang Qingxiao was about to cast another spell. Wait, Xiaohua stopped him and said, this young master dares. But this young master disdains to swear a blood oath like yours from the devil realm. If this young master wants to swear an oath, it will be a blood oath from the Dao sect. Zhang Qingxiao's eyes flickered as he looked at Xiaohua's calm expression thoughtfully. Then, he said softly, swear an oath in front of me. Good, Xiaohua didn't hesitate and swore an oath. However, just as Zhang Qingxiao said, this oath didn't include Zhang Qingxiao. Fine. Zhang Qingxiao opened his mouth, and the infinitely changing black blood entered his mouth. He sighed and said, don't blame senior brother for making things difficult for you again and again. It's just that Shanghuaming is where I grew up. I must ensure the safety of this place. And, this young master understands. Xiaohua nodded. Although I didn't grow up, I was still picked up by master. My feelings for Shanghuaming may not be as shallow as second senior brothers. Like second senior brother, I will do my best to support Shanghuaming and pass on master's legacy. Yes. Zhang Qingxiao looked up at the herb garden not far away and said, this herb garden is really pitiful in my hands. In junior brother's hands, it's flourishing, but now? It's even more expanded. As time passes, we are no longer in the same place. While our cultivation increases, each of us has more secrets. Although these secrets won't be completely revealed to each other. I hope that there won't be any estrangement because of this, and we won't endanger each other's trust. Are you kidding me? Second senior brother, this should be what I ask you. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Hasn't second senior brother been forcing me all this time? Humph, who told you to have too many secrets? If I don't suspect you, who do I suspect? Could it be that I suspect Jiang Luer? Zhang Qingxiao rolled his eyes at him. Second senior brother left and right has hurt my heart. You have to compensate me. Xiaohua said with a grin. Zhang Qingxiao immediately covered his storage bag and said, "What are you planning?" I need cultivation methods of the 5 elements, preferably complete foundation establishment, golden core, and nascent soul. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to finish speaking, Zhang Qingxiao got up and said, "I didn't hear anything, just take it that I didn't come today." "Damn it, you're a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, what cultivation methods don't you have? Yet you come to my Heavenly Demons sect to take advantage of me. What nascent soul cultivation method, why don't you have a spirit-severing cultivation method? Don't." Xiao Hua's face was bashful as he hurriedly pulled Zhang Qingxiao's Daoist robe and said with a smile, "Actually, I didn't think too much just now." "Who told you not to trust me so much? Since you did it, you should compensate me. If you don't have nascent soul cultivation methods, give me foundation establishment and golden core cultivation methods. I'm really scared of you." Zhang Qingxiao slapped his storage bag and threw out a few jade slips and said, "At most, I have golden core cultivation methods, nascent soul cultivation methods. In the future, let's see if there's a chance." With that, Zhang Qingxiao covered his face and left. This time, not only did he not find Xiao Hua's origin, but he also broke a few cultivation methods. Xiao Hua stayed in Yellow Flower Ridge for a few more days, looking at every corner of Yellow Flower Ridge. However, every time he went to a place, Xiao Hua would think of someone, but he didn't feel refreshed. Therefore, when the Heavenly Demon sect disciples brought the spirit herbs and seeds of 100 Herbs Gate, and even the jade slips, Xiao Hua bid farewell to Xiao Xianrui and Zhang Qingxiao. Yellow Flower Ridge had Zhang Qingxiao, so Xiao Hua couldn't do much. The new 100 Herbs Gate needed Zhang Qingxiao's support, so Xiao Hua was useless. Since that night, after forcing Xiao Hua to reveal his origin, Zhang Qingxiao didn't look for Xiao Hua alone again, as if he was completely relieved. Even when Xiao Hua said goodbye, Zhang Qingxiao didn't ask a word. In fact, it was just like what they said that day, everyone has their own opportunities, as long as their feelings for Shang Huaming didn't change. Xiao Xianrui's injuries had been completely healed in the past few days. Although her cultivation hadn't fully recovered, there were all kinds of spirit pills given by Xiao Hua in her storage bag, and with Zhang Qingxiao's care, her cultivation would probably advance rapidly in the future. Xiao Xianrui knew that Xiao Hua was a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect at this time, so he had no choice but to leave. She didn't ask any more questions, and only gave a few reminders, reluctantly watching Xiao Hua fly away. As for Jiang Luer, she had become very familiar with Zhang Qingxiao these days, and treated Xiao Hua as nothing. Alas, with the appearance of second senior brother, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. But after leaving Yellow Flower Ridge, Xiao Hua seemed to have unloaded a heavy burden. However, now that he thought about it, he felt that the burden was much heavier. Previously, he had always regarded the destruction of 100 Herbs Gate as his goal of revenge, but now that 100 Herbs Gate was destroyed and Yellow Flower Ridge returned to Shang Huaming's hands, Xiao Hua's previous goal was achieved. However, after knowing the truth of Shang Huaming's destruction, Xiao Hua couldn't relax. After all, the enemy was a nascent soul cultivator. It was even possible that he was a nascent soul cultivator from the 3 major sects of the state of Xi. How could Xiao Hua relax? Forget it, even if the sky falls, there are still tall people to hold it up. With second senior brother as the sect leader of the Heavenly Devil sect, I can only slack off. Xiao Hua smiled for no reason. Although Zhang Qingxiao forced him to do so, he didn't have any resentment in his heart. After all, he really couldn't explain his origin and cultivation, it would be strange if she didn't suspect him. Chapter 22-28. It seems that I have to hurry up and cultivate so that I can conceive a nascent soul as soon as possible. Xiaohua threw the various techniques he plundered from Zhang Qingxiao into the space and handed them to the primordial spirit that was comprehending the jade slip. Only in this way can I help second senior brother when he finds the culprit. 3 Nascent soul cultivators. Without late-stage nascent soul, or even spirit-severing stage, don't even think about it. Rumble. A faint sound of thunder came from Xiaohua's body as he used the Imperial Thunder travel technique. However, his direction was not the Imperial Thunder sect, but the Tianmen Mountain. Of course, Xiaohua was not going to the Tianmen Mountain. Dozens of days later, in a place full of flowers, Xiaohua's figure flashed mysteriously as if he was born from the void. Although his figure was a little shaky and lacked some elegance compared to Zhang Qingxiao, his proficiency in using the technique was not inferior to Zhang Qingxiao's. Strange. The Demon Realm's concealing technique, how can I use it so easily? According to what second senior brother said, I shouldn't be able to learn this technique. Xiaohua's face showed a trace of astonishment as he whispered, I'm not a demon. Forget it, isn't it good to be able to use it? Xiaohua was very envious of Zhang Qingxiao's concealing technique. In a moment of curiosity, he used his Buddhist sense to look at it and used it according to the technique. How could he not be surprised that he could succeed within dozens of days? Immediately, Xiaohua raised his eyes and looked at the flowers under his feet. His eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. Buried Flower Manor, Lord Chen Yi, I'm coming. Even if I can't kill that person, I'll destroy your Buried Flower Manor. Huh? How come it's gone? Could it be that I'm lost again? Xiaohua released his divine sense and looked at the range of dozens of miles. As a result, the confusion in his eyes increased. That's right, this was the place where he came to find Xie Zhiqian last time. It was also the location of Buried Flower Manor. The flowers didn't change and the scenery didn't change. It was just that the formation was gone and Buried Flower Manor was gone. Xiaohua thought for a moment and formed a technique with his hands. When the technique landed on the ground, there was no reaction. There was no magic power fluctuation that Xiaohua expected. Clearly, there was no concealment array at all. After that, Xiaohua, who refused to give up, not only used his Buddhist awareness to search again, he even used his Dharma eyes, but he didn't see any clues. Could it be that the Flower Burial Manor can be moved? Xiaohua's heart suddenly moved as he thought of a possibility. If that's the case, then it'll be difficult. Where can this young master go to find Chen Yi? Forget it, let's not waste any more time. There's still some time before the half-year deadline. Let's hurry up and get down to business. After he finished thinking, Xiaohua formed seals with his hand and once again urged his magic power to fly, and he swiftly flew away amidst a wave of faint sounds of wind and thunder. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared into the horizon. Half a year later, on the Sky Thunder Peak of the Imperial Thunder sect, dozens of lightning boats of all kinds were hovering in the air. They were like dark clouds that covered the sky. On the Sky Thunder Peak below the lightning boats, several thousand people were roughly divided into 8 areas and scattered on the peak of the Sky Thunder Peak. Every cultivator's face was slightly excited, and there were also traces of uneasiness. Beside them, there were more or less masters who were sending them off. Different from the previous experiential training, all the cultivators here wore the same style of Taoist robes. These Taoist robes were navy blue, and within the blue, there was a hint of scarlet red, which was actually somewhat similar to the color of heavenly lightning. On the sleeves of every cultivator, there was a lightning symbol. It should be the symbol of the Imperial Thunder sect's disciples. In a place near the edge of the Sky Thunder Peak, several hundred disciples of the Thunderous Palace were similarly dressed. They each checked their storage pouches, and the voices of men and women were incessant. Which one is helplessness? At this moment, a late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator flew over. It was Senior Brother Qian, who Xiaohua met half a year ago when he flew out of the Sky Thunder Peak. Disciple is here. In an inconspicuous corner, Helplessness flew into the air and respectfully saluted. Senior brother Qian sized him up with a glance, clapped his hand, and took out a token. He asked, "Is this your keepsake?" Helplessness glanced over and nodded, "Correct, it is indeed Disciple's keepsake." "That disciple of yours named Xiaohua still hasn't returned, right?" "That's right." Helplessness's expression was very calm. "Good." Senior brother Qian nodded, "Since he hasn't returned, I presume you also know that when the time is up, my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples will activate the Thunderbolt and take your life." Disciple understands. Helplessness still nodded. "Humph. I don't even know what you're thinking. Aren't you courting death?" Senior brother Qian coldly looked at Helplessness and turned to leave. Another voice said, Senior brother Qian Jing, what are you doing here instead of guarding the mountain gate?" Junior brother Qian Diheng. Qian Jing was also slightly startled. He raised his head and a trace of astonishment flashed through his eyes. "What are you doing here instead of staying at the Heavenly Thunder Palace and seeing off the disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Palace?" "Little brother is here to see off a good friend." Qian Diheng's divine sense swept over, but he was slightly startled. He didn't see Xiaohua's figure. "Martial Uncle Helplessness, where's Xiaohua?" Qian Diheng still called him Martial Uncle Helplessness because of Xiaohua. "Xiaohua went out half a year ago." Helplessness said indifferently, "He hasn't returned yet." "You know Xiaohua?" Qian Jing glanced at Qian Diheng and said, "You're here to see him off." "That's right." "Where did this guy run off to?" "He's about to leave, why hasn't he returned yet?" Qian Diheng curled his lips and said, "This guy won't run away at the last moment, right?" Let's see what kind of friend you've made." Qian Jing said, "He's the first one to go out with a master's token. He hasn't returned yet, so he must have run away." Senior brother Qian. Spiritual herbs can be eaten carelessly, but words can't be said carelessly. Qian Diheng was unhappy and said coldly, "Xiaohua is little brother's good brother. How could little brother not know his character? Do I need you to chirp here?" Looking at Qian Diheng's appearance, if Qian Jing wasn't a disciple of Qian Diheng's palace and also his senior brother, he might have already used "lousy" instead of "little brother." Qian Jing's face was embarrassed, and his face turned red. He could only mutter, if he could return, he would have returned long ago. Now that he hasn't returned, do you still need to say anything? Can you speak a bit louder? Qian Diheng was even more unhappy and said coldly. "Forget it, I still have to go to the mountain gate to guard." Qian Jing responded and said to Helplessness, "Junior brother Helplessness, when the Thunderbolt leaves, don't blame me for being merciless." Saying that, Qian Jing turned around to fly away. "Don't worry, little brother will also go with you." Qian Diheng saw that Xiaohua wasn't here, so he was disinclined to stay. He soared up and said, "Little brother will go to the mountain gate to welcome Xiaohua." Looking at the two people flying away, Helplessness's figure landed and saw Cui Hongshan's anger. "Master. What do you want disciple to say to you? You see for yourself, what disciple said that day, isn't it all coming true now? You are the one who is caught in the trap, you don't have us as an outsider who can see it clearly. Xiaohua, that bastard, has clearly escaped. In another hour, the Thunderbolt will depart. Where is Xiaohua's figure?" Chapter 22-29. Junior brother Cui, isn't it not time yet? Perhaps junior brother Xiao was delayed by some matters. Although Xiang Yang's face was filled with anxiety and his eyes were looking at the sky from time to time, he still spoke for Xiaohua. "Humph, you were all fooled by Xiaohua." Cui Hongshan said angrily, "What does a loose cultivator know about benevolence, righteousness, and morality. Master's life is. Master, look, isn't that Xiaohua? Yan Qinglian's eyes were sharp. She held Xiang Zhili's hand and shouted. Ha, it really is foster father. Foster father, foster father. Xiang Zhili also jumped up in joy. If not for Yan Qinglian holding him, he would have already rushed out. Sure enough, in the sky, Xiaohua was whispering something to Qian Diheng as he slowly flew over. When he was about to reach them, Qian Diheng clapped his hand and took out a storage pouch and handed it to Xiaohua. Xiaohua also took out another storage pouch and handed it to Qian Diheng. Qian Diheng didn't say anything else. He cupped his hands and turned around to fly away. When Xiaohua landed, Xiang Zhili quickly went forward and bowed, "Greetings, foster father." Xiaohua smiled and helped Xiang Zhili up. Foster father left in a hurry and came back too late. "I'm afraid I can't fulfill my promise to you now. Come closer." "Yes." Xiang Zhili's face was filled with surprise. Xiaohua didn't say anything else. He set up a silent restriction and briefly explained the part of the dragon transformation art to Xiang Zhili. Finally, he said with a smile, "This art can't be passed on to others. Your father and mother can't be told either." "Yes, boy understands." Xiang Zhili nodded and hurriedly closed his eyes, carefully remembering what Xiaohua said just now. "Master." Xiaohua removed the restriction at this time. He clapped his hand and took out the token. He helplessly said, "Disciple was delayed by some matters. Please forgive me." Xiang Zhili nodded helplessly and took the token. His face was still indifferent as he said, "It's fine as long as you're back. Xiang Yang, bring the reward from the Thunder Palace and let him quickly change into a Taoist robe. The Thunderboat is about to leave." "Yes." Xiang Yang took out a storage bag and handed it over to Xiaohua. "Junior brother Xiao, this is the reward for this expedition. There are pills and spirit stones inside, as well as a magic tool." "Yes." Xiaohua took the storage bag, took out the magic tool and handed it to Xiang Yang. "Give this thing to Li Er. I don't need it." Then, he looked around and took out a new Taoist robe from his storage pouch to change into. He whispered to Xiang Yang, "I've taught Li Er something. It's not too profound. Let him figure it out himself. It'll be beneficial for him in the future." "Okay." Xiang Yang glanced at Xiang Zhili, who was seriously memorizing the manual, and nodded in agreement. "Xiaohua." Zhuo Minghui stepped forward and said, "Before you came back, your master had already told Hongshan that he would take care of you. You don't have to get angry again." She had to listen to him. "After all, you are fellow disciples of the same sect. He won't harm you." Xiaohua glanced at Cui Hongshan. Although Cui Hongshan's eyes softened, there was still some disdain. Normally, Xiaohua would have already refuted, but seeing Zhuo Minghui's eager gaze, Xiaohua could only nod and say, "Disciple understands." Zhuo Minghui turned to Cui Hongshan and said, "Hongshan, your master has already said it. Master's wife will repeat it again. You must protect your junior brother's life with all your strength. Remember, remember. Disciple understands." Cui Hongshan respectfully agreed. Xiang Yang was different. He pulled Xiaohua's hand and said, "Junior brother Xiao, you also heard master's wife's words. This is also what I want to tell you. Your cultivation is outstanding, far surpassing mine. You are also smart and alert. Junior brother Chui's life is in your hands. You must protect him. Remember, remember. We'll talk about it later." Xiaohua did not agree like Cui Hongshan, "Everything depends on that guy's luck." Wu, a loud and clear sound of a bugle horn rang out, shaking the entire sky thunder peak. Then, dozens of thunderbolts began to emit faint lightning. "Disciples, take your positions. An old voice sounded, causing everyone's heart to tremble. All right, master, master's wife, eldest senior brother and senior sister, don't worry. With disciple here, I will definitely bring junior brother Xiao back safely. Cui Hongshan looked at the surrounding shocking Thunder Palace disciples flying to the thunder boats above his head and also cupped his hands and said, Hongshan, everything depends on you. Watch Xiao Hua, he is too willful. Finally, a trace of worry appeared on his helpless face. However, he immediately forced a smile and said, after you leave, Master will also go into seclusion. I hope that when Master steps into Gold Core, I will be able to see your figures. Oh. Master, you are going to take that thing? Xiao Hua reminded, before taking it, you have to ask eldest senior brother. I know. Helplessly sneered, you just have to look after yourself. Yes. Xiao Hua nodded, cupped his hands towards everyone, and flew to the thunder boat before Cui Hongshan. Alas! This child. Seeing this, how could Zhuo Minghui be at ease? Master's wife, disciple is leaving. Cui Hongshan said a few more words before flying to the thunder boat. Crackle, bursts of lightning flashed, and dozens of thunder boats flew out of the sky thunder peak one after another, rushing into the sky. Alas! Grape wine in a luminous cup, if you want to drink, the people will urge you to drink, if you lie drunk on the battlefield, don't laugh. Since ancient times, how many people have returned from battle? Helplessly and inexplicably, he said a few words, and then sadly said, this time. I don't know how many of my shocking Thunder Sect disciples will return. Let's go. Looking up at the sky, there were many cultivators who felt sad in their hearts, but gradually, they dispersed, and the sky thunder peak regained its tranquility. After all, people had to walk, and the path of cultivation still existed. When Xiao Hua flew to the thunder boat, he saw everyone standing on the side of the boat and waving goodbye to their masters. He casually found a place to sit cross-legged, and thought about the events of the past 6 months. After leaving the Yellow Flower Ridge, Xiao Hua couldn't find the Burial Flower Manor, so he went to the secret land of the Black Cloud Forest. The rice in his space was watered by the water of the Yinyang Pond in the secret land. If he wanted to cultivate spiritual herbs that could adapt to the changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, maybe the pond water was the key. But contrary to Xiao Hua's expectations, the innate restriction in the secret plane didn't open at a fixed time. He was trapped inside for a few months before he was able to escape. If it wasn't for his lightning speed, he might not have been able to rush back to the Imperial Thunder Sect within half a year. However, during the several months of being trapped in the secret land, Xiao Hua didn't lack in taking the pond water from the deep pond. Now, there was a huge lake in his space, and all the water was taken from the deep pond. And the water in the deep pond seemed to be endless. As long as Xiao Hua took all the water from the deep pond, there would immediately be extremely cold and extremely hot spring water gushing out. Xiao Hua sat on the thunder boat, but his mind was immersed in the space. Looking at the rippling lake water, he felt a sense of accomplishment. If this young master goes to the QC again, I will definitely bring in some sea beasts. Xiao Hua thought greedily. Disciples. At this time, the rumbling thunder boat had already left the shocking Thunder Sect. A late-stage Foundation establishment disciple stood in the middle of the thunder boat and shouted, "Disciples, enter the quiet room, 5 disciples per room." He, 5 disciples per room. Xiao Hua raised his eyes and looked at the cabin door not far away. Just as he was about to leave, Cui Hongshan transmitted his voice, "Xiao Hua, don't be anxious, follow I." Xiao Hua was slightly stunned, and glanced at him unhappily. But his feet didn't stop, and he went in first. Inside the thunder boat, there were many separate quiet rooms. Xiao Hua only glanced at them a little, and casually found a room to enter. That quiet room was empty, and there were no furnishings at all. Xiaohua walked to a corner and sat down cross-legged. He took out an azure spirit pill from his storage pouch, opened his mouth, and swallowed it, using his heart to refine the medicinal efficacy. Before Xiaohua went to Inkcloud Black Forest, he went to Bright City and asked Yu Chen to help him bid for the Yi Lian pill and azure spirit pill. When he returned from Inkcloud Black Forest, Yu Chen had already found a lot of medicinal pills. When he returned to the Shocking Thunder sect, Qian Diheng also gave him a storage pouch with a lot of azure spirit pills. These medicinal pills should be enough for Xiaohua to use for a while, and he didn't need to worry for a short period of time. Of course, when Qian Diheng saw that Xiaohua asked him to bid for so many azure spirit pills, he already understood. However, he tactfully didn't ask anything, which was completely different from Xiaohua's unruly attitude when he was alone. I still came back late. I couldn't send a message to Xue Xue. Xiaohua was somewhat regretful. Xue Xue is probably still in seclusion. If that wasn't the case, I would have already come to see you off. While Xiaohua was meditating with his eyes closed, several disciples came in one after another. However, these disciples didn't come in alone, but in groups of 2s and 3s, as if they had already discussed this beforehand. Some disciples saw that there was someone in the quiet room and immediately shrank back. Finally, 4 disciples walked in while muttering. These 4 disciples were all at the 12th layer of the Qi refining realm. When they saw that there was an early-stage foundation establishment senior in the quiet room, they were slightly stunned. Soon after, their brows relaxed, and they exchanged glances with each other. They respectfully walked in front of Xiaohua and bowed. Junior greets martial uncle. When Xiaohua heard this, he didn't raise his eyes, and there was no joy or sorrow on his face. When the 4 disciples saw this, their faces were slightly embarrassed. They knew that Xiaohua didn't want to be disturbed, so they all shut up and found an empty space to sit down cross-legged. As for Cui Hongshan, when he saw that Xiaohua actually ignored him, he was very angry in his heart. However, he slightly clenched his teeth, coldly snorted, and stood still, no longer greeting Xiaohua. When almost all the disciples of the Thunderous Thunder Palace had entered the quiet room, Cui Hongshan finally stepped forward. However, he didn't go to the quiet room, but instead turned around and walked towards the late-stage Foundation Establishment Cultivator. Junior Martial Brother, why haven't you hurried into the quiet room yet? Seeing Cui Hongshan sit down, the late-stage Foundation Establishment old man didn't act too fierce and asked in a low voice, do you have something to ask? When Cui Hongshan saw that old man's amiable expression, he had some confidence in his heart. He cupped his hands and said, Disciple is Cui Hongshan from the Myriad Thunder Valley. May I ask for Senior Martial Brother's name? If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it. Chapter 2230. Oh, so it's the helpless disciple. The old man returned the greeting. I'm Zhen Yun. What's the matter, Junior Brother Cui? Cui Hongshan looked around and transmitted his voice, I want to ask, after we arrive at Huan Country, how will the disciples of Shocking Thunder Palace be distributed? Will we be organized according to the sect or randomly? Naturally, we'll be organized according to the sect and the Shocking Thunder Palace's usual division. Zhen Yun didn't hide it and said with a smile, however, as for how we'll be organized, this old man doesn't know. This was already decided half a year ago when the disciples were selected. Senior Brother Zhen. Cui Hongshan came forward and said with a smile, how could a teacher from half a year ago predict today's situation? It's impossible that there aren't any changes. Zhen Yun frowned and said, what do you mean, Junior Brother Cui? Cui Hongshan took out a small storage pouch and stuffed it into Zhen Yun's hands. He said with a smile, I'm from Quan Yu's Cui family. This is my Quan Yu's blood-red stone. It's not that rare, but it has some use in refining. If Senior Brother Zhen likes it, you can pick it up and play with it. Zhen Yun's frown deepened. He pushed the storage pouch back with his hand and shook his head. Junior brother Chui, you'd better make it clear. You and I are both disciples of Shocking Thunder Palace. If it's not too difficult, I can naturally agree. If it's too difficult, I'm afraid that even if I accept this blood-red stone, I won't be able to. Cui Hongshan's face reddened. He couldn't keep the storage pouch in his hands for long, so he hurriedly put it away and said with an apologetic smile, "It's nothing. My myriad Thunder Valley only has 3 disciples. Besides eldest senior brother Xiangyang, junior brother Cui and I were all sent out. Junior brother Chui's cultivation has just reached the foundation establishment realm. I'm afraid that something will happen to him and I won't be able to face master." Strange. There's a problem. Zhen Yun was puzzled. Generally speaking, your myriad Thunder Valley has 3 disciples, so sending out 1 is enough. Moreover, your junior brother Cui has just reached the foundation establishment realm, so he shouldn't be sent out. However, Zhen Yun immediately smiled and said, "Of course, this is the decision of the Thunderous Palace's elders. We can't casually speak of it. If junior brother Cui wants to protect your little junior brother, you don't have to say anything to me. You are all fellow disciples of the same sect, so it's convenient for you to send someone out. I won't force you to separate. It's not that important." Cui Hongshan transmitted his voice again. "If it weren't for this war, I wouldn't have come here." He had already prepared the betrothal gifts for dual cultivation half a year ago. Is it because of this that this Cui and that person were selected to go to Huan country together? Junior brother Cui, you mean? Hearing that Cui Hongshan's dual cultivation had been disrupted by the war, Zhen Yun felt great sympathy for him and asked tentatively. Cui Hongshan's face turned even redder, and he said with a smile, "This Cui indeed thinks so. I want to separate my wife from this Cui so that we can take care of each other. Even if something happens, we don't have to worry about each other too much." Alas, this is difficult. Seeing that Cui Hongshan had indeed made such a request, Zhen Yun was a little troubled. Our Thunderous Palace has sent out disciples from all the Thunder Palaces this time, and there are many female disciples. From what I know, these female disciples will definitely form a team with the male disciples in the future, but this team can't be led by the Thunder Palaces. So, this Cui wants to ask senior brother Zhen to make an exception. Cui Hongshan put his hands into his chest again. "Don't rush." Zhen Yun made a prompt decision to stop him, and asked again, "Which Thunder Palace is your dual cultivation partner from? What's her name?" "Senior brother Zhen, my dual cultivation partner is Dui Qimeng from Thunderous Palace." Cui Hongshan was delighted and hurriedly said. "Oh, so she's a disciple from Thunderous Palace." Zhen Yun's face showed a trace of relief, and he said with a smile, "The leader of Thunderous Palace is an old acquaintance of mine. Moreover, the disciples of Thunderous Palace must be evenly distributed to all the Thunder Palaces. Your request, seems like I can still help you ask." Thank you, senior brother Zhen." Cui Hongshan was overjoyed and bowed. Then, he took out his storage pouch and stuffed it into Zhen Yun's hands. He. Unexpectedly, Zhen Yun didn't even take it. He waved his hand and said, "Junior brother Cui, if this old man guessed correctly, your storage pouch isn't filled with blood-red stones, right?" Cui Hongshan laughed and said, "It's just a small token of my appreciation. Since senior brother has to speak up for me, these favors are nothing." "You're wrong." Zhen Yun shook his head and said, "If it was any other day, this old man would accept junior brother Cui's gift. But not today." "Why?" Cui Hongshan was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but ask. "You are representing my thunder-controlling sect in this battle, and you are risking your lives to fight. Your request is for the sake of your relationship as a senior brother. The other is for the sake of your dual cultivation partner's love. Whether it's for public or private reasons, this old man will satisfy your request. If this old man accepts your gift because of such a small request, do you think this old man will still have any face left? This. Cui Hongshan looked at each other in dismay. From the Cui family to the thunder-controlling sect, he had used spirit stones and spirit herbs to pave the way for many things. This small storage pouch had been given out countless times, but it was actually rejected today. This was truly beyond his expectations. Actually, many things are simple, but there are people who think too much about it. Zhen Yun smiled and said to Cui Hongshan, "You can go back now. This old man has already agreed, but this old man doesn't dare to promise you anything. If it's not done, junior brother Cui, don't blame this old man." Yes. Cui Hongshan felt a trace of warmth in his heart. However, an extremely awkward feeling arose again. What does Zhen Yun mean by this? Is he complaining that there aren't enough things in the storage pouch? But, he didn't even look at the storage pouch. If he had agreed, there was no reason for him to not accept the storage pouch. If he didn't accept the storage pouch, did that mean he had agreed or not? Even if he had agreed now, if he didn't give it his all, what should I do? He had already said that he knew the leader of the Thunder Converting Palace, which clearly said that he could do it. But in the end, he said that if it's not done. Sigh, I still took too few spirit stones. Not only was Cui Hongshan's thoughts turning rapidly, but Zhen Yun waved his hand and said, "Junior brother Cui, quickly enter the quiet room. There are still a few months before we reach Han country, so junior brother Cui can use this time to nourish your true essence. Perhaps you can have a breakthrough. It's also a good thing for your junior brother and your lover." After saying that, Zhen Yun ignored Cui Hongshan and turned to leave, instructing the disciple controlling the thunder ship to speed up. Cui Hongshan entered the quiet room in a daze, his heart feeling extremely uneasy. Not giving away the spirit stones was actually more painful than giving away the spirit stones and not receiving any response. Chapter 22:31. However, when he found Xiaofan and saw that there were already 4 disciples inside, the fire in his heart couldn't help but burst out. "I, your father, am shamelessly colluding with people outside, and you, on the other hand, are hiding in a place to cultivate. If it weren't for Master's orders, I wouldn't care about your life or death." Immediately after, Cui Hongshan glared at Xiaofan, turned around and found the furthest quiet room. Without greeting the 3 aura refining disciples inside, he sat down. "Greetings, martial uncle." When the 3 aura refining disciples saw a foundation establishment disciple enter, they didn't dare to be negligent and hastily stood up to salute him. Cui Hongshan waved his sleeves and didn't return the salute. He also closed his eyes and meditated. The 3 aura refining disciples looked at each other with strange expressions on their faces. The northwest of the country of Xi was already very cold. Although it wasn't as cold as the country of Huan, it was a world of ice and snow. However, the mountains and forests were often covered in snow. Even the peaks of some high mountains and precipitous ridges were covered in white snow all year round. There were very few people from the secular world who could live here. Only at the edge of the mountains and forests, some mortals would gather in slightly warmer places. Naturally, they couldn't live by growing rice. Most of them hunted and dug out the spiritual herbs in the mountains and forests to make a living. Naturally, these spiritual herbs couldn't be compared to the spiritual herbs cultivators consumed. They were just some slightly older spiritual herbs that were extremely common in the eyes of cultivators. This vile environment was fatal to the people of the secular world, but to cultivators, it was extremely tempting. That was because the northwest of the country of Xi had dense spiritual energy and abundant natural resources. There were many spiritual herbs that could withstand the cold, and there were even more than 10 large and small spirit stone veins. Under these circumstances, not only were there many cultivation families, but there were also several cultivation sects. Among these cultivation families, the most famous ones were Skyscraper Ridges by Clan, Glacier Valleys Mei Clan, and Cool Breeze Mountains Nyo Clan. Their clan heads were all in the late stage of foundation establishment and were only a step away from entering the Gold Core realm. There were also many other small cultivation families, but they were all below the middle stage of foundation establishment and couldn't enter the eyes of the cultivation sects. As for the cultivation sects, there were the Ice Soul sect, the Snow Crow sect, the Pine Wave Ridge, and the Cold Mountain Enlightenment sect. The sect leaders of these sects were basically at the early or middle stage of the Gold Core realm. The strongest one was almost at the late stage of the Gold Core realm. Of course, including these cultivation families and sects, Sky Patrol City was the most powerful one. Sky Patrol City was one of the 7 major cities in the country of Xi. Its city lord, Perfected Shuiyu, was already an early nascent soul stage cultivator. Sky Patrol City was different from Jinghua City and Chiyue City. It was built on the Snowy Highlands, at the peak of the Snowy Highlands. The entire city was like a fortress in the snow. Standing on the city walls, one could see the Snowy Highlands within a few thousand miles. From this point of view, Sky Patrol City was somewhat similar to Haoming City. However, there were both cultivators and people from the secular world in Haoming City. Since the Sky Patrol City was high up in the sky, it was impossible to come up without the help of the teleportation formation without flying techniques. Therefore, all the people in the city were cultivators. There was not a single person from the secular world. Usually, there were not many cultivators flying out of Sky Patrol City. Only the city guards of Sky Patrol City would go out at fixed intervals to patrol the area within a few hundred miles of Sky Patrol City. Most of the ordinary cultivators would use the teleportation formation. After all, this was the Snowy Highlands. Although the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was abundant, the weather was harsh. The cultivators who lived like princes would not waste their magic power to fight against the cold wind and snowstorms. However, in the past few years, the situation had changed greatly. Not only were there more cultivators flying in from the wind and snow, but there were also more cultivators who came in groups on flying artifacts. The streets of Sky Patrol City, which used to be slightly deserted, were now crowded. Needless to say, this was caused by the invasion of the Xi country by the sword cultivators of the Huan country. Of course, Sky Patrol City was still far from the border between the Huan country and the Xi country. The sword cultivators of the Huan country had not reached here yet. However, this was the largest city in the Xi country near the Huan country. It had always been the stronghold where the sword cultivators rested when they fought against the Dao sect. Regardless of whether it was the Xi country, the Meng country, or the Lian country, most of the cultivators gathered here. The leaders of the sects of the 3 countries were elected to command the battle against the sword cultivators. It was because of this that the number of cultivators increased. Some rogue cultivators, cultivation families, and even cultivators who were not selected by the sects gathered here. Some small auction gatherings and trading gatherings gradually became prosperous. Even the shops in Sky Patrol City became lively. It was as if the tension of the war had not reached here yet. However, this was normal. For tens of thousands of years, or even 100,000 years, the sword cultivators had invaded the Xi country, but they had never attacked Sky Patrol City. According to the records of Sky Patrol City, it was only 200,000 years ago that the sword cultivators occasionally attacked Sky Patrol City. However, only 3 years later, Sky Patrol City was seized by the Dao sect again. They chased the sword cultivators out of the Xi country. In addition, the governor of Sky Patrol City had always been a nascent soul cultivator. That was equivalent to the sect leader of the sword transformation realm. If the governor of Sky Patrol City wanted to participate in the war, then the sect leaders of the 3 major sects in the Xi country would definitely come. The sect leaders of Meng country and Lian country would also come. With these nascent soul cultivators, what danger would Sky Patrol City have? Therefore, the cultivators who did not participate in the war were not afraid of anything. If the sword cultivators came, they could just run away. However, what about the cultivators who participated in the war? On this day, it was snowing heavily like goose feathers, covering the entire sky. Sky Patrol City stood at the peak of the snowy region, and the entire city was covered in snow. It was not that Sky Patrol City did not have a defensive array, but this array was divided into several levels. The highest level could certainly block the snowflakes, but this would consume a lot of spirit stones. The Sky Patrol City had no reason to waste them. Even in such a snowy day, the cultivators did not stop their footsteps. Many of them flashed with brilliance, blocking the snowflakes outside their bodies. From time to time, they entered and exited the city gate of Sky Patrol City. "Make way, make way." A loud voice sounded from afar. "There's a battle report from the Western Front." "Western Front? What's wrong with the Western Front?" When the cultivators heard this, they all dodged and made way for the sky leading to the gate of the Sky Patrol City. A few older cultivators stopped in mid-air and looked at an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator who was wearing the Sky Patrol City's guard uniform and holding a snow-white flag in his hand. They frowned and asked loudly. "The battle report has to be sent to the Yanxi mansion before the seniors in the mansion can send it out. I dare not make the decision without permission." The city guard unceremoniously cupped his hands and his figure did not stop in mid-air. He swept past these cultivators and rushed into Sky Patrol City. "Sigh, it's been nearly a year. This confrontation with the Huan country, there's never been any good news. This time, looking at your city guard's anxious expression, I'm afraid it's not good news." A middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivator sighed and said to a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator next to him. The old man was flying towards Sky Patrol City. He glanced at the cultivator who spoke to him and nodded. "The sword cultivators of the Huan country have always been more powerful than us. Moreover, this time, they struck first to gain the initiative and came prepared. It would be strange if we could drive them out at the beginning of the battle. In this old man's opinion, this time will be the same as before. There won't be anything special. The cultivators of the three countries are gradually gathering. When the disciples of the various sects and clans arrive, our strength will also increase. The disadvantage of this battle will gradually be reversed. In the end, the sword cultivators will still be driven away." "That's right, I think so too." The middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivator said with a smile, "The sword cultivators and our Dao sect cultivators have not crossed swords once or twice. For so many years, they have been holed up in the Huan country. It's unlikely that they will rush out this time. Actually, the sword cultivators and our Dao sect don't have much of a grudge. Other than this battle, the disciples of the various countries usually cross swords with each other, and there hasn't been any foul play." The old man was very disapproving. "I heard that the sword cultivators attacked our Shi country with the excuse that their swordsmen went missing in Meng country. And the senior who went to look for them was also killed. Don't you think this is nonsense? If any cultivator from the three kingdoms of cultivation were to die, why would the sects attack and kill them? Our three countries have suffered many losses in Huan country, but we haven't attacked Huan country on a large scale." "That's right." The middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivator agreed. "If it's possible, why don't our three countries attack Huan country and kill all the sword cultivators?" "Ignorant!" The old man scolded. "If we kill the sword cultivators, who will resist the millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountain? Don't forget that soul cultivators are extremely difficult to deal with. The flying swords of the sword cultivators are the nemesis of soul spells. Our Dao sect spells won't work. Yes, I have indeed forgotten the pros and cons of this layer. The Foundation Establishment Cultivator smiled apologetically. Thinking about the unpredictable soul spells of the soul cultivators, I almost feel my hair stand on end. Let's go after entering the city gate. Yanxi Mansion is just ahead. Let's go and see what happened. As the two spoke, they had already arrived at the city gate. In front of the city gate, which was dozens of feet high, stood dozens of guards of the Sky Patrol City. Most of them were in the Qi refinement realm, and only a few were in the Foundation Establishment realm. The highest cultivation level was actually close to the middle stage Foundation Establishment realm. Seniors, do you have an identity token issued by the three countries? Two Qi refinement disciples respectfully stepped forward to salute and stopped the two. I am a cultivator of the Rock Border sect. This time, I happen to be in Qi country to gain experience. This is my token. The middle stage Foundation Establishment old man clapped his hand and took out a token and handed it to the disciple. Oh senior, please wait a moment. The disciple reached out and took it. With a clap of his hand, he took out a mirror-like magical item from his storage bag and placed it on the token. When he activated his magic power, the mirror flashed with white light. Within the white light, there were 3 halos of different colors. One of the halos actually revealed the image of the old man. Senior, please. After the disciple finished checking, he returned it to the old man and smiled apologetically. Senior's token was issued jointly by the 3 countries. The magic power fluctuations in it are the same. Chapter 2232. Yes, it's just a coincidence. The old man nodded. My senior brother is the leader of the Rock Border sect, so he gave this token to me. It's quite convenient for me these days. Senior, are you also from the Rock Border sect? The other disciple saw that the dark and thin mid-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator did not take out the token, so he asked with an apologetic smile. Oh, he's not. I just met him. The Rock Border sect elder hurriedly said. Senior, please take out the token and examine it. The Qi refinement disciple said respectfully. The dark and thin Foundation Establishment cultivator looked helpless. He clapped his hand and took out a token. He smiled bitterly and said, I'm a disciple of the Changbai sect. I'm also training in the northern part of the country of Xi. I heard that there was a battle here, so I came over. Unfortunately, I'm not as lucky as this senior and haven't met a disciple of my sect yet. It's fine, the city guard took the token and smiled. As long as you're a disciple of my sect, you can enter no matter which sect or family you're from. Yes, I know. The dark and thin cultivator smiled, but the sword cultivators of the country of Huan are still far away, so there's no need to be so cautious. As he spoke, the city guard took out a mirror. There was a white light on the mirror, but there was no halo. The city guard hesitated for a bit before handing the token to the Foundation Establishment cultivator. He smiled and said, Senior, this token is correct. What are you saying? I'm not a sword cultivator, so of course the token is correct. The dark and thin Foundation Establishment cultivator took the token and said with a smile. Senior, please. The 2 Qi refinement disciples made way and stopped the other cultivators who wanted to enter Sky Patrol City. Let's go, Senior. I still want to see what's going on. The dark and thin cultivator raised his hand and said to the late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator with a smile. The old man didn't stand on ceremony. He nodded and walked towards the city gate. Just as the 2 of them arrived a few feet below the city gate, a faint ripple enveloped the 2 of them. The token in the Foundation Establishment old man's bag of holding released a strange ripple. It vibrated around the old man's body for a moment before heading toward the ripple. After the 2 of them fused together, they gradually disappeared. The dark and skinny cultivator didn't emit any energy fluctuations from his body. Thus, the energy fluctuations spread from his body into his body. The dark and skinny cultivator seemed to have sensed it and frowned slightly. Just as he was about to speak, a sharp cry came from somewhere in the city gate. A milky white halo descended from the sky like lightning and enveloped the dark and skinny cultivator. Ha ha ha, what kind of spell is this? Why haven't I heard of it before? The dark and skinny cultivator's body shook, and his entire appearance and figure changed greatly. His dark and skinny face protruded even more, and his body suddenly grew several feet taller. At the same time, the cultivator clapped his hands, and two huge flying swords appeared in his hands. He slashed through the air, and the flying swords, which were like door planks, shone with a sharp brilliance, and actually split the halo down below into two halves in an instant. This guy is a sword cultivator. The city guards guarding the city gate suddenly woke up and rushed over while shouting. Several Foundation establishment cultivators also rubbed their hands and cast their spells at the dark and skinny cultivator. As the dark and skinny cultivator slashed at the halo with his huge sword, he chanted an obscure incantation, and a strange fluctuation appeared behind him. Wang, a clear and bright sound rang out. Two wings that were about 3 meters thick, like that of an eagle's, grew out from his back. At the same time, a hurricane was created when he flapped his wings. This hurricane happened to hit the late-stage Foundation establishment old man beside him who was about to cast a spell. The old man's expression changed slightly, and his figure flashed quickly. He changed his spell and actually hit himself. Sure enough, the hurricane hit him, and the wind blades cut on the old man's defensive brilliance, but they were gradually annihilated in a moment. Fortunately, just when the old man was about to cast another spell, the dark and skinny cultivator's upper body was completely immortalized. As the cultivator flapped his wings, his body rushed straight into the air like a sharp arrow. After flying for hundreds of feet, he screamed again and flew toward the northwest of Sky Patrol City. The city guards of Sky Patrol City had just caught up to the sky at this time, and the spell in their hands could not catch up with his gradually fading figure. Beast Cultivator. This is a beast cultivator from Huan Country. At the gate of Sky Patrol City, not only the old man from Rock Border Sect and the beast cultivator, but more than a dozen other cultivators who suddenly saw this scene were a little stunned. After all, Huan Country's attack was still far away. They really did not expect that a beast cultivator would come to Sky Patrol City to inquire about information, and actually want to enter Sky Patrol City so blatantly. One of the more knowledgeable cultivators suddenly realized. Beast cultivator? The old man from Rock Border Sect was also shocked. He understood that the dark and skinny beast cultivator must have cultivated with a flying feather-type spiritual bird. That was why he could have wings on his back and his upper body turned into a beast, just like the cultivators of Dao's sect who used spiritual talismans. This flying speed is too fast. The old man from Rock Border Sect boasted that he was also a cultivator in the late stage of Foundation establishment. Just now, he wanted to capture him, but before he could do so, the other party had already gone far away. He estimated that even if he used all his strength, he would not be able to catch up with him. At the gate of Sky Patrol City, more than a dozen people were discussing. Obviously, they were very surprised by the appearance of the beast cultivator. There were even cultivators who spoke to the city guards of Sky Patrol City and asked, "The beast cultivator dares to come to Sky Patrol City, where is our city lord? He is a nascent soul cultivator, he can capture this arrogant guy with just a little finger. Hee, fellow cultivator, don't add another round, let's quickly invite him into the city." The city guard in the middle stage of Foundation establishment smiled apologetically and said, "How can my city lord lower himself to the same level as this guy? He doesn't even go to the Yanxi mansion, and he doesn't even ask about this war, how can we let him take action? Isn't this embarrassing my Sky Patrol City? I want to report this matter to the seniors in the Yanxi mansion and see how they decide." With that, The city guard ignored these cultivators who were discussing and went straight into the city gate, walking towards a tall building not far from the city gate. The buildings of Sky Patrol City were somewhat similar to Weeping Moon City. They were all huge stones. These stones were piled up and the style was very rough. It looked quite similar to the appearance of the cultivators in the northern part of the country of Xi. However, although it was rough, it was somewhat different. Most of the stones in Weeping Moon City were rocks, but among the stones in Sky Patrol City, there were many ice cubes mixed in. These ice cubes were either crystal clear or transparent, or there were strange crystals condensed in the transparency, emitting a strange brilliance. These ice cubes were the characteristics of the snowy plateau. The surface of the snowy plateau was much inferior to the glaciers of the Huan country, but the bottom layer was not inferior to the glaciers. In particular, these ice cubes had been here for many years. Under the heavy pressure and extreme cold, they had long solidified. They were really not inferior to the stones of Weeping Moon City. Even with some temperature and some ordinary fire, it might not melt a single drop. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.